a few minutes ago. Now I'm back up, ready to talk baseball. Man, I think that went till I think I finally fell asleep around 3 o'clock Eastern, and here we are, 9 o'clock Eastern, ready to talk about Game 4. Not nearly as big of a deal as the guys that have to turn around and play this game after playing 18 innings. The Dodgers, of course, get it done if you were sleeping. It did eventually end. The Dodgers walked it off. None other than Freddie Freeman. Of course he was going to do that. And now the Dodgers have a 2-1 lead in the series. John Burke in the chat says, what a game. Yeah, really no other way to sum it up. A tremendous game. And Brian Leonard, a game that was played we had a close marathon game in the Mariners-Tigers series that went 15 innings. But this one was played at a high level throughout. I think that might get lost. There was so many good there. It was relay play to cut down a run, big time hit, pitchers get. I mean, that was a game that was 18 innings, but played at a high level the entire time. It just really doesn't get better than that.
It really was. And for the first time in a while, the key player in that game comes back and has to pitch today. And
yeah,
I'm sitting there as I'm watching the game, if this happens, whatever, tomorrow, and the whole time you're thinking, how is this going to affect the next day? And when you go back and you looked, and basically, for the most part, both pitching staffs, Yamamoto was in the bullpen. So he just pitched a complete game 2 days ago. It tells you what the playoffs are. And if you like high scoring, you got the first half of the game. If you like pitching and tight defense, you got the second half of that game. That was probably one of the greatest games I've ever seen in my life. And for it to be in the playoffs, and we just talked about this yesterday, that they scheduled 3 straight days. So that is going to really make a difference, because a lot of these pitchers, they had guys yesterday go 30 innings. You closer for Toronto went 30 pitches or whatever yesterday. A lot of key guys may not be available today. And so this is probably the most convoluted handicap I can remember in a really long time.
Yeah, some props to give and some poops to give. So first, the props. Props to Sheehan. He impressed me yesterday watching that game. I knew when Trinan went in, I knew the Dodgers were in a little bit of trouble. Of course, he gives up 3 hits and an earned run, of course. But I thought Sheehan pitched really well. And I also kind of knew as soon as Little went in the game. I've been bad-mouthing Little since the postseason started. I knew when he went in, the Dodgers won this game. So, and he did. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Managerial mistakes. There's no excuse to pull Springer, Bichette, and Kirk.
Well, Springer got
hurt, but yeah.
He'll be out for the rest of the series, I would guess.
All right.
Yep.
Pulling Bichette, pulling Kirk, pulling Bichette, pulling Kirk, pulling Barger. Are you trying to win the game? Really?
Pulling Kirk made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was going to say I gotta disagree though.
The game, he can't play at all today.
Yeah, I gotta disagree.
DH him.
The only one that I think might have been a little bit questionable, but I understand it was Barger, because here's the thing, you're not, as the game is going, there's no way that you're anticipating an 18-inning game. George Springer got hurt, so that's not even a question. He had to come out of the game. Listen, Bichette, I guess he, there was a scare. That was the umpire's fault. The umpire, I don't know. The umpire needs to be, someone needs to pull him aside and say, hey, pal, you need to make the call. If it's a strike, you got to make the call, because there was 4 different scenarios where the batter did not realize it was a strike until after, significantly later. And that's kind of what happened to Bichette. People are going to be like, well, Bichette got caught off. It's no one knew what was going on because he made that call so late. But still, Bichette, he had, he hasn't been around.
No, the first base coach didn't even call him back. So,
right,
it was Bichette's fault. He and the first base coach, because you can't leave that base until you know for a fact that's a walk.
Well, yes. But what I'm saying is, Brian, I didn't have a problem with him coming out. And Kirk, what are you going to have him catch 18 innings? Like that would have been crazy. So
DH, you can't take him out. Look, the Dodgers only took out 2 guys. They took out Pages for Call, which I understand because Call has decent batting average, and they took out Enrique Hernandez, who's one of the best postseason performers for Rojas, which I thought was a bad move. But it's easy to say it's a bad move after we know what happened in the game. But when you take out 2 of your best hitters, I mean, are you trying to win? Are you trying to win?
If Pages is in the starting lineup today, tells you all you need to know about the Dodgers manager. He's clearly he's had like 1 hit in the last 30 at bats or something. He's swinging up. He's trying to hit a home runs every single time, and he's popped out every single time. He can't be in the lineup right now. He's had a great season. It's sort of like the Trinan thing. A great pitcher in the past. You can't let him in the game right now. He shouldn't even be on the roster.
Right. So I understand it's easy to nitpick all these moves, but honestly, are you trying to win the game? I mean, you can't think about tomorrow. You have to win this game in front of you. And I've seen so many games, so many managers lose games trying to win tomorrow's game today, and it's never going to happen. You can't win tomorrow's game today. Look, they were both going to empty out their bullpens. Heck, like you said, they were going to use Yamamoto, who just pitched a complete game. So the pitching moves, I'm not going to question anyone on the pitching moves because they didn't have a choice. Their hands were tied on the pitching moves. But I don't know why you take Bichette out. I don't know, leave Kirk in as a DH. I mean, you just can't. The guy hit a home run in the game. What if the Dodgers took Freeman out? They wouldn't have won the game, right? I mean, leave your best hitters in the game, please. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I gotta just we gotta get to a show. I don't have, maybe leave Barger in because I will say this, the one to your point, that when it got to the 15th, 16th, 17th inning, that Blue Jays lineup certainly felt light as you're watching it turn over, and then you get to the end and it's like there's a spot where they can get a big hit and you're going Heineman, Straw, like that was the lineup felt light, but you're obviously putting Miles Straw in for defense, and everyone has a place. So you could question those moves. I have no problem with how that game went either way. It was just a tremendous game. And to your point, Brian, I'm going to go to you to start this off. The convoluted nature of coming off an 18-inning game and now having 2 games to play is actually probably going to make this now we're probably going to be able to bet these games because there's uncertainty. And that's the thing. The books are going to have the line pegged in a World Series. Very rarely. Obviously, we talked about yesterday, the line value was probably with the Blue Jays, but very little. They're going to be able to shade it one way or another, but they're usually going to peg it. Well, now you've got actually there's probably a couple different ways into this because how does Ohtani respond from having to play? What do you have, 9 at-bats? Now he's got to pitch. You got a laundry list of bullpen arms, some of which are available, some of which not on both sides. I think this makes game 4 bettable. What do you think?
I agree. I don't know what your process was, but as the game's going on, we already knew what the starting pitcher situation was going to be. And in my head, we've been doing this for so long, I had a number. And I said, this is the number it's going to be. And I'm a bit surprised by this number. We're currently getting the Dodgers. It's Bieber against Ohtani. And we're currently getting the Dodgers in the 200 range. I'm seeing anywhere from 195 to upwards of 220. You mentioned Ohtani. He's on base 9 times, had to run 9 times. Obviously, he's an athlete, and 2 of them were dogs because they were home runs. Just a fantastic situation for him. And he walked 5 times in a row, 4 of them intentional, going down the just a tremendous thing. And people are going to look at that and they're going to say, well, here he is again. And how could you bet against Ohtani? I think Toronto's got some value here. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting a number closer to the -180, -175. and it's $2. And so that has me pointed towards the underdog in this one. And when you take a look at the StatCast numbers, obviously we've got Shane Bieber going out there, and a couple times I've gone against him, but they're going to need a good outing out of him because of all the usage yesterday. And he comes in his regular season 3.57 ERA, 4.57 expected, 1.02 WHIP. And when you take a look at the game logs for the playoffs, we're looking at basically he's coming in with a 4.38 ERA, 1.54 WHIP. His WHIP has been poor, and as we talked about, when you come back from major surgery like that, that's your major problem. But he faced the Yankees, he faced the Mariners, and he faced the Mariners twice. So it'll be the first time he has pitched against the Dodgers, and he's given up 2 earned runs in each of those games. But because of the situation that we're in, I'm not afraid to use Bieber here. He's got a good ground ball percentage. Doesn't give up as many home runs. He's getting hit hard, though. His barrel and hard hit rate on the season have not been good. And when you get to Ohtani's been great, no doubt about it. So we've got 2 pitchers, and the starting edge is definitely with the Dodgers. But you got the Blue Jays team. Now they're starting the game back off. Other than Springer, who's going to be out, that's the major problem. They're going to have to bring in Ty France to DH and go with Springer was DHing, so that doesn't hurt him in the outfield. They'll probably bring Ty France in, a righty going against Ohtani. So France, when he does play, he has been okay. They added him. He's very fresh because he didn't play in the last 2 series, I believe, maybe just the last series. But I like the situation here for Toronto, and I said it yesterday. You get this far into the season, the playoffs have been around. This is the third round of the playoffs, and you've got teams that are here for a reason. They've been able to win on the road. So I'm looking at the underdog here. I'm going to try to figure out as the show goes on which way we're going to play it. Depends on what you guys think. But the Dodgers were lucky to get that victory last night. If Toronto would take a walk on a 3-ball count, Lucas, 3 straight balls he's swung for. If he takes one of those, the game's over early, and we don't have to worry about it. So these teams are so evenly matched. There's no way Dodgers should be a 2-1 favorite.
I agree with most of what Brian said. Speaking of taking walks, I did win my bet yesterday, which was Glasnow over 1.5 walks. Because, if you look at how he's faced these Blue Jays, he's walked 3 and 4 in his last 2 starts against them. I thought 1.5 was really light. And he walked 3 in the end, I believe, even though they pulled him a little bit early. So I think today's game is going to be kind of who is less fatigued, and who's got pitchers who are fresh. And I think David in the comments said it well. The Blue Jays still have Bassett. I think did they use Hoffman last night? I believe they did, but
yeah,
they've got
2 innings.
But they have Bassett, who's actually a starter and can give them at least 3 or 4 innings in the middle relief if they need him. So I kind of think the Blue Jays have a bit of an advantage here today. Ohtani's got to be a little bit tired. And to be honest, his you said, Brian, like it's a matter of fact that the Dodgers have the pitching advantage, but I don't know about that, actually. I think Bieber's got pretty good numbers against these guys. But yes, on the surface, you're right. Anyone looking would say Ohtani's a better pitcher than Bieber, but Bieber's got great numbers against these guys in his career. 58 at-bats against, a 190 average against, and a 579 OPS. Those are really good numbers against these Dodger batters. And after going 8 at-bats yesterday, these guys are going to be a little fatigued, including Ohtani. I wouldn't be surprised if Ohtani might not. Well, there's no way they can pull his bat out of the lineup, but he might get a little rest today because that's taxing to go 8 at bats yesterday and then pitch today and be bat leadoff. I mean, he's a unicorn. So if anyone can do it, it's him. But I don't expect a lot of production out of him. It's hard to say that the guy who hit 3 home runs and struck out 10 guys in his previous start. But Ohtani's got pretty bad numbers against these guys. He's got an 810 OPS, 820 OPS against these batters in his career. So I don't know. I give the Blue Jays a little bit of an edge here. They've got a guy who can go long middle relief who's fresh. And I think fresh is going to be the key in this game today.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. First off, I would say, like, I mean, if you look at Ohtani's numbers offensively, they're worse when he pitches. Like that, you could go back the whole season, go through his whole career. His offensive numbers. I mean, now, granted, you would take Ohtani in the lineup pitching over most other major league players, but like it's a fact that his offensive numbers dip a little bit when he's on the mound, which makes complete sense. I mean, I don't
Except for his last start.
I don't know why anyone would think that would be any different. Like when he pitches, I mean, it's obviously going to be harder to have like a 4-for-4 game with 3 jacks when you're also pitching 9 innings. So again, I don't think that's like some huge revelation, but when you're talking about, a guy that the Blue Jays literally did not want to pitch to, even when it was a matter of putting the winning run on base at times last night, it's worth bringing up here. You look at the usage yesterday, like, again, people are going to, I've already seen this on Twitter. Oh, well, they used all the pitching. It's like, let's relax for a second. They did use a lot of pitching, but you got to remember that these teams play 162 games in a year. Oftentimes they will play 14 days without a day off. Okay. Anytime you're coming off of an off day, you probably got some pitching. So I'm looking at it like Fluharty can go today. Bassett could go, I think there was at least one that the Blue Jays didn't use at all. I could be wrong about that. Banda can go. Trinan can go. Dreyer can go for the Dodgers. Kershaw only threw 8 pitches. So it's like there's options there. For me, like, I do think you make a good point, TB. Like, I do like the idea of maybe Bassett coming into this game at some point. But, like, there's no question Ohtani's a better pitcher than Shane Bieber. But this is like, I think I trust Shane Bieber in this spot a little bit more. Like, Shane Bieber didn't have to have 9 at-bats yesterday. He's, this is Ohtani's probably his first. Would you say that this is his first start in like a spot of this magnitude? Like, because really, like last, at any other point in the playoffs, he really hasn't been in a spot this massive, in my opinion. So, like, is he going to come out? Is Ohtani in his head going to feel like he needs to give his team 6-7 innings because of what happened yesterday? Like, those are all the questions I'm asking myself here. Does he come out too jacked up? He just got on base 9 times. He is the star of this team. Now we need you to go out and give us a little length because we did have usage yesterday. I think Bieber's in a much better position to do that because that's just what he's done his whole career. So those are like the things that, again, as I talk this out with you guys, I'm with you, Brian. I'm with you, TB. I think there's value on the Blue Jays. And I'm looking at my odds screen, and this line continues to shoot up. What am I missing? Why does everyone think the Dodgers? I think people are in the mindset, and I'll go around the horn here and get your guys' thoughts. I think people are in the mindset that that loss was so crushing to the Blue Jays that there's no possible way they could come back and win today. And I totally disagree with that.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking also. Have we not seen the Blue Jays through this entire playoffs with the heart that they have, with the lineup 1 through 9 that they have? They were stuck. They made some managerial moves, and nobody knows that game's going 18 innings. So they were stuck at the end with Miles Straw in the game, who should never be in the game unless he's a pitch runner. But I understood it. He's a better defensive player. At the time, they had no idea he was going to be in. But they had all these guys in the game that would never even play. The Dodgers are just the opposite. I think he made his moves too late in the game. He doesn't change. He doesn't change the players in the game. He keeps them in there all game long. And I have not been impressed by either manager in these playoffs. Granted, they know a lot more than I do. I couldn't do what they do. As much as I disparage Roberts, he's a better manager than I am. I'm just going from the outside. He knows his players more than I do. I try to give everybody every benefit of the doubt. But if you're Toronto, you're pretty upset about the way that game played out. And he's going to tell me, he said, hey, you started the game, you took some walks. As the game went on, you wouldn't take any walks. And, it was clear that you have to extend these starters because the Dodgers bullpen isn't nearly as good as their starting rotation. Sheehan had to pitch long yesterday. Kershaw, they made. I'm a big Kershaw fan. I'm glad he has success. But if he's got a guy up there batting that could take a ball, he's the loser of that game. And we hear the same shit about Kershaw that we've heard in the playoffs for all these years. So this is one of those games that could have gone either way so many times. Just because you ended after 18 innings and this team hit the home run does not mean that they were the better team through the entire game. That was a game that was a coin flip through the entire game. And now you're giving the team that lost the coin flip, who has more motivation, this price, I don't buy it. I'm finding a way to play Toronto one way or the other.
Here's the other side of the coin. They lose a game like that, they need this one worse. So, maybe that's their extra motivation. I'm not a big believer in the motivation factor, though, because when these guys are up at the plate looking at a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and trying to crack it, they're not thinking what happened yesterday. And also, regarding fatigue, all of these guys, I've been around them, all of these guys think in their head that they are Superman. That they are indestructible. So the fatigue doesn't play in your mind. The fatigue plays when you think you can do something and physically you can't. It's like getting old, like me. I think I can climb those stairs, but I can't, right? So these guys think they can hit a home run every time they're batting, right? They're Superman. They're the best in the world. So I think oppositely, that the defeat was so crushing that they're going to just lay down and die. I think the opposite. I think that defeat was so crushing, they need this game even worse.
Couple comments. So Danny L. Cabron is right. I think Ohtani just cramped up. If he had if his hamstring was tweaked, he would not be out there running the bases. That's it. That as a in my athletic career, which was mostly soccer, as I got to an older age, the worst injury I ever had was my hamstring. That is, if you want, the second you do up your hamstring, you're not out there just stealing bases, running the bases. You are limping back in. So I do think he's right I think Danny is right, because someone else said hamstring injury. I think Danny's right. I think he just cramped up. He also, Danny, I'll go to your other comment. Will Smith caught the entire game. Listen, look at Will Smith and look at Kirk next to each other. And you tell me which one is in better shape to catch the whole game. But it's notable. And again, like I don't mind the move there. What was I had another point I wanted to make.
Kirk's bat is more important than his defense. Smith's defense is
Go ahead, Brandon.
I'm sorry. Kirk's bat is a lot more important than his defense. So I would not pull Kirk out of the game under any circumstance, even if you don't want him catching. DH him, put your backup catcher in, but leave his bat in the lineup, in my opinion.
Because Smith had to catch all those innings, how can you put him back at catcher today? They've got to play a game tomorrow also. So
they won't.
They put him at DH, and he's got a gun, which helps the Toronto run game. I talked about this when they played Milwaukee.
But they can't DH. Wait, they can't DH him if Ohtani's pitching, though.
Oh, that's true.
Well, they can.
He might sit.
Well, yeah.
Right?
What do they do?
Well, these guys have played double headers and played a game after a double header, right? So it's not really that rare of a thing.
They did not a doubleheader that's played straight through that had all the intensity of the World Series.
I understand that. Yeah, understood. Point taken. But Yeah, these guys think they're Superman. What they'll probably do is start off with the same lineups they started off today, their strongest lineups, Will Smith catching as well, and maybe sub them out today. But with both, I agree with Dave Roberts yesterday, and I don't say that very often because I've always said he's the Angel Hernandez of managers. But I agree with him leaving his starters in yesterday because you got to win today. You can't play for tomorrow. And every time you play for tomorrow, you're going to lose today and tomorrow. So, and I've seen it so many times. You have to win today and then deal with tomorrow when it comes. That's just how you have to do it.
If we're grading managers, like Roberts has been much better in the playoffs than Schneider. I'm
So
giving
far.
him a higher manager grade than Schneider, and I don't have an issue with Schneider. I think, listen, I will, but as I am going to say that because it's more complimentary to Dave Roberts. I think he's had a pretty good postseason in terms of like the decisions he's made, and when you're, it's one of those things where you're like, Trig, you're not a great driver. Mallory's always like, you're a terrible driver. But if I'm driving a Ferrari, I'm going to look pretty good driving that car, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of Dave Roberts. I mean, he's driving the Ferrari. So how bad can you look when it's like, well, I guess I'll just leave Ohtani in the game, Freeman. It's like, what do we decisions? Schneider's over here like, I've got to make some decisions if I want to win this game. So it's not apples to apples. The point I couldn't remember that I wanted to say was, so TB, back to your point about, you're 100% right. No one, there's no lack of motivation in the World Series. Where the Blue Jays being down 2-1 as opposed to up 2-1 comes into play would maybe be a decision like Yamamoto going into the game. I don't think you see the Dodgers worried about warming him up or doing anything like that with a 2-1 lead in the series. Now, a 1-1 series where you are facing the possibility of going down 2-1, knowing that game 6 and game 7 are on the road, the thought process is different. The reason I bring that up is because the Blue Jays are now they're in a much more desperate scenario where I truly believe they look at this game and they're like, we got to win today. If we lose this one, beating this Dodgers team 3 times in a row is going to be very difficult. And Schneider has shown that he'll go for broke. So that's kind of, you want to talk about making a play here. I'm probably going to be on Blue Jays plus 1.5 because I love the fact that you're getting the visiting team, getting the extra run. And I think Schneider's got to go for broke here because if he goes down 3-1, the Dodgers may be celebrating this World Series on their home field tomorrow night.
I don't know what the rules are. It's clear that Springer is not going to play anymore in this series, so you can replace him, an injury replacement. They came into this and they brought in an extra hitter and went with a less amount of pitchers, which I thought was strange considering they were going to have to play this condensed schedule where they would only have the travel day as their only day off. If the Dodgers happen to win, they've got a chance to never go back to Toronto again. So I think they can't sit still and say, well, hopefully Springer comes back. They need to get Springer out of there, bring in another pitcher that could give them some innings. So if they do like I think, they'll have a better situation in the bullpen than what they had yesterday.
Here's an interesting comment. Do you guys think after the game yesterday, and thank you to who made this comment, David Barker, thank you for here. I'll highlight it. I'll hijack. So after a game like that, do you think it tends to an over or an under today? My thoughts on this, because this is how I'm approaching the game, is I think at the beginning of the game, we're going to see some fatigue from the hitters. But Bieber hasn't pitched for a while. He's not fatigued at all. He feels fine. Ohtani might be a little fatigued, but he is a unicorn and he's just a cyborg. So I think under to start the game. And then once we get into the 6th and 7th and 8th innings, the guys who pitched yesterday coming back out, I think we're going to see a little bit of fatigue there where the runs start coming up. But like I said earlier, we got what's his name? I'm losing my memory. Anyways, I think the Blue Jays have a mid reliever that can come in who's very fresh. So that's why I think they have the advantage there.
Here's my problem with the fatigue argument, and this is what I'll go back to. Do you think guys are more fatigued in August going from Boston down to DC over to Tampa, 10 game in 10 days, or the fact that they stayed up till 2 a.m. last night? Like, I don't think you have, like, and this is the World Series and they had yesterday off. I would sell the fatigue argument to, like, the players playing in the game. I think there's two, like, clearly Ohtani. You bat 9 times, you have to pitch. That's not, I mean, who else has to deal with that? Who else in the history of baseball has had to deal with that? They had 9 at-bats, and then they're the starting pitcher the next day. So that's the argument. That's argument number one, that it's legit. Argument number 2 is just straight up bullpen usage. Like, you're going to have guys that threw enough pitches yesterday where they cannot pitch today. Outside of that, I don't want to hear about fatigue. It's World Series Game 4. Everyone, get yourself a bang energy and let's fucking go. Everyone get it.
I will say David Edgerton talked about Santander. Santander's also hurt, so he's not an answer. And to be honest with you, I think the pitching is more important than hitting at this point. You already got in your lineup. You know, you don't want to have to play those batters that they had to use at the end of last night's game. So hopefully everybody stays healthy and they can get their at-bats today.
2 notes on fatigue. I've seen so many guys at the home run derby, and they say that just tires them the hell out to swing a bat over and over and over again. So I do think swinging a bat that many times yesterday will get to you today on your 3rd and 4th at bat. I do think it'll play somewhat of a factor, because they're not like wiffle balling like we do when we go out to the park. These guys are intensely professionally swinging a bat. So that's one point. The other point is they're human beings and sleep does matter. You're right. You can drink a 24 energy or a Monster or something like that and get a little bit of a rush. But sleep matters. And after a game like that, it's pretty hard to wind down and get to sleep. So, it might be a fable, but I've seen too many guys at the home run derby say how much their arms hurt after swinging the bat.
That's different. They're not swinging that hard, that long. I'm not as concerned about that. Ohtani did say they caught him on the way to the dugout, and he said, "They go, what are you doing?" He goes, "I'm going to bed." I mean, he's a guy that's strict, as a lot of Japanese players are. They were trained that way. They've got that routine that you talk about all the time, Tokyo. And that was his major thought at the time. So I think he'll be ready, but it does make a difference. We'll see. We're guessing because we haven't seen this before in this kind of situation. So it's all a guess on our part. It's all a guess for the manager's part. You know, they haven't been in the situation. So I just love that game yesterday. If we get anything close to that today, I'll be a happy camper.
It was great.
I think that the one thing I don't feel like I'm is a guess for me at this point. We've now had 3 games in this series. I don't think that there's any, in my mind, there's any question. Like, these are 2 very evenly matched teams. And I think we'll go back to the point that Brian made very early in the show. It's like, I watched 18 innings yesterday. I've now seen these teams play 3 times. That game could have been a coin flip. Really, any game in this, I mean, okay, so you go up, like, yes, the Blue Jays win big in game 1. The Dodgers pull away in game 2. We've now seen these teams play 36 innings so far in this series, right? 18 yesterday, 18 in the first 2 games. I'm not seeing a huge difference between the 2 teams. I think the bullpens are evenly matched. I think there is, big-time offensive players on both sides. Can you even, like, the defense was incredible yesterday, everyone making plays. So when you talk about it like that, I'm with you, Brian. How are you getting to -210? I'm watching this go up still. It's like -215, -220. Crazy. I can only play back against that. I think I got to go Blue Jays +1.5.
Here's a question. Here's a question for you guys. I'd like to bounce it off of you. Do the Dodgers have someone like Bassett that they can use today? Who do you think? Because Dreyer did pitch yesterday, but it was short.
Right, Kershaw.
Right, Kershaw. He pitched the 3rd of an inning. I mean,
Kershaw.
but
Kershaw went 2 innings yesterday.
No, Kershaw threw
No,
8
he-
pitches. He
1/3
faced
of an
one
inning,
batter.
wasn't it?
Yeah, he
Oh, he
was,
just pitched one out. Okay.
Got one guy, and he should have walked him.
which again,
Yeah.
if I'm the Jays, I'm like I'm all for that. You want to throw Kershaw out there for an inning? Go ahead.
You think Kershaw's better than Bassett or worse than Bassett, though? I think Kershaw's a better pitcher than
scenario. I
Bassett.
think Kershaw is worse than Bassett in this scenario. I'd prefer Bassett out of the bullpen for a couple innings over Kershaw out of the bullpen for a couple innings. That's just.
I've never been a Bassett fan.
Slight edge to Bassett. I've never been a huge Bassett fan, but he's been on a pretty good run, and Kershaw, like I said, he doesn't have the best reputation in the playoffs. I believe it's just a small sample size, but in his head, he's heard it before, and we'll see what happens. But
who else do the Dodgers have that's fresh that can go middle relief though? I mean,
the other
like
point
Bassett.
I want to make about that, TB, is I think Bassett's stuff plays up in the relief role a little bit more than Kershaw's does. So that would be like, if you were like, I think his stuff, when he's only going to be a couple innings, plays up more than Kershaw was on the ropes last night. I still can't believe we got out of that spot.
Mhm.
Sorry, go ahead. That's one point I wanted to make.
That was an mistake.
You think he gave him a call there? I'm trying to remember the at bat. I know it was.
I don't believe so.
I think they should not have.
The hitter swung at ball 4 at one point.
3 times.
In the at bat. 3 times.
Three times.
Yeah, I think calling the base runner out in that situation when it wasn't clear if it was a ball or a strike at that point, I think that was a poor call on the refs. I think they should have left the base runner there, in my opinion. But
In the early game with
earlier,
they can't do that. I mean, it was his fault for going off the base. There's nothing in Major League Baseball that says that could be challenged or something like that. Where
True.
Yeah, whatever the call was, they had to stick to that.
That would have given them a 1-run lead.
Oh yeah. It's that was a major mistake.
But yeah, Kershaw got lucky. I think Trinan got pretty lucky too. A lot of guys got lucky. Like I said, I don't blame the managers at all for any of the pitching decisions that they made. Why didn't they use Bassett yesterday instead of Little though? That's kind of curious.
Use Bassett. He pitched yesterday.
Oh, he pitched earlier? Okay, my mistake. Well, I knew when Little went in that they were in trouble.
He was the last guy left.
Yeah. Klein surprised me, and Sheehan was amazing, I thought. So props to the Dodgers there. Do the Dodgers have someone that can do middle relief like Bassett can today? Not sure. Dreyer was used, but he can go longer probably.
Not today. He won't be.
No.
He went 4 innings yesterday. Kershaw will be one of the guys they could use.
Sasaki went 1 2/3. He probably won't unless it's another marathon game. Sheehan went 2.2. Sheehan was a starter earlier in the season when they had a lot of injuries. Roblewski, or however he's his name.
I like the way they used him yesterday. They kept him in the game for a while. I'm not even sure they should have taken him out, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But he pitched very well. He's been very good once they sent him to the bullpen. Once he found his role, he's been very good for them.
Yeah,
and Enriquez was great too. I didn't even know about him. I mean, he came out of nowhere and pitched well. So a lot of guys stepped up yesterday and pitched well. So I don't blame managers for that, but man, you got to keep your hitters in the game. You just got to keep them in no matter what.
All right, promo guy. We got to get to some promos here. We've gone 39 minutes, and it's $2. It's $5 Tuesday. It
is $5 Tuesday, and that means WagerTalk allows us to not put just one play, but we're allowed to put packages up for $5. So go to WagerTalk.com and see what we have out. I have something out already, and I'm sure these guys either do or will. We put free plays up too. I got 2 free plays on WagerTalk.com up right now. So go to WagerTalk.com and click the free play link to see what all the cappers have. Good stuff. $5 today. And WagerTalk lets us put MLB plays out for $9 for the rest of the season, even though there's only a few limited games left. So check back tomorrow as well.
Yep. I have a football game going today. I have up for $5. And I have a football game going Friday. I have up. Those plays usually cost $25. You're getting them for $5 each now, and I'm on a 19-8 run in college football, and I will be putting something up on Toronto. So if you see it up on the site, no need to buy it. I don't know if it's any way I'm going to look at it. I'll look at it as time goes on. I've got the hockey show coming up in just over less than an hour and a half here. We're going to talk hockey so a lot going on right now, and a lot of good plays up from some good handicappers today. Like Tokyo said, only $5. What do you got? Adam?
If you see in a Major League Baseball play, it's going to be Blue Jays plus 1.5. So just save you the $5. Mm-hmm. That would be the only way I play this baseball game. We've got Korean series, their version of the World Series, Game 3, which will go early in the morning. If I have a play there, that could be a $5 play, and we'll see about a football play. I don't know what play what we have on Friday. Someone just invited. I had a friend invite me to the Syracuse UNC game on Friday night. Just an absolute thriller right there. I mean, I couldn't think of two worse football teams to go down and watch, but that is a primetime game on Friday night. I bet ESPN thought they were going to get much better when that game was scheduled on Friday night earlier this year, but it will be just two dreadful ACC programs battling it out there. And I don't know, maybe I'll be in attendance. I haven't decided yet. But
Belichick was a good coach.
Yeah, Cuse hasn't been much better. The fact that they're favored there.
Unfortunately, Tom Brady is not quarterbacking at North Carolina. So,
no.
How about those Devils, Brian? Speaking of hockey, man, the Devils are on fire, aren't they?
Yeah,
playing really well.
They too. Yeah, it's a lot of interesting things in hockey. They've got some teams that everybody's written off, and we've got teams. We got some the names have gotten off good starts. That's the way hockey is. Hockey is very evenly matched. You could see a $4 favorite lose sometimes. It happens in baseball too. We've seen it. That's why I love betting baseball and hockey, because you can find good underdog value.
I agree with what Adam said earlier, though. These teams are very evenly matched. Two very shaky bullpens, two extremely powerful lineups, and I think the Dodgers' biggest advantage here is the rotation. But like we've talked about, Ohtani might be shaky today, and Bieber's numbers against these Dodgers really good in his history. So this line should not be minus 200 under any circumstance, in my opinion, and in both of your opinions too.
Being the devil's advocate, I will say those numbers were back before he had Tommy John surgery.
Nevertheless,
yes.
I think he's going to be better. I don't know. I won't say he's a better pitcher than Ohtani, but I think he might pitch better today than Ohtani. It's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't bet it yet, but to see this line go the direction it's going is probably the most surprising thing to me. I thought for sure that we would see Blue Jays money. Maybe we will at some point. But the fact that this is now sort of minus 210, I truly believe that this game is going to come down to a big spot one way or the other. Kind of like, yesterday's game did. And if that happens, and you've got the plus 1.5 with the road team, I feel like there's more often than not, you're probably cashing that. It's between minus 115 and minus 120 right now. I would love to get another 5 to 10 cents on that. That might be getting greedy on my part, so maybe I'll lock it in soon. But for just from a straight value perspective, I don't know how you can look toward the Jays here. That's just what
Blue Jays really need it.
Well, they both need it. It's the World Series.
That's true.
In the chat talking some hockey. Love to see that. He's a very good NFL handicapper, and another one of our stars on WagerTalk. So good luck to Jesse. Good luck to everyone. I got to get out of here. I've got a hockey.
Yep. Okay, we'll wrap it up.
We'll wrap it up. $5 Tuesday at WagerTalk. Check out everyone's page for $5 plays. If you have a minute.
Thursday night football on Prime. 8-1 on your free NFL plays on Thursday. Thursday night football on Prime. 8-1 on your free NFL plays on Thursday nights this year. I'm going to put it on the line with a tricky game. Ravens Dolphins free play analysis. Thursday Night Football on Prime. 8-1 on your free NFL plays on Thursday nights this year. I'm going to put it on the line with a tricky game. Ravens-Dolphins. Free play analysis coming up right here, right now. This is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And I said it's a tricky game because I'm recording this on Monday, as I always do, because I'd like to get these videos up several days in advance for you, because I know many of you do your own handicapping throughout the week and like the analysis and the insight. And as of Monday, we don't have clarity yet if Lamar Jackson is playing. Head coach Harbaugh did say he's hopeful Lamar will return this week. And, of course, we had a lot of controversy last weekend when he was scratched on Saturday after being listed as probable and full participant on Friday's practice and injury report. Well, here's what happened. He was a full participant on the scout team Friday at practice, and no one ever made that clear until Saturday, and it violated the NFL injury update, and it caused havoc in the betting markets as well, including for me, because we'd released a play on the over early in the week between the Bears and Ravens because Lamar was looking like he was going to play. The line was around 49. I didn't want it to hit that key number of 51. It got up to 50 and a half, by the way, on Friday, and that's why we put it out early. And then, of course, when it's announced he's out, Tyler Huntley ends up being the quarterback. It plummets down to 45. It lands 46. So many of you still won the game because I know many of you messaged me during the weekend on Saturday and Sunday, is it still a play? And I said, yes, it is. I still like the general concept of the handicap, Bears defense, Ravens coming off a bye week to work on the offense. And we got extra line value. So depending on when you play that, it was either a win or a loss. Now, I count that as a loss on my WagerTalk record. We would have had a 3-0 sweep on Sunday at the closing line, but that's not how it works. I use the lines when I release the plays, and more times than not, we're going to have a better number by releasing it early. But that was a really weird situation. Of course, you recall also the Bears were a public underdog last week. And by the way, fading the public last week went 5-1. You know, the public has had only one good week this season, and that was 2 weeks ago when they swept the board. And I said, well, they giveth it back or they taketh it more? Well, they giveth it back. Seriously, 5-1 fading the public last week, including 3-0 fading the public dogs. I love fading public dogs. In fact, we've hit over 80% this year in that video fading public dogs, and one of them was the Bears. And that line went from 7 down to below a field goal by kickoff. And, you know, I was close to using the Ravens for my best bet service, but we already had liability with the over, unfortunately. So I kept that off the card. But my point is, Lamar did not play last Sunday. Now it's a quick turnaround, just 3 days of rest and travel, because Baltimore is the road team. So I don't know if he's going to play or not. The line is priced like he's going to, though, and here's why I say that. As I do this video Monday afternoon, the Ravens right now are a 7.5-point road favorite. The total's around 49.5, 50. If you look at the advanced line last week on Tuesday, a week ago, before any of the injury reports came out, when it looked like Lamar was going to play, when I put the over out early for that reason, this was the look-ahead line at both DraftKings and the Superbook Westgate in Las Vegas, which puts lines out the week before. They had the Ravens by 7.5, a total around 50. So this is exactly where it was priced last week when it looked like Lamar was playing. So the sports books, I believe, as of Monday at least, think Jackson is going to go. I think he might. I don't know what to predict, and I'm not going to try to guess. So we're going to look at the total here. Stay away from the side and look at the total, because whether Huntley or Jackson goes, I like the over once again this week for a few reasons. First of all, the Baltimore defense still has issues this year. They're giving up over 30 points a game. And let's not be surprised. That game last week, as I mentioned, landed 46. And that was frustrating because it went over the 45, but stayed under that initial line of 49.5. But keep in mind also, I think there were 5 field goals inside the 20 in that game. If they punch just a couple of those in like they should, the game gets up into the 50s. So even with Tyler Huntley at quarterback, if Jackson doesn't go, I still like the over 49.5, over 50 in this game, because once again, 51 is a key number, and we're getting some value. If he's upgraded to probable or a sure thing, this line might hit 51 by kickoff. Huntley looked good last week, you know, and Cooper Rush had been the backup for 4 other games this season. Cooper Rush had some really bad numbers this year. No touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 5.8 yards per pass. Tyler Huntley played his second game this past Sunday, and he played well. And overall this season, in his 2 appearances, 6.9 yards per pass, 1 touchdown, no picks, and a 100.5 QB rating, while Cooper Rush had a 48.8. Now, I'm not going to say that he's better than Lamar Jackson. He's not. Lamar Jackson's averaging over 9 yards per pass, 130 rating. I think this line's kind of priced like Lamar's going to play, so I like the over if he's back, which I think he might be. But even if we get Huntley again, I'm not afraid to play the over here, because the Dolphins' defense has been terrible this season. Miami's defense is as bad as anyone in the league. They're giving up just 27 points per game, but they're giving up over 6 yards per play, over 7 yards per pass, 5 yards per rush. They've been bad against both the run and the pass, but their offense is starting to pick things up here. Tua is getting a little more consistent. Had an excellent game last week at Atlanta, 138.6 rating, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. He had a terrible game against the Browns, but the Browns are one of the best defensive teams in the league. Baltimore's not at that level. And he also struggled a bit against the Chargers. But then against the Panthers, he had a monster game. Against the Jets, he had a good game as well. So he's picked on the weaker teams, especially the weaker defensive teams. And while I think Baltimore's better than their 2-5 straight-up record, they still have a suspect defense. I look for both offenses to hold the edge on Thursday night, whether Lamar or Huntley is at quarterback. Take a look at the over 50 between the Ravens and Dolphins. A lot of uncertainty. I'm doing this video on Monday because I like to get them up early, and I'm putting my 8-1 NFL Thursday night prime record on the line. We'll try to make it 9-1 with the over 50 on Thursday night. What are your thoughts on this game? Drop your comments below. Look, if we get some clarity on the injury situation later in the week, I'll drop them in the comments. Or if you see it first, comment along because we're all here to win and learn and earn to win together here on WagerTalk TV. And if you like a side or total or maybe a player prop, drop that below as well. And positive comments are always loved here. I will keep these weeknight videos coming, including a ton of the college football primetime games this week. You know, the last 2 weeks since these Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday night, Friday night college football games have all gone full force. I've given you every one for free. The last 2 weeks, I gave you all 18 weeknight college football games, and some of them are ugly. But ugly games need love too, especially when they're standalone national TV games, because I know you all do love to play them. You're doing your own handicapping. I will keep giving you analysis. And look, most of these do not make my best bet card. If I'm doing every single weeknight football game, a lot of them are light leans only. Treat them maybe as a 1% TV opinion. But if you want my official best bets, be a direct client on WagerTalk.com, on my page, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, and get my official best bets, which I rate as 4% of bankroll. Speaking about how we just missed that 3-0 sweep in the NFL, some of you went 3-0, but I counted it as 2-1 because of what the lines were. Still number one in NFL profit over the past year. The last 365 days, I've won over 50 units alone in just the NFL. Last year, we were number one in baseball. We were number one all time on NBA sides in the history of WagerTalk. I cash consistently. I handicap 5 major sports: college and pro football, college and pro basketball, and Major League Baseball. And over this next week is the only time of year in which you can get all 5 sports at once with a direct subscription. Of course, college and pro football is here basically on a daily basis with all these weeknight games. The NBA started last week. College hoops starts next Monday. The World Series is going on this week as I speak. Get all 5 major sports with an all-access direct subscription. Now, if you want a 7-day sampler, it's just $99. Normal price, 7 days for $99. That's football, baseball, and basketball. Or how about getting another 23 days at it for just $100 more? That's right. 1 week is $99. Or how about 30 days for $199? And I know what you're saying. Hey, look, I'm looking at the WagerTalk website. It says 30 days is $299. Nope, not with promo code SM199. As you see the details on your screen, you get an instant $100 discount at checkout, and you'll get 30 days and nights, not for $299, but just $199. Lock in and get all of my college and pro football, college and pro basketball best bets, and the rest of the World Series for just dollars a day, just dollars a play with promo code SM199. 30 days all access for $199. Now go to the website rather. When you check out, it says $299. Use promo code SM199 to get that instant $100 discount on a 30-day all access. Or I'll point out once again this week, I've kept it up because it's been so popular, and I really think this is the package you need to get. So I'm really pushing it because it's the way to take a consistent investment approach, and that's to play consistently every day, 365 straight days and nights with the 1-year all access. And right now you can still get that instant $500 discount, no promo code needed, plus a bonus 25% coupon included. If you've been dragging your heels on this, maybe you did the 1 week or the weekend warrior, maybe you've been trying me out for a couple weeks. If you want to upgrade, you can still get that instant $500 discount on a 1-year all access. No promo code needed. It's on my page right now, Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And this includes every college and pro football, basketball, and baseball best bet for 365 days and nights plus. The reason I say plus is if I ever pass, last week, for example, the previous Thursday, there was only a few games. I never force a best bet just to have action. If I pass on a given day, you get another day added to your best bet service. So it is a true 365 days of best bets, all sports, all access for just $1 a play with that discount applied. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. And that, by the way, is listed right above the daily free play. And that's right. I post a daily free play on over an 80% run the past 2 weeks on the free plays. And those have been last cuts for my best bet service, which alone has hit over 65% over the past month. And the best bets, the ones that have been the last cut, the free opinions, have hit another 80%. So if you're still building your bankroll, if you're new to sports betting, if you're doing your own handicapping, Go to my page daily to get the free play, and also check out those special offers and promo codes to get my best bets. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com. Get there quicker. Shortcut, WT.buzz/SM. If you're finding these videos useful, as I said earlier, quick thumbs up, like is all I ask. If you have a couple more seconds, a positive comment below, as I do read the comments, I reply back. Make sure you click subscribe and you click the bell here for an instant alert so you'll know when all these weeknight videos are posted, including my Thursday night prime games like this. Also, the Sunday and Monday night football games. I put those up free every week for you. Also, college football top 25 video for Saturday. NFL Fade the Public for Sunday, which is crushing it this year, including 5-1 last Sunday for free right here on WagerTalk TV. All you got to do is click subscribe and click that bell for an instant alert. And on the way out, I also post links to all these videos when they're posted. Free plays daily, best bet specials on X and Instagram. Follow me on social media at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to WagerTalk TV because you know there are more free play videos coming up, including all these weeknight college football games right here, right now.
And to the opening line report, Kelly Stewart here on this beautiful Monday morning. We're going to bring in Teddy Covers right away because we're going to do a little quicker format. Teddy and I are listening to the comments. We're listening to YouTube. And so we're going to kind of change things up just a little bit. Teddy, if you blindly bet the favorite in the over yesterday, you went an astounding 16-3 and won. $100 better to be up $1,270. And that means Kelly had a bad day. And I'll say this, the only exciting game was Jets-Bengals, and it wasn't that exciting for me because I had Bengals in Survivor.
Sure. The Bengals lose, the Falcons lose, carnage in Survivor, and they were the only 2 favorites all day not to cover. Favorites going, including the Chargers on Thursday night, 10-2 for the week. Overs 9-1. I counted 2 pushes with the overs, and my numbers are slightly different from yours, but Houston, San Fran landed 41. Miami, Atlanta landed 44. The Ravens, Bears landed right in the middle, which again is another not great scenario for sports books. Could have gone over everything, but Chicago couldn't punch it in from a first and goal late in the game. And of course, when you have all the favorites cashing and all the overs cashing, it's a bad combo for sports book. Another good week for the public, another bad week for wise guys. I had my worst week of the year in the NFL. It was not a good day for the clients yesterday. I got one job, be decent, and I stunk. And you never feel good on a Monday morning when your plays stink. That being said, 10 of the 11 games yesterday were decided by double-digit margins. 7 were decided by 18 points or more. If you were betting NFL teasers yesterday, long teasers, any kind of teasers you wanted, we'll call it an abject disaster. Bad day for teaser bettors, bad day for the sports books.
Yeah, I'm very glad I ended up staying off those teasers this last week. Teddy, you and I, welcome in, guys. If you got a comment, please drop it in. We appreciate all of you hanging out with us here live, especially those Wager Talk insiders. So, Teddy, Monday Night Football, let everybody know where they can watch your video really quickly on the Commanders at the Chiefs.
Yeah, I have a video up for Commanders and the Chiefs. You can find it on my homepage, WT.buzz/TC, where I break down the game. You can always find it on YouTube. And, of course, the Wager Talk YouTube channel, we're approaching 250,000 followers now. If you haven't done so, follow the channel. I understand. My pick stunk yesterday. But you know what? The analysis today is going to be spot on this show. We still, we get mad for a little while. We have our moment, and we sit down and get to work. And that's what every bettor needs to be doing, good day or bad. But anyhow, visit the page, WT.buzz/TC. Check out the YouTube channel, Wager Talk TV. And, of course, subscribe if you have not done so already. Get those instant alerts every time these videos go live. And this time of year is a time of year where you need to be subscribed to this channel. There is so much free content we're putting out every single day, Kel.
Absolutely. Teddy, I got my pen and paper ready because this show is all about information, getting the best of it. And that is what is so important to me. I did not get the best of the information on this Ravens game, but somehow I still got the cover last week. Baltimore with Tyler Huntley looked decent. Maybe the Bears looked bad, but let's talk about this Thursday night football game. Ravens, Dolphins finally got a nice win as well.
Sure. Look ahead line. Yeah, 2 teams that desperately needed a good performance. Both came through with winning showings. Look ahead line here. This Baltimore 7.5. That was with the Lamar Jackson line, 50.5. My powering number, and I continue to be I continue to rate Baltimore a little bit higher than I think I should and still be below the market number on Baltimore. My powering number came Baltimore 6.5. The markets are 7.5 and 50 to open, and they're 7.5 and 50 this morning. So we really haven't seen any movement on this game so far. As for Baltimore, I mean, yards per play against Chicago, the final score looks lopsided. Yards per play 6.0 versus 6.0. But what did the Ravens do? No turnovers. 177 rushing yards at 5.2 yards per carry. Tyler Huntley, only 5 incomplete passes in that ball game. Now, we do expect Lamar Jackson back for Thursday Night Football. They had lost 11 of their last 13 without Jackson in the lineup. Managed to win one yesterday. Fullback Patrick Ricard, quote, getting a lot more guys back healthy and playing just feels like a fresh new start for us. Right now, we're 1-0. And of course, let's not forget, Baltimore, despite their record after Pittsburgh losing yesterday, they're the favorites in the AFC North again, and they're likely to be favored in each of their next 7 ball games, barring disaster. As for Miami, I thought they quit on their coach and quit on their season. Well, apparently not so much. Mike McDaniel. Anytime you have an embarrassing outing as a team, you can go one of two ways. I didn't see the negative way as being something that was on the table for this locker room. What'd they do? No turnovers, 37 minutes of possession, complete domination as the touchdown underdog from the opening kick in that contest. Tua had thrown 3 picks in each of the previous 2 games and was added to the injury report before the game because he was sick. He was really good at that ball game. His quote, probably one of the worst experiences I've had in terms of waking up and having that on game day, being sick. He ended up wearing a visor. Jalen Waddle, quote, Tua is not one to be rattled easily. He's extremely confident, and we're extremely confident in him. Baltimore, very much a team that the betting markets expect to be right in the playoff mix, despite their 2-6 record. Miami, at this number, the betting markets are saying, yeah, well, you beat Atlanta. Maybe there are issues in Atlanta. There's not sold on the Dolphins just yet.
I'm not sure I'm sold on the Dolphins either. And 2 other teams I'm not sold on that coincidentally get to play each other this week. We have the Bears tank it on the Cincinnati Bengals. We mentioned the Bengals off that ugly Jets loss. Kind of talk to me about Caleb Williams and the Bears and where they go forward from here. I'm feeling all right about my under 8.5 wins ticket right now, Teddy.
So the look-ahead line for Chicago, there were -1.5s out there for the Bears. There were pick'ems on the look-ahead line as well. Total was 48.5. Note that 48.5. My powering number comes Bears -0.5. I usually write that as pick/1. That means it's a half-point difference. But I had Chicago -1 as my powering. Opened last night, Chicago -1.5, 51.5. We've seen nothing but over money. Still Bears still Bears -1.5, but now we're seeing 52.5s, even 53s out there. I thought about emergency betting alert this total, but honestly, I think that you can still find 51.5s right now. If you shop around, there's not enough of them for me to say that's widely available. But if you like this over, I would find one of the places where it's still 51.5 or 52 and bet it now. We are seeing 52.5, 53 is the prevailing number. What happened with the Bears yet? Yeah, I mean, your Bears, look, season win totals, one of the beauty about them is you can have bad starts and things can turn mid-season. I'm not selling the Bears after yesterday's showing. They played equal in terms of yards per play with Baltimore. They just weren't efficient. They had one of those days. They had 11 penalties. After forcing 15 turnovers of the previous 4 weeks, the defense didn't force any yesterday. They went 1 of 3 in the red zone, only scoring 1 touchdown of the 3 chances. And they really had a chance. They outgained the Ravens 125-8 in the first quarter and settled for 2 field goals. And that was the difference in the game. If they're up 14-0, it's a very different game in that contest. Caleb Williams talked about the penalties. Quote, we got to emphasize it more. That's what it comes down to. We have to figure out a solution. We have to figure it out, find a solution because it's hurting us as an offense. Worth noting from an injury standpoint, Chicago missing a pair of starting defensive backs yesterday, Tyreek Stevenson and Kyler Gordon. And during the game, they lost a pair of defensive linemen in Dominic Robinson and Shamar Turner. So that could be as many as 4 starting defenders from the line and the secondary that might not play in this one against the Bengals team that just hung 38 against the Jets yesterday and still found a way to lose. I mean, the Jets gained over 500 yards. Only the second time in 25 years the Jets have gained over 500 yards. And, of course, that came against Zach Taylor's Bengals. And I mean, there were some positive signs. They had 2 rushing touchdowns in the first 7 weeks of the season. They had 3 by the midway point of the fourth quarter of that ball game. But I didn't like the quotes after the game. I really didn't. Jamar Chase, this game should have been over when it was 16-31, 28, whatever the hell they had. It should have been over. It should have been over. That's throwing the defense under the bus. Zach Taylor, humbling for us, certainly. Quote, I think someone needs to step up and lead the group. That's what I'm waiting to see. Someone to step up and lead the group and take some accountability over there and get this thing going the right way. That's the coach throwing the defense under the bus. Can't blame Flacco. He hung 38 points on a weak offense. Flacco, no picks, 1 sack. They had 181 rushing yards, 7.9 yards per carry. But now they're 1-5 straight up the last 6. The defense has allowed 40, 28, 37, 27, 31, and 39 points in those games. Not a single stellar showing. I guess it wasn't a coordinator problem. Lou Anarumo last year versus Al Golden this year. Defense was not good last year. Notre Dame's defense was good. Anarumo's defense in Indy is good this year. And by the way, Trey Hendrickson hurt again. He hobbled off the field in the first half and did not return in that ball game. So Cincy, in that sense, a difficult team. And of course, you don't have to lay points to them here, but that was a tough loss. That was a loss that has a protection to change the trajectory of a team's season. I worry about the Bengals this week. I think the Bears are favored for good reason.
All right. We don't like those absolute catastrophic losses. And I don't know if the Giants have a catastrophic loss in losing Cam Scatterboo, but let's just say it's not good when Jackson Dart is basically wincing in pain on the sideline that his best friend and running back is going to have ankle surgery. And I believe he did last night. San Francisco kind of seemed like that square play yesterday, Teddy, that everybody wanted to tease, everybody wanted involved in, and that Texans tried to blow it there late, but San Francisco, no avail. They're now favorites on the road at New York.
Yeah, Texans tried to blow it a couple times in that game. And San Fran yesterday just wasn't good enough to take advantage. That being said, it is time for our first emergency betting alert of the morning. Like over. Bet it right now. Let me talk about it. San Fran open. Look at lines of Niners that were 2.5 and -3. Total 45.5. That's the look at line. Open last night 2.5/3. 47 the total. What are we looking at right now? 2.5 mostly out there. There's still some 3s. I'm seeing 47.5. I'm seeing 48. I'm seeing 48.5. I'm seeing 49.5 out there. You can still find 47.5, 48 if you like the over. I do that sooner rather than later. The market's saying Giants are an over team right now, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. My power rating for the game is only 2. San Fran, West Coast team traveling east for the early start game. And I wasn't sure how much to downgrade the Giants with the Scatterboo injury. I really wasn't. They're not going to win many games when you give up 33 points in the fourth quarter like they did last week. And they're not going to win many games when you give up 276 rushing yards on 8.4 yards per carry and allowed 2 different 100-yard rushers, And of course, it's the team that was 31st in the NFL coming into yesterday's game in yards per carry allowed. So you can run the football on the Giants. I expect San Fran to do a fair bit of that this week. I mean, they were in the fourth quarter, 2nd and 26, and they immediately allowed us a 29-yard run. That was just a state of the Giants' run defense yesterday. The defensive line hasn't been that bad all year, but it was pretty lousy yesterday. And, of course, they lost a couple of cornerbacks with injuries. You talked about the Scatterboo injury, and, of course, they're already operating without Malik Neighbors. That matters. They were held to less than 200 yards until the last 2 drives when the game was out of hand. Darius Slayton, quote, it's really hard to see. Young guy is having a heck of a year. Someone who's a unifying personality, an energetic personality. It's sad to see him go down. Running backs don't matter in the NFL. Tyrone Tracy, Devin Singletary will do just fine in replacing Scam Cattaboo from an on-the-field perspective. His energy in the locker room likely to be missed. As for San Francisco, I mean, the Texans had the first 6 drives, all 9 plays or longer, all resulted in points. Houston didn't. This is not a high-octane offense. They were missing their best receiver. They didn't punt until there was less than 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. San Fran, less than 19 minutes of possession. 41 minutes of plus for Houston in that ballgame. Their injury report's as ugly as it gets. 2 more starters, the defensive tackle, Jordan Elliott, the defensive end, San Akuyanu, left the game with ankle injuries. Kyle Shanahan, quote, there's not much to sugarcoat there. I was real disappointed the way we looked for all 4 quarters. First half was unacceptable. Second half didn't get much better. Not much to say except that. I mean, this team misses their game breakers. They missed Ricky Pearsall yesterday. John Jennings, Kendrick Bourne, that just aren't game breakers in that sense. George Kittle, it was a horrible first half. That was a really bad performance by our offense. And I think we completely left our young defense out to dry today because I think they played really well. The defense that allowed scores on the first 6 drives of the game, all on drives of 9 plays or longer. San Fran's hurting right now. I don't think that, again, there's a couple of threes out there. I don't think they're going to hold necessarily against the G-men. If you want the Niners that we played crappy in the first half thing, a couple of, coach and player talking about that, San Fran first half might be worth a look against the G-men, if you believe those quotes.
Ooh. All right. Well, someone I don't believe in is a guy named Kirk Cousins, and I probably should have had a little less faith in the guy when we knew Michael Penix Jr. was going to be out. But knowing Drake London was out, I was like, well, that's just going to be a dead-on loser, and sure it was. Then the other flip side was the Browns versus the New England Patriots, Teddy. I thought the Browns defense was going to show up, and they certainly did not. New England rocking and rolling on all cylinders right now. Talk to me about this matchup.
Browns defense played great in that game as long as they could. New England was better, and B, when the offense starts turning it over, that's the end. Cleveland can't overcome that. Again, I was large on Cleveland yesterday, and it was no fun whatsoever. Not the second half. First half was fine. First half, I thought everything was playing out perfectly, except for the missed field goal. Anyhow, Patriots -3, 44.5 on the look-ahead line. My powering number after the game, New England 5.5, opened 5.5, 45.5 last night. And right now we're seeing 5.5, 45. There are some 44.5s out there. We have seen a little bit of under money come in for this one. We found out, if we didn't know already, that Kirk Cousins is no Michael Penix. It was nothing but checkdowns, 5.6 yards per pass attempt, 3 and out on 4 of their first 5 drives. By then, they were way behind. Atlanta came into the game 28th in the league in points per game, 18 points per game. Think about all the top 10 draft choices they put on offense. Think about how this offensive line is supposed to be elite. Bijan Robinson, against the league's worst run defense, had 9 carries for 25 yards. Tyler Algier added 4 rushing yards, though, on his 4 attempts. Robinson, after the game, I put everything on me. I'm the leader of this offense. Of course, Drake London, a late scratch. He wasn't even on the injury report until Saturday, and then he didn't play in the game on Sunday. The sacks leader, Zach Harrison, didn't play. The safety, Jesse Bates, left the game with a injury in the third quarter. Edge rusher, Jalen Walker, cornerback Billy Bowman didn't play. Raheem Morris didn't last long in Tampa as the head coach. This was not a confidence-inspiring showing for Atlanta, not even a little bit. It may well be circle the wagons time. And look, New England is a team that it's time for them to have a flat game. The defense came out in the second half, dominated, 3 and out, interception. The offense scored touchdowns on all 3 possessions after the defensive stops. Yards per play, 6.5 to 4.1. New England looked really good. They were only 2 of 6 in the red zone. May got sacked 6 times, 5 of them by Myles Garrett. Cleveland's defense did control portions of that ball game, but 177 yards rushing against the Browns defense at 5.1 yards per rush, 11.8 yards per pass attempt from May, just dime after dime. This team hasn't had much of a home field edge in recent years. They started this year with home losses in each of their first 2 games against the Raiders and Steelers. The quotes after the game, the crib was rocking. It was loud out there, Jalen Hawkins. Jake May talking about the home crowd. It's really cool to see a difference from last year. They've been through it. The fans have been through it the last couple of years. A credit to them. There's lots of positives in New England right now. But, boy, this team's ready to have a flat game. That's why this line isn't 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7. There will be some support for Atlanta in the markets. It is a Falcons spot for whatever the fourth spot plays. The last couple of weeks haven't done all that well, but this is surely a Falcon spot.
Yes, I can see that, Teddy. And I can also see why people keep wanting to back the Indianapolis Colts. Double-digit favorites have not fared well this season, but did not stop this freight train. They're looking really good, not turning the ball over. And now they face a Steelers team that was up when I went to bed last night at halftime. I'm not sure what happened in the fourth quarter there, but the Packers scored 21, and it was over when I woke up this morning at 5 a.m.
Sure. So look headline, Indy minus 2.5 and 49. My powering number, Indy minus 2.5. Last night was a split line. There were 2.5s and 3s out there, total of 49. The 2.5s are gone this morning. The markets have moved to Indy minus 3. There are even some places Indy minus 3 with juice already. So the Colts officially getting some betting market love, and perhaps Pittsburgh officially getting some betting market not love. Indy yesterday outgained Tennessee by 3 full yards per snap, 8.1 yards on offense, 5.1 allowed on defense, and no turnovers. Hell, they had Riley Leonard in the game taking fourth quarter snaps. It was a big, bad blowout. Jonathan Taylor, 3 touchdowns on 12 carries, 153 yards. No running back has won MVP since Adrian Peterson in 2012. Certainly, Jonathan Taylor is on that list right now. He's had 3 touchdowns in 4 different games so far this season. That's incredible. Indy's now won 4 straight. They've scored at least 31 points in each game. They're the highest scoring team in the NFL. Danny Dimes has avoided a turnover 6 times in 8 games, 21 of 29 yesterday, 272 yards, 3 touchdowns. They did punt 4 times. That's the most that they've had all year in a game where they scored 38 points and covered by margin as double-digit chalk. They still ended up punting. There are some defensive injuries to be aware of. Samson Ebukam, Tyquan Lewis, I should say, both missed yesterday's game on the defensive line. That is a concern for a team that the offense is carrying them. The defense is problematic. You want to talk about problematic defenses, though? Pittsburgh's defense, 7.2 yards per play allowed yesterday. This is the NFL's highest paid defense, filled with savvy veterans, and they got lit up again. They lost to the Bengals, got lit up in that game, lost to the Packers, got lit up in that game. Defensive captain Cameron Hayward, quote, "There's not a lot of fight in us right now," talking about the defense. Mike Tomlin, we're going to be better in all areas. Starts first with the positions we put players in as coaches, as players, all of us. We own it. We'll be better. We have to be. Jordan Love looked like vintage Aaron Rodgers last night, 9.7 yards per pass attempt, no picks, no sacks. Aaron Rodgers does not look like vintage Aaron Rodgers anymore. He looks like an aging QB on a team with a bad defense. Not surprised the 2.5s got bought up for Indy between last night and this morning.
All right. If you guys are just joining us, a little over 2,000 of you right now on the WagerTalk YouTube page. And of course, those social channels. Shout out to our WagerTalk insiders, WT.buzz/insiders, $2.99 a month. Gets you a lot of early access, plus, some extra bonuses, we'll call it here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Teddy, before we get into Panthers at the Packers, tell me what you've got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
I don't have a lot of them. I got a 5% big ticket tonight in Major League Baseball. The World Series Game 3 between the Blue Jays and Dodgers. The baseball, look, so the football's been crappy the last couple of weeks for sure, and this week was a disaster. Luckily for the all-access clients, the basketball's been just fine, and the baseball's been great. 21-7 in the MLB postseason over the last 2 years, 75%, up close to 40 units of profit. You can get that play right now on my page, again, WT.buzz/TC, or just visit the website, WagerTalk.com, for the 5% big ticket in MLB for Monday night. I will have NBA posted as well. That will be after the show. I am passing on Monday Night Football tonight as an official play, like I talked about earlier. You can see the Chiefs Commanders free play video on my homepage at WT.buzz/TC, or on YouTube on the WagerTalk TV YouTube channel.
All right. The Panthers was my other stinker of a bet yesterday, Teddy. And they just got absolutely rolled. Let's just be real. Andy Dalton, what an abomination. You can't take that sack. And guess what? Here we are. As I mentioned, I went to bed at halftime, and the Packers looked okay leading up into that moment, then came alive in the fourth quarter on Sunday Night Football.
Sure. Look headline here, Green Bay minus 10.5. 43.5. My powering number, Green Bay minus 11.5. The markets opened 11/11.5 last night. 43.5 the total. and we're seeing 12.5/13 out there after Green Bay looked as good as they looked in the second half of that ballgame. This line will bounce around based on what the status is of Bryce Young. We talked about how Kirk Cousins is no Michael Penix. Andy Dalton is a name we remember from many years ago, but the Red Rifle is no Bryce Young. He took 7 sacks, no touchdowns, threw a pick. Carolina had a 3-game winning streak, and that came to a screeching halt in that ball game. Dalton, quote, "It's tough. Obviously, I've got to do a better job protecting the ball, especially at the point early in the game. We had some momentum. We're close to scoring. I've got to hold on to it." The defense is actually gashed on the ground. They gave up 216 yards on 19 carries to Cook for Buffalo. Yards per play, 4.1 yards per play on offense, 6.8 yards per play on defense. Lots of games like that yesterday with 2.5, 3-point yards per play differential, which tells us all the blowouts were not accidental. And of course, when you're getting outgained by 2.7 yards per play and you're -3 in turnovers, the defense didn't force any, you're likely to lose by margin. Worth noting for Carolina, they lost 3 starting offensive linemen during the game. That's certainly a concern. That's a unit that struggled with injuries all year, and they're thin right now. Lost a pair of defenders as well in the second half of that contest. Head coach Dave Canales after the game, quote, "I just have a lot of confidence in this group and the football that we've been playing, knowing that was not us. What we put out there today was not us. That's not the ball we've been playing. That's allowed us to have a lot of success. Let's get refocused and get back to work." Certainly a bounce back spot here against Green Bay. Packers, they'd be the number 1 seed in the NFC if the playoffs started today. But despite their 5-1-1 record, they're 1-4 against the spread the last 5. No betting bandwagon for Green Bay. Jordan Love was really good last night. Really good. 10 different receivers caught a pass. Again, 9.7 yards per pass attempt. No picks, no sacks. Michael Parsons, quote, "He showed why he's the successor to Aaron Rodgers. He's the up and coming, like Jay Love." What I'm talking about when I was coming here, I know they got a quarterback, Matt LaFleur. He was on fire. That's why we kept wanting to throw the football. Worth noting, they did get Christian Watson back. The receiving core. It's a receiving core that's had kind of shuttling guys in and out. Watson, a big playmaker for them in recent seasons, but he tore his ACL in last year's regular season finale. He had 4 catches for 85 yards in his return. That makes the Packers even better than they were.
Okay, let's go to Detroit, where we have an NFC North rivalry game. Looks like it's going to be J.J. McCarthy for the Vikings. Dan Campbell off a bye.
Yeah, we got an emergency betting alert this one, and this one's probably the most urgent of them all. If you like the Vikings, bet them right now, right now. We've seen money flowing for Minnesota this morning. I'm still seeing 8.5s out there and 8s out there. I would expect this line to be 7.5 in the not too distant future. So I know 8's kind of a dead number. Doesn't matter. You want Minnesota, bet it sooner rather than later. Look at line here with Detroit 8.5, 47.5. My powering number is 7.5. The market's open 9/9.5, 48.5 last night. And obviously 8.5 is a really number right now. We're going to see, we've already seen Minnesota money. I think we'll see a little bit more. We're not going to see Carson Wentz again. It's J.J. McCarthy time this week. And maybe, again, my powering number is only 7.5. The markets haven't crashed on Minnesota yet. There's still a school of thought out there, myself included, that this is a pretty good team that suffered from some unlucky games and some bad quarterback play, and that there's hope for J.J. McCarthy. Certainly McCarthy was someone who they came into the season with a lot of confidence. And when he played early, he had 1 good quarter, the 4th quarter against the Bears on national TV, and 7 awful quarters where he looked like a rookie and not a first-round rookie in that sense, or playing behind a good offensive line. This team has just suffered back-to-back losses for the first time since last October. And it's worth noting, when they suffered last October, the back-to-back losses, it was also a Sunday-Thursday turnaround. So they have the mini bye here for Minnesota. They won 9 straight after that Sunday-Thursday turnaround, back-to-back losses. And they were crushed against the Chargers. 12 first downs in that game versus 29 for LA. Just 3 of 11 on 3rd down. They had the ball for just 21 minutes in the game. Kevin O'Connell, quote, "This is not a bury the tape kind of time for our organization. This is a watch it, view it, own it. Every coach and every player. It starts with me. I did not have our team prepared to play." The defense did get gashed in LA, and that's a concern. They ended the game tied 10th in the league, allowing 20 points a game. Chargers scored 30 or more for the first time all season, didn't punt against this defense. So, this is, again, Detroit's a really good team off a win versus Tampa and a bye, which isn't necessarily an optimal bet on spot. So I'm not going to call this Minnesota. We find out if Minnesota can do anything here, but we're getting to the point right now where if the Vikings have another bad performance, the market's going to crash on them. As we've seen so far today, the market's not crashing on Minnesota. They're supporting them against Detroit in a game where, again, with the extra time to prepare, with the transition from Wentz to McCarthy, markets are expecting better things than what we just saw from the Minnesota Vikings this week.
My bright spot yesterday, Teddy, minus the fact that I had an awful number on the Ravens and they still covered without Lamar Jackson, was the Denver Broncos. Technically, I'm a Broncos fan, and normally I'm pretty hard on this team, but boy, did they look good yesterday against a crappy Cowboys defense.
Yeah, Houston at home against Denver. Denver look-ahead line -1.5, 39. My powering number, I call it pick/1, or the Broncos -0.5 a point as road favorites. The markets opened last night, 1.5, 39.5. And that's basically what we're seeing today. There are some ones out there, maybe more ones than 1.5s. But 39.5 the total. If you want Houston, I wouldn't argue taking them on the money line here now. I'm seeing them 1.5s getting bought up a little bit. But I'm not, that's not you got to run. It's not the Vikings work one, you got to run. This one, I don't think that's necessarily the case. Talked about Houston, the best game of the season we've seen from that offense. First 6 drives, all drives of 9 plays or longer, all resulted in points. They didn't punt until less than 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, 41+ minutes of possession. And that was all without Nico Collins. No problem. 9 different receivers caught a pass, 157 rushing yards. Stroud wasn't sacked in the ball game. Wide receiver Xavier Hutchinson, quote, "We got a lot of players who want the ball, and he can do something with the ball. I felt like it was a great time for us to step up and show that's exactly what we did." Stroud, quote, "Spreading the ball around is great for everyone. I love seeing my guys make plays." D'Amico Ryans, quote, "What I'm most proud of is how we finished the game. Had some good starts. We haven't finished games, and that's the key for us." Certainly a showdown here. 2 good defenses. I'll say that much. That's why this total is as low as it is. That being said, Denver's offense has been really good in that fourth quarter against the Giants. And again, yesterday, 4 60+ yard touchdown drives before halftime. Bo Nix picking up right where he left off in that fourth quarter against the G-Men. 7.5 yards per play. Defense allowed only 5.0. 179 rushing yards at 6.4 yards per carry. 4 touchdowns and 5 red zone tries. Bo Nix was not sacked in that ball game. They did lose Pat Surtain to a shoulder injury before halftime, but here's the guard, Quinn Miners, Miners, I should say. This is what we've been chasing. Complementary football on offense, defense, and special teams. There's still penalty things we need to work through, but this is what we are capable of. There's Super Bowl upside with Denver, and that team showed yesterday. They're probably better than Houston, and the markets are telling us that as Denver is being road favorite. But from a spot standpoint, you do worry about Denver a little bit. Fat and happy might not be the best spot to lay points in the road with them, but I do think they are better than Houston. I believe in both of these defenses.
Teddy, the comment section also believes in Denver, and that makes me, the contrarian in my brain says if it gets to 1.5, maybe I take Houston there in a teaser spot at home. There's been a couple gimmies, if you will, right? Gimme spots, teams to play against. Boy, does this look like a gimme for the Chargers on the road at the Tennessee Titans, who fired their coach, looked okay against New England. The wheels fell off, and they continue to fall off last week in Indianapolis. Talk to me about the Chargers being double-digit road favorites here.
Sure. Look at line here. Chargers, there were 7.5, there were 8.5, total 43.5. My powering numbers come 10.5 for the Chargers in that ball game. The markets opened 10 and 43.5 last night, and that's pretty much what we're seeing this morning. There are rogue 10.5s and 9.5s out there, but 10 and 43, the prevailing number. The offensive line held up against Minnesota for the Chargers. They got Joe Alt and Trey Pippins both active. They got the linebackers, Khalil Mack back and Denzel Perryman for the second game together. That being said, they still got hurt in the ballgame. Derwin James got hurt, was impact player at safety. The right guard, Mekhi Becton, got hurt in that game. They lost a cornerback as well. they still dominated. 29 first downs compared to 12. Carson Wentz, the quote from the opposing team, hats off to their defense on a short week. Ladd McConkey, quote, if we don't beat ourselves, I feel like we're a hard football team to beat. Again, they scored 30 points for the first time all year and didn't punt. That's certainly a positive sign facing a Texans team that allowed 8.1 yards per play. They've lost now 3 straight, including both games since Brian Callahan was fired and Mike McCoy took over. 6 of their 7 losses have come by double-digit margins. They're not staying competitive in these contests. This is the worst team in the league, and they're missing multiple defensive starters now. Jeffrey Simmons didn't play. They lost linebacker Ali Gay. They lost starting safety Xavier Woods in game yesterday. Interim coach McCoy. It stinks losing. It's frustrating for everyone when you're not winning football games. We got to find a way to win one of these games each week. It's tougher to swallow the pill. That's not a bet on, quote, in this bettor's opinion.
Ooh, this game coming up is not great. We got the Jags now playing the Las Vegas Raiders. Jags are off a bye. The Raiders are off a bye. And yet the Jags are just a small road favorite here.
Yeah, this is, I think, likely to be our final emergency betting alert of the show. Let's fire it up there. If you like over, at the over right now, we're seeing significant support for the over. There are still 44.5s out there. There are still 45s out there. The market has largely moved to 45.5 for this ballgame. They're expecting points in bunches. Look ahead line here was Jaguars -3, 44.5. My powering number, Jaguars -4.5. Markets opened 3 and 44 last night. And now we're seeing 3 as high as 45.5 out there right now. 44.5, 45 still available. The Jags are 4-3, but off losses to Seattle and then a really bad loss to the Rams. But again, the offense scored 12 and 7 points in the 2 defeats. And then the bye week. The Raiders, again, first-year head coaches, you expect improvement off the bye week. Jacksonville with the first-year head coach. The Raiders also with the first-year head coach. Raiders 2-5, off as bad a loss you'll ever see against Kansas City, where they got out first down 30-3. I don't expect this line to move off of 3. I already talked about where I expect the total to move. Any further moves on this one, only going to be injury-related when it comes to injury news. 2 teams that did not play this past Sunday.
Very quick synopsis on that one. And that was because I don't know if that's a game anybody wants to get involved in. And here's another stinker of a team. 4 turnovers. I cannot for the life of me understand the Saints team. What are they tanking at this point for Steve Sarkisian? What is going on? Now they are very big favorites here at the Los Angeles Rams, who are off that interesting game versus the Ravens that was very banged up.
Steve Sarkisian. Why would they want Steve Sarkisian? And why would Sarkisian? The whole point of this stuff is why would the coach want those jobs? Like,
Arch Manning's the only thing that makes sense.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not getting distracted. But the coach, the coach, this coach is going there. It's silly speak. Remember, everyone needs content. Everyone needs clicks. None of those, most of 99.9% of what you're reading about what coach should go where is someone trying to get clicks, not anyone that knows what the frick's going on in the upstairs. So take that stuff with a grain of salt. Look headline here. Rams -12.5, 45.5. My powering number, Rams -12. The market's open 13.5, 44.5 last night, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. There are 14s popping up for LA. They're not prevailing yet. I wouldn't argue if you like the Rams, lay 13.5 sooner rather than later. That being said, I don't love this spot for the Rams. So McVay's been really good coming out of the bye week. All right. That much is true. They're off a win at Baltimore, a blowout win in London against the Jags in the bye. The last 2 years, they came out of the bye with 3 straight victories, although not all of them by margin. Although 3 years ago, they came out of the bye and lost 3 in a row. So sample size. Saints, again, the offense committed 4 turnovers. Now we have quarterback controversy with Tyler Shuck getting in the ballgame yesterday, but Tyler Shuck wasn't any good either. Kellen Moore, quote, the quarterback change had more to do with the whole offense just not playing well and hopefully trying to generate some sort of spark there. I love Spence. I love Tyler. I love these guys to death. These are never easy things. This is an easy thing. New Orleans will have a new quarterback next year that's not on the roster now because neither one of these guys is likely to be a starter. We're just not executing and playing at a high enough standard. We got to find a way to move the football consistently, protect the football, and score a point. And this is a pure, full offensive evaluation point. We've got to evaluate this whole thing in the next 48 hours, find the solutions, and get the best chance to win. I'm not into flip-flopping quarterbacks. I'm not into this back-and-forth game. We have to make some decisions going forward as a whole offense collectively with a lot of positions. Spentler Rattler is 1-13 in his 14 NFL starts. I would expect to see Tyler Shuck as the QB moving forward. His interception, by the way, it was an accurate pass. It just got torn away by the defender. And worth noting, the Saints defense held Tampa under 4 yards per play, an impressive defensive showing, even though the offense turned the ball over 4 times for the second straight week. Like I said, those are the type of quotes that make me think there'll be a QB change, and Rattler hasn't been good enough to keep his job.
And he doesn't deserve to keep his job. I'm very excited for this game. This is probably going to be one of the best games of the season. The Kansas City Chiefs head to Buffalo, Teddy. Break this one down for me. I know the Chiefs play tonight still on Monday Night Football, but do you think maybe there's a look ahead?
Well, look ahead line was KC -1.5 and 50.5. My powering number comes pick 'em for this game, and I've got the Chiefs power rated as the best team in the league. The markets have opened Kansas City -1/-1.5 prior to Monday Night Football. There are 51.5, 52s out there for the total. Could KC look ahead? Sure they could, but that's not been KC's problem. But KC hasn't been a let's blow everybody out every week team either. They are 4-1 straight up their last 5. And the only game they lost was the 99-yard pick 6 game against Jacksonville, where a 14-point swing made a pretty big difference in a game the Jags won by 3. So if Kansas City wins today, the betting bandwagon only gets bigger for a team that already has a pretty big betting bandwagon right about now. As for Buffalo, pretty big blowout yesterday. Mitch Trubisky got off the bench. That's all you need to know. Cook had 216 rushing yards. The defense had 7 sacks of Andy Dalton. They were +3 in turnovers. They won by 2.7 yards per play. Sean McDermott now 9-0 coughing off a bye. Quote, different attitude and different energy for his team after losing the last 2 going into the bye. They did lose a couple of key pieces of the defensive line. Ed Oliver got hurt in that ball going, and Daquan Jones didn't play. Those are 2 impact players on the defensive line against an offense that you need you need to put some pressure on Mahomes or you get picked apart in that contest. Not surprised KC is favored here, even though my number comes pick 'em.
All right, Sunday Night Football, the Seahawks off back-to-back wins. Then they play the Commanders, who play tonight. This is going to be an interesting one because is Jaden Daniels going to be healthy enough to play in this contest?
Yeah, I didn't mention it, and I should have mentioned it with Carolina, Green Bay. I have it written in my notes right here. The Bryce Young versus Andy Dalton factor is likely to affect that number. Bryce Young, the quarterback that people want to see on the field, he's the starter. In this instance, Daniels. And so my number, look at line here, Seattle -2.5/-3, total of 46. I made 2 numbers. I made a Mariota number and a Daniels number. The Daniels number is Seattle -2.5. The Mariota number is Seattle -4.5, a 2-point difference between the two. The markets opened 3 and 46 last night. I'm seeing some 3.5s popping up now at leading indicator books for Washington, but that will be affected most assuredly by what happens this evening. Again, Monday Night Football with Mariota behind center this evening. If Daniels comes back, we will likely see this number come down. And if he doesn't come back, it's going to be Mariota moving forward, or at least for another week. We'll likely see the number go up. As for Seattle, they're 5-2. They're off back-to-back wins before the bye. The Monday Night Football win against the Texans, and then as well as the Jags. So they had a national TV win and a little bit of a shorter bye because they played on the Monday night. But realistically, Seattle's a team that the markets have moved on pretty significantly since the start of the season. They're one of the surprise teams. And one of the things that makes me mad about my struggles in recent weeks is that when you talk about a formula for winning in October, you bet on the surprise teams before the markets catch up. With surprise teams, Indy, good. New England, good. Seattle, good in that sense. And I feel like I've been doing the opposite of what I'm supposed to be doing to the basic strategy for October. And of course, that's now come and gone. So you have to find your new basic strategy for November and beyond. The November basic strategy is not as easy as what you want to do in September and October. That said, this number will move based pretty much exclusively on A, how Washington looks tonight, and B, which quarterback is behind center for the Commanders, are expected to be behind center by next weekend.
All right, a guy expected to be behind center for the Arizona Cardinals on Monday Night Football versus the Dallas Cowboys is Kyler Murray. Cowboys a short home favorite here.
Yeah. Look at line Dallas 352.5. My powering number is Dallas 3. The market's open 3-53, and now we're seeing 3-54. So the markets are betting overs on the Cowboys. And again, you can't blame the markets betting overs on the Cowboys. They went under week 1. And they went under in Chicago as well, the one road game in Chicago. But they still give up 31 points in that. And they've gone over every game before and since, with the exception of those 2 unders. I mean, it's been pretty consistent over team, and they've cashed overs again every game since the week 3 under. So it's 5 straight overs, and all of them with 57 points or more. Dak Prescott, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, yards per play, offense only 5.0 to 7.5. The defense allowed 179 rushing yards at 6.4 yards per carry. They allowed 4 touchdowns in red zone tries. Dak Prescott, quote, all the credit to them, but we didn't play anywhere close to our standard. We've got to find a way to be consistent, whether it's home, on the road, regardless. We're too good. We've got too many good players. We've got great coaches. Davion Clowney was just saying in the locker room, this roster should not be going up and down like we're doing. A guy like that, when he says it, that's real. So we've got to look in the mirror. Of course, they're playing without their top 3 safeties, Malik Hooker, Donovan Wilson, Janai Thomas. They put Trayvon Diggs on injured reserve, another key piece of the secondary. But it's the 5th time that they've allowed more than 6.2 yards per carry. The 5th time they've given up more than 144 rushing yards. It's not a good defense. And of course, Jerry Jones after the game, I don't know what's realistic. Could one better player, maybe like Micah Parsons, if we didn't pay too big a price to have a better player on defense, possibly help? I'm not trying to be cute, but that's why you go get him, because you think you could help your defense. Are we one player away on defense? I think we're not. I think we're more than that away, but in my mind, is executing better on defense. So basically, he's trying to not blame himself for how bad the defense is in, despite the fact he traded away their best defensive player. Brian Schottenheimer's not blaming the defense. When you look at it, I'm just not going to start with the defense. I don't think any of us coached and played well enough. At the end of the day, I think we have enough good players. I just didn't think we played well tonight. The defense entered the game 32nd, dead last in the NFL in yards per game, 30th in points per game. It's a bad defense, and that's a problem. That being said, they're facing a team that has found ways to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory again and again and again. The Cardinals off 5 straight losses and a bye week. The losses coming by 1, 3, 1, 4, and 4 points, 13 points total. One play in every game would have made Arizona an undefeated team right now versus a team that had 5 straight losses. Yeah, and the fact that they keep not making that one play, obviously Jonathan Gannon's been on the hot seat. They've got injury concerns, even with Kyler Murray back. Cardinals, I'm not anticipating they're going to get a ton of betting market support, but I'm seeing some -3 plus 100 to tell us that the wise guys might take some Arizona here, betting against that Cowboys defense.
All right, Teddy covers at Teddy_covers on all your social media. Please let everybody know how they can join you over at WagerTalk.com, what you plan on having up for this week before we get out of here for Wager Talk today.
So we're in play. Again, 5% big ticket in Major League Baseball. World Series Game 3 for tonight. I'm 21-7 in the postseason over the last 2 years. I'm 12-4 with my last 16 in MLB this year, dating back to the end of the regular season. The baseball's been good. So check it out on my homepage, wg.buzz/TC. We appreciate those likes. We appreciate the comments. Both Kelly and I get into the comment section every week and try to answer as many as we can. We appreciate the follows, getting close to 250,000 following us on Wager Talk TV. If you haven't done so, get instant alerts every time these videos go live. Thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. Best of luck with all your bets this week, guys. Cheers.
Yes, thank you guys once again for hanging out with us here every single Monday on the Opening Line Report. Hang around. Wager Talk today is up in about 10 minutes with Andy Lang. Welcome into KIV and Crack, another Monday morning edition here on the West Coast. Crack, we've got questions from the audience. We've got a NBA scandal. You mentioned that you wanted to talk about that as well, because it's been talked about ad nauseum, but you kind of have some other opinions here on it. And then I want to talk about a couple of handicapping strategies as well with questions that I've been sent. So we're going to just get right into it. First question is, you and I both had Ravens -6.5, right? John Murray texts me, hey, I think Lamar's going to be a go. Crack bet. Ravens -6.5. I'm on X prior to filming bet on it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to give out Ravens -6.5. I love them in this spot. We both have Bears under 8.5 wins. This is just kind of one of those things. A lot of things are going to be correlated towards betting the Ravens.
Yeah, something I didn't give it to the public because it was really, that the reason why I bet it there, because they have -08 juice. Doesn't sound like a lot. I know people don't. It's amazing, Kel. People really don't care sometimes about juice. Like, I talk about my Thursday night show. I talk about BetMGM's 102 juice, 80% discount on Thursday nights, an hour before the game. No one cares. They lay 110 with their guy. They don't care. They just don't care about juice. But anyway, over there at Westgate, which we love, Monday night, Thursday night, and all the primetime games, Monday, Thursday, Sunday, primetime games, 108 juice. And I'm sorry, that's 105 juice.
Yes, 105.
108 every day. But situation when my guy read that about Baltimore, of course, I hit them first, -6.5, the -08. It was already leaking some other places. But, then, of course, when it came out the wrong information, I had to terrorize Murray and tell him, wow, you guys got me again. -6.5, -0. Real genius I am. It's down to 1. And, of course, it had to win. And, of course, he sent me a text back. Oh, how'd you do on the Baltimore play?
Yeah, he's going to do that. You have to know that John Murray's going to rouse you. So I also laid 6.5 early in the week. As I mentioned, I was on X while we were filming bet on it. And I saw this video of Lamar Jackson. Everybody was saying he was stoned, allegedly, at this food truck in Florida. And I was like, that's not good. I cannot, with good conscience, give this play out now, even though I had already bet it, to our audience as a best bet. So I elected to give Panthers. So anyway, I digress. We'll get away from my gross week where all the favorites and overs hit. But that was like the most negative CLV play that we've had all season long. And it was virtually no sweat.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. You get the wrong information. This was very controversial, though. ESPN wrote articles about it. The Ravens, they're talking about, I don't know if they did yet, but they're talking about fining them for the way they handled the situation. This was my life is about getting information from beat reporters and sources that the public, let's just be blunt, they can't even get it from reading ESPN or watching ESPN. They have to get it from socials or reading beat reporters, but you have to know which ones are the right ones too. Most teams have more than one, so you have to make sure. So that's where I got that from. And sometimes we're wrong on things. We're wrong with information, but we get lucky on the outcome. I also had the over there, terrible beat.
Wow.
On the over. I didn't think I had any shot. Again, it moved the other way against me. I only put it out there when the situation warranted it, that I knew it was going to be an advantage when I thought Lamar was playing. Sure enough, Chicago has first and goal on the 1, and they can't get in. So just embarrassing. They actually made it on third down by a hair. I seen a replay, but they were rushing so much to get back up. They never looked at it. And fourth down, the guy misses a wide open guy. Chicago's a mess. I can't wait till I cash my under tickets on them.
Same. That is the gift that keeps on giving. Let's hope it keeps on giving, because we do need a couple more losses before we're going to cash that. But let's get into some of these other questions that I got right now. Everybody, you see the guys on VSiN, you see everybody on ESPN, probably even some guys over here at WagerTalk that are saying, all right, time to bet the Chiefs. Chiefs are our highest rated NFL team. And I'm going, are we sure? Are the Chiefs back? How do you rate these NFL teams in terms of power ratings wise? And then who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl?
Well, it's funny. I was scanning over the records today. When I see the Patriots on top of those, 62 Patriots, even the Colts.
The Colts. You know why the Colts, Crack, I'm going to tell you why the Colts are doing so well. It's because I bet them last year. Because I love Shane Steichen. I thought, hey, this is the team. And here we go. Danny Dimes just proving all the Giants fans wrong.
And then I got to hear from John Orlando, I'm sure I'll hear it on Wednesday, that his Broncos are in first place.
They're also my Broncos, and also the Patriots. Mad Rush and Jeff Petch and I just was so nicely reminded in the back of my brain. I had the Patriots over 5.5 wins versus him last year. Friend bet, couple dimes. Yeah, now, of course, the Patriots have already won 6 games.
So it's funny. We look at the Chiefs, And you look at them; they're 4-3. You look at them, and you look at their opening game when they lost. It was overseas though, but
they were in Brazil versus the Chargers.
I don't care about that. It was even overseas. So, but it was they lose to the Chargers, then they lose to the Eagles at home the next game, and you just don't know where they're going there. Okay, they beat the Giants, big deal, and now they beat the Ravens, but how does the Jaguars beat? Like, you just any given week, any team can be the next best thing. So they win a couple games in a row, and now you think the Chiefs are the best team in football. I'm not saying I don't buy it. They are. They have the history. They have, which means more than anything too. Situational. You don't know how are these teams going to do. The Colts, the Broncos down the line when they need games to win and playoff games and stuff. But I still look at some of these teams, and even Buffalo. They showed us that in New England. I mean, there's no standout team, and I want to say maybe the Eagles, but it's so easy to say that. They were the Super Bowl champs. I mean, it's so easy to say the Eagles. I seen the Eagles play terrible a few weeks ago versus the Giants in prime time. Granted, they had they got back yesterday with beating them, but it's really hard to beat a team twice throughout the year, by the way, especially like collegiate sports, and when you have tape and so much tape on that game, because teams kind of play the same way they played. So it's hard to not go in there with all your best strategy that day in that game. It's hard not to do that again. So it's hard to beat a team twice throughout the year. But yeah, maybe I say the Eagles are still the number one team. But as far as me saying I'm going to bet something now, that's one thing good about sites like MGM, Caesars, the DraftKings, and the FanDuels. They have adjusted regular season wins on the teams every week. I really like that. I like betting that. But I don't like betting into the markets of who's going to win the Super Bowl. Now, why? Because it's not a yes-no market where, like, the over-under season wins, it's a yes-no market. I know what the hold is, 5 to 7%, depending on the juice, compared to something like team to win the Super Bowl, team to win the NFC. It's a one-way market. You're betting into a 25% hold or more. There's sports books in this town. I'm not going to throw them under the bus that hold 40% in those markets. So I'm not looking to bet those type of things right now. Who do I think? Yeah, maybe, but I'm not betting anything with the Eagles or Kansas City. But I'm definitely not looking at these other teams too. Let's look at the teams. You got the Packers 5-1-1.
Packers looked good in the fourth quarter last night.
They tied the Cowboys a few weeks ago. I can look at every team. The Buccaneers. He looked terrible 2 weeks ago. I mean, the quarterback. So I can just go on. There's no standout team like there has been. I mean, the Steelers are in first place in the AFC North, 4-3.
But yet the Ravens, are now favored to win the AFC North yet again. So they're at 2-5.
That's unbelievable. 2-5. I didn't even see that. Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact. At FanDuel, they are now the favorite to win the AFC North.
Unbelievable. By the way, just to let people know, out of those sports books I mentioned, those four, I'll just tell you, the FanDuel line's a very sharp line compared to the other sports books out there. Some European influence in the risk room there. Guys that have been around a long time. I'll last more in a FanDuel account than I will a DraftKings account. I walk in. I'm going to make a video. DraftKings is over here, over by the Durango, a couple miles away there. By the Durango Casino is the DraftKings home office. That's where they have their home offices. And I was going to make a video outside of the building, throwing things at the window, rocks, to say, can I get someone's attention, please? Can I bet more than 250, please? But no, I'm really joking around. I mean, I know some of the guys over there.
I was going to say, you can't call Avello and just say, hey man, help me out.
Avello has no say. Avello has no say in limits or anything like that. He gets hit upon by everybody.
Oh, I'm sure.
I know John.
When he was at the Win, I was bothering him constantly, kind of like we bother John Murray now over at the Westgate Superbook.
The win's very good to me. The win takes
Listen,
place
the win is very good to sports
So-
bettors. I would agree with that.
good guy. But my home sports book, though, in this town, without a doubt, it's where I film Wednesdays. I go in to watch some games. Westgate. I'm not just saying it. They have the greatest screens. They have the greatest deals. They have someone told me, I don't drink. Someone told me they have hot dogs and beers. And
Yeah, dollar hot dogs and beers.
I'm going to start drinking at some point this season. So it's such a good deal. It's such closing line value that I have to have a couple of the beers. But,
You're hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, Crack. Kind of to piggyback off of that, we have a question from our audience from Deuce. He said, I often listen to respected podcasts, including your friends in Boston, my friends, where they will say, for example, I made this number closer to 7.5 or 8. What tools do professionals use to establish estimated lines? So, for example, I use a couple different guys at WagerTalk who have been doing power ratings for a very, very long time. Power ratings is tough. It is tough to keep up with. You're constantly having to evolve. And I realized long ago, whether it was Dave Koken, whether it was Teddy Covers, whether it was Ralph Michaels, those guys put in an immense amount of effort. So I start off with theirs to start the season, whether it's college football or NFL, and then I make my own adjustments, right? I think last week I mentioned on Bet On It that the over adjustment on K-State not being the favorite at KU was absolutely absurd. K-State runs away with it as a 2.5, 3.5 point underdog. I made that game 5. So I think when people say I made the game, it means from their power ratings metrics where they've now adjusted to the line. And books also will adjust certain sides that they need. Last week, John Murray told me that they had actually adjusted to need Bama in that South Carolina game. And guess what? It didn't work out well for them.
Yeah, back in the 90s when I started this, I did all my own power ratings, my own power rankings, me and my partner at the time for almost a decade, 9 years. And then to be real blunt, I just found the sharpest guys in the world that I worked with and deal with. But here's how they do it. Here's how one of my kids does it. He doesn't look at any lines first. Literally, his line is up before the Sunday night. And I say Sunday night. Some people at home might not realize that. So Sunday, the line comes up for the next week. So 7 days ahead. I will use NFL. 7 days ahead. So we'll have the lines up what we think the line should be 7 days ahead of time before the majors put them up, the originating sports books. And, one of the originators that are offshore, I know he puts up the line to one customer. I know the guy too, by the way. And the customer gives him a 3-dime bet either way on the ones that he feels are off. So that's how they put up their line.
And then they move off of his numbers.
Off of his, and most of the world, believe it or not, copies off that line.
That doesn't shock me.
$3,000 bet, the entire world copy. People think there's a bookmaker in each office. No,
there's definitely not.
Bookmaker, and to be real blunt, the Westgate is one of the sports books that have guys that actually work in the back there that put up the lines and do know lines, and they could even bet themselves. That's how sharp they are. But so they think like there's one here at Caesars and one there at William Hill and then another one down at South Point, another one here there. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. They'll be willing to not take that originating bet and only trust that sharp already. And it's not like it's an efficient line because the limits are much lower when that line comes out, even when the other sports books do copy that. So we will go off that, but I'll tell you what, it's really tough to go off because that line, that guy that gives them that 3-dime bet, I know who he is, believe it or not, just doing them a favor. He just does the guy that's there a favor. He has so much money, he'll never have to bet a game again in his life. So, and it is a pretty efficient line, but there are indicators and there are things, moving parts throughout the week that other games become bettable. Hence, the information we had last week on the Ravens. Usually, that information's spot on, and that's the reason why John Murray knows I'm going to bet something. And it's likely going to win long term. 55, 56, 58%. So that's the way our team does it. We have a lineup before the lines come up, And based on power, you're exactly right. Based on power ratings, power rankings, that's how the line comes up. That's how we come up with our line. And the books depend on us, the sharp guys, the sharps. Not saying I'm the only one. The books depend on us and the sharp, wise syndicate groups. And when I say syndicate, it's not sports major. It's not a mafia syndicate. It's a sports betting syndicate. They depend on the syndicate groups that are widely respected to formulate and sharpen up their line at a reduced exposure to the sports book. Perfect example. Yesterday, I bet a couple games with Superbook. They gave me $3,000 on 2 games yesterday on Sunday night. Towards the game, that same game they'll give me $50,000. I don't bet that much, but I'm just saying, when it becomes a more efficient market, Westgate opens up their limits for a lot more money. And now that I open my mouth, just to hopefully prove that I'm right. Let's see what Westgate.
I think that's really what it is. You're talking about the sharp guy who provides.
No, I wanted to see.
I think that guy doesn't care about the money. I think he cares about being right. I think it's an ego
Westgate
thing.
takes tonight. 30,000. Okay, so yeah,
on the app.
30,000 on the app tonight. Yeah, so they take a lot more day of the game than they do. Like I said, they took 10% of that on a couple games from me yesterday that they only had. So I can't even give them to the public because it's only that sports book that has.
Yeah, and when they're not national anymore, it makes it a little more difficult.
Well, it's not. Well, here's what I'm saying, Kel. It's not fair what a lot of these fugazi snake oil charlatans do with their customers. They say you can bet this prop over 41.5 at Hard Rock, Florida, or you could bet this at DraftKings, or you could bet this with Bet365. That's BS. That's BS. I could have padded my record multiple times and had a much better record than I do. I have a winning record this football season if I did that. I give out an obtainable line. I check multiple lines before I give out. But I tell you.
The ladies in customer service definitely love you then, because when that does happen, there are complaints. People do complain. Of course they would. If I can't log into Hard Rock, Florida, or one of my local accounts, and I can't bet something I'm paying for, it's
I'm
BS.
I wasn't even referring to what.
I just love these types of days in the NHL, the way they've staggered some games. And we've got games where I live, Carm, we don't have a game starting until 12 a.m. the next day. That's how long of an NHL day we have on tap for us. So I cannot wait. So many games to get to. And we also had 2 interesting ones last night. But Carm, hope you're doing well. I know that I am exhausted today because I stayed up for the game last night. But ready for a huge day in the NHL, man. How are you?
I'm hurting this morning, Andrew. I have 6 espressos in here in this puck time mug. 3 a.m. Eastern time is when pretty much the game ended. Went to sleep. Went to sleep. 18 innings, and it had to end with them bringing in Brendan Little to serve up the golf ball. If I knew that's the way it was going to end, it's it's like being out with Jesse Shule in Thailand, and the wrong thing happens at the end of the night. But with that said, Andrew, frozen frenzy. Every game starts 15 minutes apart until you get to the night games. I think the last 3 games of the night are half hour apart. Just an absolutely great day in the NHL. Tons of action. And you guys, we're going to break down 5 games for you. Prez is going to do Rangers, Canucks. I am going to do, with Andrew, Calgary, Toronto. Brian's going to come in and do Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. We'll keep Brian around for a little bit for Vegas and Carolina. Andrew, we're going to finish it off with New Jersey and Colorado. Same game parlay and a pod. Guys, there's just a ton of action today on Puck Time. And with that said, let's bring in the Prez, who himself was up till 3 a.m. Eastern time yesterday. Prez, how you doing?
My brother, life is good. Go Blue Jays. Tough loss last night. We had it. We were outmanaged. John Schneider lost his marbles. Bo Bichette started it in the first inning with a disaster on the base passes, and it never ended. from my perspective, last night was one Blue Jay mistake after another. How do you pitch to Ohtani in the 7th? I don't know. With all that said, I'm excited to be here. Pocket surprise. Why didn't you dress up more for the show, Prez? I have like $20 in my bank account. This is all I can afford. How can you say that? I need a moment, Andrew.
I'll tell you guys, Brandon Little is not who I blame. You could give me 5
No,
not him.
different lists.
No. Listen,
He did his job.
It's the manager's fault.
Andrew, I know we have a ton of NHL to talk about. I'm just going to say this because I mentioned it just before you came on. I get it. Springer got injured. You had to take him out. I get the Bo Bichette one. Taking out Berger and taking out like one of your top 5 bats.
For what reason?
It is idiotic. You
They were
needed
the
for a
Buffalo
game that looked
Bison.
like it was going to go extra innings. You needed them in there.
There was a moment in the game where Miles Straw's entire job was not to hit into a double play. Like his job wasn't to get a hit. It wasn't to advance the runners. It was to not hit into a double play. And this guy is in the big leagues. Yeah. John Schneider was outmanaged last night at a very, very high level. But hey, the Blue Jays showed a lot of moxie. We're not out of this thing yet. I got some NHL to talk about, but can I ask
you have picked the New York Rangers and the Vancouver Canucks, 2 of the most exciting teams in the NHL right now, with the Rangers averaging 2.2 goals per game, the Canucks averaging 2.9 goals per game. I want to make sure we get our timestamps done today. So I am on it, Andrew. Don't worry. Prez, talk NHL.
Okay, my brother. Well, firstly, I picked this game for 2 reasons. One, conceptually, I want to talk about both teams over the next sort of month, if you will. The New York Rangers are a team that I expected a lot more out of coming into the season. This was a team that had a horrible year last year, and it really felt like just one of those years that had tasted bad. They had a ton of expectations, a rock-solid team, and they could not get going. Now they went and got one of the top coaches, not in my opinion, but one of the top coaches in the general opinion, Sullivan from Pittsburgh, and they've done nothing. And then they lost Trocheck, and now they just are a shell of themselves. Their first line is good. Their second line is horrible. Their third line is worse. Their fourth line is non-existent. Their defense can't seem to move the puck, and Shesterkin isn't playing great in net. This team is a look-to-fade team moving forward. I was wrong at the beginning of the season on them. Conversely, this Vancouver Canucks team, Quinn Hughes looks like he's not playing tonight, but I think this Canucks team is a bet-on team moving forward. Here is a Canucks team that had the exact same scenario as the Rangers. They won the league 2 years ago, and then they stunk last year, total off season, couldn't get into any rhythm, had issues with the coach, had bad vibes on the team. Now they're coming out and they're playing better. Only 5-5 on the season, but I think this Vancouver Canucks team is a bet-on team moving forward. So with all that said, when we look at tonight's game, I'm getting the home team at a pick-em price against a Rangers team that can't get out of their own way. A Rangers team that's lost 3 in a row, lost 6 of their last 7. A Rangers team that can't play offense or defense. I'm going to look to take the Vancouver Canucks here. And I also would look to take the under in this game. Why not? We already spoke. Carmine mentioned both teams are scoring at a very low rate. I understand Vancouver and Edmonton just went over, and same with Vancouver and Montreal. But both Edmonton and Montreal have a lot of speed on the ice. The games before that, Nashville 2-1, they put up 1 against Pittsburgh. I think we're going to see a much better defensive effort from the New York Rangers tonight after letting Calgary put up what will probably end up being their highest score total of the next decade. I think we're going to have a much better defensive game from the Rangers. I just don't think they're going to be able to score. I think we're going to see a 2-1, 3-1, 3-2 hockey game. Take Vancouver and take the under.
Prez, and then I'll let Andrew jump in. I think one of the things you have to look at, especially when you're betting the Vancouver Canucks, is it going to be Thatcher Demko in goal? Like if you watch them in that game against the Edmonton Oilers, he was spectacular. Even though they blew that 3-1 lead, they still held on. But he's 4-2 in the season, 236 goals against average in a league that is scoring a ton of goals right now, and in a 922 save percentage.
Yeah. I don't think it matters who they put in net. A eunuch can't have sex no matter how hot the woman is.
Well, Prez, like I was saying on my show last night that like one thing that has hurt me this season, like I had a really great start to my NHL season, then took a bunch of big punches to the head because I was trying to be a little too contrarian. And I feel like people that are following streaks right now are just absolutely laughing at this season so far. Very similar to, you look at the NFL Sunday this past weekend. A big shout out to everybody that bet the favorites and overs because they had a great day. Well, right now, if you are fading the teams playing bad and you're backing the teams playing well, you're making money. I mean, look at Pittsburgh last night. You know, it was kind of a weird line and they get the job done. So is that kind of your idea with New York? Is that until they show you otherwise, what reason have they given us to want to be backed?
Yeah, I mean, you know, another way to spin that is, have they earned our money? And the answer is no. Listen, I prefer the under than Vancouver here, especially based on how bad the Rangers played last game. But you keep sitting there saying, well, the Rangers played so bad, maybe they're going to turn it around. I don't know, man. I don't know. So I think the Rangers are a shell of what we expected. But Trocheck being out is a big deal, Andrew. I mean, it's not only the face-offs. It just changes the entire complexion of the four lines that Sully's trying to run out. Brother, I got a show and then I got a tape in 4 minutes. I want to ask your listeners something. For the comment section, and I need to promote. So let me first promote because it's $5 Tuesday, and I have an absolute unbelievable play, and it's only $5. I really struggle to find NFL ATS bets. I've only had 8 all year. 8 NFL ATS bets this entire season, and I am 7-1 on them. I have found an ATS bet this Sunday, and it's my first 4% NFL ATS bet of the season. It's $5. And not only am I 7-1 this year in those plays, I am 60-35 in 4.5 regular seasons of NFL ATS betting. That's probably the best long-term run of any bet WagerTalk has across any handicapper. So that's how strong this play is for Sunday, and it's only $5 freaking dollars. And lastly, boys, I applied for the Canadian Price is Right.
Nice. Where is it? I didn't even hear.
I don't know, but I made it through to the next audition. I have to do a video audition today, and they want me to say my name, my age, where I'm from, what I'm going to do with the money, why I want to be on The Price is Right, and it needs to be colorful. And I can't flex anymore because I tore my biceps. So I ask your loyal, brilliant, beautiful listeners, give me some ideas, please, because I really want to get on the show, dude.
Good luck.
It's, I hope you make it on it, and I hope you make it on stage. And it's the golf game where you have to putt, because we would love to see you putt without the foot wedge. But with that said, Prez, listen, we wish you the best of luck in NHL tonight. We got to get going. You got to get going. We have a lot to talk about, and you definitely don't want to hear my take on this Calgary-Toronto game. So, Andrew, let's get rid of Prez, and we will go to this one here.
He's
back.
Oh, God. He's back. Okay. Anyways, Andrew, let's talk before we bring on Brian Leonard. Let's talk Leafs and Calgary Flames. Look at this line right now. And this one opened at Leafs minus 202 plus 164. The under was shaded 17 cents on a total of 6. It's now at 5.5, over 21 cents, 187. So it's dropped about 15 cents on the Leafs, plus 152 on Calgary. I'm going to give you a short take on this one, and then I want your thoughts on it. I'm just wondering, is this the game in which we get an upset from the Calgary Flames against the Toronto Maple Leafs? We've seen the Leafs. They're not playing great at the moment. It hasn't been a great start for the Leafs. They're underachieving. They split with the Sabres, but the Sabres pick up 3 or 4 games there. Calgary Flames had an 8-game losing streak, and then they took the get well pill that is called the New York Rangers and get a 5-1 victory. And I've talked to you guys about it. I love taking teams coming out of long win streaks or losing streaks, where if it's a win streak, they lose, I double up on them to lose again. And if it's a losing streak and they win a game, I want to come right back with them and see if they can win 2 straight because they got that monkey off their backs. We're getting plus 155 at some books on the Calgary Flames. I'm going to take a shot on it. I think the attention is still on the World Series. The fans aren't really pumped up at Leaf games, if they ever are, because it's a corporate arena. With that said, Andrew, give me plus 155 on the Calgary Flames. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like the mindset, Carm. I like the idea behind it. Like you knew that shooting percentage wasn't going to be sustained for the Calgary Flames. It was the league worst shooting percentage. They just couldn't get the job done. And, you know, I understand sometimes that comes to do with the offense. I can't believe that they scratched Coronado. I mean, this is a team that needed to wake up some of their players maybe. Sharon Govich got scratched. They sent a couple messages to a couple of their key players, and sometimes you can definitely respect that when you set a guy out. But I think overall, if we're looking at the advanced metrics, this team was dead last in expected goals for in some of the advanced categories, but also in their shooting percentage on all attempts, they were dead last. The dam was going to break, Carm. So I might not have the guts that you have to take the money line here with this one. But what I do think is that this Leafs defense is being sacrificed for offense. I think people on the Leafs are realizing, okay, maybe we don't have that offense we once did. So they're now starting to jump up into the rush a little bit defensively and maybe pinch up a little more than they should be, or take a couple chances that they shouldn't be. And to me, that results in the over here. And, you know, one thing to mention here, Carm, I know that Caden Primo is 2-0, but Joseph Wall is announced that he's coming back from his leave of absence. But Anthony Stolarz has had quite the overwhelming amount of starts so far to the season, as he's 2-4-1 on the year, 3.3 goals against average. You got an 8.85 save percentage. Hasn't been that impressive by any means. Anybody with an 8.85. And Dustin Wolf, even though he called out his team because he said that he can't generate offense, he's not a player himself, which I thought was a crazy thing for a goalie to say, even though part of me finds it funny. This guy has not had the greatest season either, you know, besides a couple games. He was a Calder Trophy finalist last year. So I like the over 5.5 in this one here, Carm. Like, I think you look back to the home and home that Toronto had against Detroit. You look back to the home and home they most recently had against the Buffalo Sabres. You know, one of them was really high scoring in Buffalo. Your Sabres, Carm, secured 3 out of 4 possible points against the Maple Leafs in that home and home, you know? So I think if I'm the Maple Leafs right now, yeah, okay, we can all probably make jokes that they miss Mitch Marner, but I think the problem is that in games that they've shown offensive power, they've also had to sacrifice defense, which has hurt them a little bit. So we'll see if that ends up working out. But I think I like the over in this one. It's very similar to your handicap, Carm. You know, when a team finds their touch, it's a team you want to back. And I think that we saw Calgary. You see the ball go in the basket, you know, in basketball terms. You see the puck go in the net and you feel good about yourselves. Well, it doesn't really matter. Like, that's the funny thing. Every podcast that I listen to, Carm, they said it doesn't really feel like the Flames are playing poorly. It doesn't really feel like they're mailing it in. They're giving it a good effort. And sometimes that can be really hard because your whole team was actually working their asses off. They just weren't able to score.
Yeah, and Andrew, it's one of those things. I thought, and we haven't seen it happen as of yet, that it would be by committee on trying to make up those points that Mitch Marner gave the Leafs last year, or Austin Matthews hasn't looked the same as of yet. I don't think the team has looked the same as of yet. They're just not scoring the goals that you would normally expect from a team, and they're probably not playing defense the way you expect the Leafs to play. So me taking Calgary is one of those hold your nose kind of bets. Hey, listen, I took the New York Jets on the weekend plus 6.5 against Cincinnati. And I think in my write-up, I said, you're going to have to hold your nose with this one. But I thought the Jets had a good chance to cover that game. And they ended up winning their first game of the year. The other thing is you're going to have to check the status. If you guys are looking to bet on the Leafs tonight, it's check the status of William Nylander, because he is questionable as well for tonight's game. So I don't know if he's playing or if he's not playing. And you're taking more points and more scoring out of the lineup as well, too. Mm-hmm. You get Kadri, who's going to come back. He's always pumped to play against the Leafs. And for you, those of you south of the border, and Andrew will tell you this, Leafs fans will always tell you that every team in Canada seems to get up for a visit to Toronto. They have a lot of family there in Ontario who come in and watch the games, and they get up for playing the Leafs. I'm not saying it's their Stanley Cup, but they love nothing better than coming in and beating up on the Toronto Maple Leafs in front of family. So we'll see what happens tonight with the Calgary Flames. But
Karen, what about this comment here? Barry says, don't think Calgary wins. They beat a lousy Ranger team. See, from where I'm sitting, Barry, my thoughts is that I think that the Calgary Flames could have beat me, Carmine, Gerald, Steve, and Barry last game. They just needed a win. That's kind of how I look at it, is that it doesn't really matter who they beat. They needed a win. They needed a W is how I feel. And I get it. The Rangers are not performing very highly, but the way I sit here is that it's not as much about who they beat, but about finally getting a win, because they have looked good this season so far. But also, I think that comment helps my overtake, because if the Rangers couldn't score goals on them, maybe the Leafs can score goals on them. But what do you think about this?
I get it. I get what he's saying, but the books price this exactly the way they price it. And if the thought process is you're going to take every good team against every bad team, you're going to lose money long term, because the books price it that way. We're always going to have differing opinions. That's how you have a market. If we all agree on the same play each and every day, every single person out there betting agrees on one team, there is no market. So the books set a price to obviously, hopefully balance it. But with that said, I want to mention there was a comment in the comment section. And then we're going to bring in Brian Leonard, and he's going to do the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia game, the battle of Philly or Pennsylvania. And then we're going to ask him for his comments on Vegas and Carolina. If hopefully you'll have one. But someone in the comment section after the video was posted yesterday says, I wonder if sometimes I think the narrative from these guys is to get us to bet one way so they can get a better price the other way. Now, listen, I find that flattering, but I have absolutely no power in moving a line. Me betting $300, $500, $1,000 in a game is not going to move a line. The books have risk management departments. They know when to move a line. FanDuel, DraftKings, who basically ghost everyone else's lines, the numbers in Vegas or from sharp books, they're not moving a line because Carmine Bianco put $500 on the New York Rangers or St. Louis Blues. So with that said, I appreciate the comment. I tried to reply as pleasant as I could yesterday. And with that said, let's bring in the most pleasant guy I know, Brian Leonard. Yes.
What's up, Brian?
Very nice.
There he is.
I'm surprised you guys are so perky today, because like you, I was involved in that game last night, and not a lot of sleep for anybody after that. But I will say, based on Carmine's comments, that cracks. It's always cracked me up, because they've said that about people who are in the sport other part of the counter behind the counter when we used to have Andrew or Chris Andrews on and some other bookmakers. They go, why would the bookmakers give us the rights? The bookmakers don't know who's going to win. If they knew who was going to win, then they would price it differently. They know it's just about as much as we know. It's there. Nobody knows. This isn't the NBA.
The only guy who knew. The only guy who knows who is going to win is kind of like iMonkey said there. iMonkey3 said, he called me Carmine Chancey Billups Bianco. Chancey Billups is the only guy who knew. He had those glasses where you could see the cards.
Terry Rozier. He's the only one that knew if the prop bets were going to win or not.
He knew what was going on.
But Bri, we're going to keep you around for a couple of games because I want your take. But Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, the Pens, they just keep on scoring. I think they're the highest scoring team in the NHL. They're averaging 3.8 goals per game. Philly 2.88. Give us your thoughts on this game.
Yeah, Pittsburgh travels to Philadelphia, and as you mentioned, it's a big rivalry. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia for the state of Pennsylvania. If you're looking at so far on the season, if you take a look at the stats, you will see, if I could find it, I got so many windows open here. I'm sorry about that. But if you take a look at that, you see the situation for Pittsburgh where they played less. Pittsburgh on the season has played 5 home games, 5 road games. They're up 11 in scoring, up 11 over the differential net scoring. Philadelphia has played 5 home games, 3 road games, and they're up 2 in scoring differential. So there's a 9-goal differential, and these teams have only played, 8 for Philadelphia and 10 for Pittsburgh. So we're getting a team in Pittsburgh that is playing the better hockey so far this season. I know coming into the year, everybody thought Pittsburgh was going to be lousy. In fact, when you take a look at Pittsburgh on the season, their expected wins were basically in the 78 range, and Philadelphia was slightly better at 82. After what we have seen so far, can you tell me that Philadelphia is a better team than Pittsburgh is? I can't. Pittsburgh's done everything that they should have done so far. Granted, this is a bad spot for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh played last night at home against St. Louis. They also played 2 days ago at home against Columbus that went to overtime. So they're playing the second of a back-to-back. They're playing their third game in 4 nights. But they're staying in the same state. It's not like they got a major travel situation here. And last night against St. Louis, they had that game at hand pretty early. So it wasn't a game that went down to the wire like the baseball game last night that you got to take a look on how to play that. And by the way, while I'm talking about the baseball game, I did the baseball show today with 2 other gentlemen from WagerTalk. Great discussion on today's game. It's up there right now. Go in, check it out on YouTube. Let us know your feelings on it. But we had a great discussion on that game yesterday. So if you're looking to bet the baseball, go ahead and do that. We all have pretty strong opinions on it. But when you take a look at Philadelphia here, Philadelphia's had the last 2 days off. No problem. That they're clearly on the better situation here. But, Pittsburgh, in their last 11 games against Philadelphia, they got points in 9 of the 11 games. They're 7-2-2 the last 11 times they have played Philadelphia. I think the way they're playing right now, they're the better team than what Philadelphia is. And I don't know what you guys use for your differential. I go through and I do all my power ratings, and then I go through and look at the situational effect. The situational effect in this game, from what I consider what the line should be, is not the same as what we were getting in today's lines. This game opened up at 150. I'm seeing as high as minus 170 at Caesars now, minus 172 at FanDuel. So it's gone up 22 cents based on the scheduling situation. But the opening line took that into account. The opening line was much closer to where I have this game than what they have now. Where can you catch right now? You can catch Pittsburgh playing great hockey right now that look forward to playing the next game. They're playing their big rival, and they have been great on the road. Pittsburgh has been a terrific team on the road. You take a look at what Pittsburgh has done lately. They go on the road to the Kings, beat the Kings. They shut out San Jose, and then they go to Florida, the team that is just knocked off the Vegas Golden Knights, embarrassed them actually in a shutout. They beat Florida 5-3. What has Pittsburgh done to take all this money coming in on Philadelphia? I don't buy it. This is one of the biggest bargains out there right now. I like the underdog here, and I'm not going to bet it yet because money continues to come in on Philadelphia. The 124 plus 124 for Pittsburgh on the overnight was closer to what my line is, and now I can get plus 149 to Pinnacle right now. This is early action, and it's all coming in on Philadelphia. I'm an underdog player, and I'll take Pittsburgh in this bad scheduling situation because they're in the same state playing a big rival. After this game, Pittsburgh's got the next day off, and they go to Minnesota, who's been a team that's been really struggling right now. So they're coming to play tonight, and they've done very well in this series. I like the underdog.
Brian, where I'm looking, I'm seeing right now Pittsburgh is dead last in expected goals against. And obviously they've played the most games, or a couple teams, 10, 11 games so far. You got Boston, Vancouver, Minnesota, Anaheim, top 5 or bottom 5. Shockingly enough, I don't even see San Jose in there. But do you still feel like that's just not put into the price enough, like all this information? Because the only thing I'm worried about with Pittsburgh, and I'm not sure if you caught the start of the show, I think I saw you in the comments there. One thing that's hurt me, Brian, I think, honestly, this year is thinking too much. And, you know, you look at some of these teams that are playing well, if you keep backing them, because, you know, everybody always says a streak can only be broken once, right? But a streak can keep going on and on and on, or a team can keep playing very well and very well. Eventually, the expected goals numbers usually end up doing what they're supposed to do, and they end up leveling out a little bit here. Expected goal differential, expected goals against here. Maybe not tonight because the value's there here, but what do you think ends up happening with this Pittsburgh team? Do you think that because yesterday Carmen and I were looking at their prices to miss the playoffs, and it pretty much hasn't changed since the start of the season. So the books are just still like, okay, we'll let them have their fun. So are you just going to ride this team and take a look at them until, you know, they start to slow down? Because all the metrics I'm looking at are like, man, this team's not playing that well defensively, but they keep winning games.
Yeah, when you take a look at teams like this, nobody expected them to do well, but you've got to watch the games. You've got to see how they're playing. And the lines maker is slow to make the adjustments. The betting public is slow to make the adjustments. Baseball and hockey are my two favorite sports because the underdogs are always live. You can have bad bounces, guys whiffing with a shot, right in perfect shot, whiffs on it. It's a lot of randomness in it. It's totally different, like the NBA, where teams are going to go on winning streaks, but at the end of the season, the 4 or 5 best teams, barring injury, are going to be there because they go up and down the court so many times. They talk about that in tennis. That's why you rarely see upsets in tennis, and you've got big favorites in tennis. It's because the more times you do something, the more times that team that has the better talent has the advantage. In baseball and hockey, it's not like that. Baseball, mostly because of the bullpen. Some days your best relievers are available. Sometimes they're not. Also on the starting pitchers. In hockey, it's a lot of puck luck. And when you get a team, look at Jari. Jari yesterday, he's been terrific so far this season for Pittsburgh. Coming into the season, did anybody want anything with Jari? A lot of people pay a lot more attention to these goalies than I do. Every year we get guys, other than 4 or 5 really good goalies in hockey, all the rest are a coin flip to me. I went back, Vegas played the other day, and they played a goalie in the last game they played against Tampa Bay, in which he had never played before. I went back and looked at the goals Vegas has given up when they have a goalie playing the first game with them. They give up less goals because they need to protect that goalie. So it was a good time to play the under. It was a good time to play Vegas in that situation because of the money. Then they didn't get the victory, but it wasn't the goalie's fault. They didn't have any offense. And we're going to talk about the Golden Knights next, but that's been their problem lately. These last 2 games against Florida and Tampa Bay, there was two teams hungry for wins playing on their home ice that are good defensive teams, and the opportunities there were not for Vegas. This is a different sport. Baseball and hockey are different sports, and you've got to look at the games differently. They're going to go on, teams are going on winning streaks, they'll go on losing streaks. They always do. But you're underdogs. When a team pulls off a big upset in hockey, it's not nearly as crazy as it is when you look at the NFL. Oh, a 7-point favorite lost. 7-point favorites lose all the time in the NFL.
Yeah, Brian, the thing for me here was the prices keep me off the game. My original lean was on Philly. The price I was looking for was in that 140 to 145 range. But at 167 at a couple of places like War, I think has it at 159. I think Pinnacle has it at 166. It's just too high for me. And it's more based on the fact it's the second of back-to-back for Pittsburgh. And I get it. The travel is not a big thing here, but it's the fact that Philly is playing better at home and scoring more goals at home. 19 goals they've scored in 5 home games. They've gone 4-1. And they played some pretty good teams along the way at home, beating teams like Florida. Their only loss, I think, came to the Winnipeg Jets, but they did beat a Seattle Kraken team that had a good road trip. They beat a New York Islanders team that is scoring a ton of goals, and they beat a Minnesota Wild team in OT. And I won't say the Minnesota Wild are playing that great right now. So my original lean was Philadelphia. Unless the price comes down, I can't get to it. I can't get to 165 and make that justifiable long-term to make a profit off of that. But these teams do score 3-1 last year in their 4 games, Andrew, went over the total. So we'll see if that continues tonight, because Pittsburgh's scoring almost 38 goals in 10 games for the Penguins. Someone mentioned Malkin leading the league in point scoring. So they're feeling good in Pittsburgh right now. We'll have this discussion again at the end of November and see if they're feeling just as good. Los Kid. But with that said, Bri, I'm going to get some thoughts from you before Andrew and I get into this one. Vegas and Carolina. Carolina 6-2 on the season, only 2 losses. One of them was in Vegas, their first loss of the season, 4-1 to the Vegas Golden Knights. A little bit of revenge here, or a Vegas Golden Knights against a Vegas Golden Knights team that has a total of 1 goal thus far on this road trip through 2 games.
Yeah, Vegas, Carolina. Carolina's in the 145 to 150 range here. Come back about 125 to 130, 135 in that area. This is not only revenge, it's quick revenge. And I watched that game. Vegas clearly had the fresher legs in that contest. Carolina had come into that game. They had already been their 4th. That was their 4th game of a 6-game road trip. They had just beaten. They blew out San Jose, and they beat Anaheim handily. They beat them by 3. So they go into that game with the Kings, and they beat the Kings in overtime. Had the day off, and then they played Vegas, lose 4-1, had 2 days off, and they played Colorado, and they got that victory. I liked Carolina in that game. I thought that was a good spot for them. They got that in a shootout, and then they played Dallas, and they lose to Dallas. So now they're back home, coming off of losing 2 of the last 3 games, playing a team that they just lost to, and they've had the last 2 days off. So you got to take a look at it and say, well, you'd probably think that Carolina is a pretty good bet here. But, Vegas played back-to-back games. Before they played those back-to-back games against Florida and Tampa, both losses 3-0 to 2-1 in overtime. They had 4 days off. So they had plenty of time to rest up for those games, and they didn't. The offense looked terrible against Florida and Tampa. So we've got a Vegas team who I think, along with Carolina and Colorado and Edmonton, are the most talented teams probably. I hope I didn't leave anybody out, but most talented teams in hockey. And Vegas was embarrassed the last 2 games offensively. I think we go out here in this game, and with that line, I'm not going to play Vegas because of the situation with Carolina looking for the looking for the revenge, I'm going to take a look at the total in this game. And it's sitting there at 6. It opened as 6 under, and now it's 6, pretty much 6 slightly to the over. I've even seen 6.5s out there. If this line stays a 6 and you can get it for -115 or less, I think it's not a bad bet, because you know what Vegas has been working on? They've been working on their offense. Carolina comes back after when they played in Vegas and only scored 1 goal. They're going to be working on their offense. So if I'm going to play this one, as opposed to looking at these two teams looking for revenge in Vegas to get off the schneid here, I'm going to play the over. I'd like the over in this game better.
Brian, is there any, before I go to you, Andrew, for your thoughts on this one, any word on Mark Stone? Is Mark Stone,
I don't believe Mark Stone's no, he's not ready to come back. And that did hurt him since he hasn't been there. Obviously, if you watch Mark Stone, he's one of the best two-way players in hockey, and he's not being played. But other than that,
we know what's happening. Brian's team is up to their old tricks. He's going to pull the Undertaker move. He'll be back. He'll be healthy as can be. Come April 1st, he'll be the healthiest guy on the planet. They're going to pick up a new guy.
Sidney Crosby is signed with the Vegas Golden Knights.
Here's my thoughts on that. Everybody bitches about that only because your management is not smart enough to do it themselves. It's there that the rules are. It's like the Philadelphia Eagles with the tush push. The rules are there. You play by the rules.
It just at least don't make it the same player every year, Brian. Make it a different play.
This isn't a long-term injury.
Speaking of that tush push, the NFL, if they really wanted to get rid of it, but then you would know that this is the reason why they're getting rid of it, they would say no quarterback sneaks allowed from the 5-yard line to the goal line. So then you would know that they are getting rid of it for. If you can't beat it, join it. That's just the way it is. Yeah, I agree with you.
Your offensive line.
But guys, Brian Leonard from WagerTalk and Total Bases, his show is up for today. You can get his take on the Blue Jays and the Dodgers at Game 4. Brian, before we let you go, hopefully you are still there.
Yes.
Tell us what you have up at WagerTalk today.
Yeah, today's $5 Tuesday. You can get. I only gave my baseball both 3% plays to my regular clients, so I didn't sell them. I don't want to have too many plays up on the site at this point. But in college football, I'm on a 19-8 run. I do have a college football play tonight, a 4% play. I don't put out a lot of 4%, and I also have one up on Friday. I'm going to take both of them down tonight at midnight, or excuse me, this Friday play at midnight. The other one obviously is going to go down when the game starts. But on a 19-8 run, we've been very good in college football. Actually, number 1 in net profit the last 30 days in college football. And we've been very good in baseball and hockey over the years. So you want to get my entire package, get all my plays today, you can do that. You can get the baseball that way. Or, to be honest with you, just watch the show. You get a good feel about what I'm going to use, what all of us are going to use in baseball for that. And, let us know what you're going to use. And we always go in like you do after the shows are over and talk about and answer people's questions on the videos on the WagerTalk. So, yeah, glad to be here. Very excited. And the energy in this show, considering none of us got any sleep, is pretty impressive. I'll tell you that.
This just arrived while I was on the show, and I never get these sugary iced coffees, but I literally ordered it while I was on the show with you guys. I'm so tired. I am so tired.
6 Nespressos. Seriously, 6 Nespressos. I am I didn't sleep at all last night. I don't know if it was the fact that how that game ended or the fact that I consumed a large Papa John's pizza, which gave me more gas than Esso gas station. But with that said, Brian, best of luck to you tonight, both in baseball, NHL, and of course, football on the weekend.
Thanks, Brian.
Andrew, I got to ask you, quick thoughts for you on this Vegas Golden Knights Carolina game before we get to New Jersey, Colorado?
Yeah, Carm, I think the rapid revenge is always interesting to look at. When I was breaking this down on my show last night, we look at this Vegas team. You kind of want to figure out who's the more motivated team here in this one, right? And you look at Vegas, they're not going to be happy after 2 games that they recently just played. And obviously the back-to-back games and the Florida double, as we call it. Not much travel there. But when it ultimately comes down to it, Carm, for me, I just love this Carolina team at home. And I'm gonna die on that hill. There's a handful of teams in the NHL that I like backing at home specifically. And part of me is upset with myself for backing the Minnesota Wild not once, not twice, but 3 times on the road this season so far, even though I'm 1-2, so I got one with. But the Wild are another example of a defensive team that you want to be backing at home only. So I like the rapid revenge spot here. But more importantly, I think that this Carolina team is going to be happy to be back at home. And I feel like that, sure, they did well against the Ducks. They did well against the San Jose Sharks. But Carm, look at how their road trip ended. They played some really good teams. What was it? Colorado, Vegas, Dallas? Wasn't that the last 3 games of their road trip? So that's insane, man. Like, to play, though, they played not even just the 3 best teams in the conference. They played 3 of the best teams in the league. I think this team will be happy to be home. I lean towards the Carolina side. So value on Vegas. They're not going to be happy after the back-to-back Florida losses, Tampa Bay and the Panthers. But I think that the spot is for the home team here in this one. So that's what I like.
All right. Good to hear. One of the guys says that the game ended at 9 a.m. for him over there. So, yeah, he must be, I'm guessing, in Europe somewhere. And we appreciate you tuning in and, of course, commenting on the show. Okay, this is essentially a back-to-back between these teams, Andrew. So I'm going to give a quick take because I know you always have a back-to-back. And, yeah, man, that I got, if you're wondering what I got on that Papa John's pizza, here it is. I got bacon, Italian spicy sausage, jalapeno peppers, and a stuffed crust with the garlic and Parmesan on the spread on the crust. Yeah, I'm dying today. And then I should probably throw in the thing that I also consumed 10 of their garlic knots. But with that said, I'm dead today. I am dead. Andrew, this is a back-to-back. New Jersey and Colorado just played on the Rock. And I think Colorado had the best of it, even though they lost that game to New Jersey. The XG numbers were in Colorado's favor, 3.03 to 2.4. A better high danger chances, 16 to 10. They played well, but couldn't get the win because this Jersey team's playing better. It's 4 losses in a row for the Avs, but I like this Avs team and the fact that they lost their final game on the road, a disappointing trip, and return home to face the same Devils team. I think they turned the tables. Give me Colorado in this one. Your thoughts?
Oh, how the turntables have turned. Now the home ice advantage shifts for Colorado here, and you're going to hear everybody and their mom and their dog and their brother and their sister tell you, wow, Colorado, what a road trip for them. Are you really want to back this team? Yes, I think we do want to back this team. The Devils have played really well this year, but they have taken advantage of home ice, I think, and we'll see how they can manage on the road. Also, when you look at this team, has it been mostly their top players, or are they getting depth scoring? Because when I look at it right now, I trust the depth scoring of the Avalanche more than I trust the depth scoring of the Devils. And people can call me on that, but Jack Hughes is not going to get a hat trick for you every night. He's just not. And, you know, when I talked about the Vegas, the Carolina Hurricanes, Carm, and them having to go ahead and play 3 tough teams, being Vegas, Dallas, and who was the other team? I'm completely forgetting it. You let me know, Carm. Anyway, I'm going crazy. But regardless, the schedule here for Colorado, I mean, the fact that they had to play Carolina as well. They played a red-hot Mammoth team, all right? They played the Devils at home. 3 of the last 4 games for this team have been against tough opponents. You know, so we always say we want to fade a team first game back after a road trip. But to me, it's always you fade that team if it's first game back after a successful road trip, not an unsuccessful road trip. The vibe is so much different. Players getting back at home, they're feeling good. They just won 3 of their last 4 games. Well, no, this team has lost 4 straight games. When's the last time you saw the Avalanche lose 4 straight games and on their way to potentially losing 5 straight games? I don't think about it. And Steve says here, I think the Avs win, but Price sucks big time. Take the Devils. Look, I get it. But I'm going to trust the high altitude. I'm going to trust this Avalanche team at home. And I think we get a motivated effort out of them. But here's an interesting factor with this game here, Carmen. I know we got to run it. We're running out of time. We got to be quick here. So that's on me. But it looks like Mackenzie Blackwood is scheduled to make his first start of the season. We'll see if that ends up taking place. I'm just looking to see if I've found any updates. But when a goalie makes their first the first start of the season, what always happens is the team rallies around him. The team plays defensively in front of them. If it's a rookie, if it's a guy making his first start, a guy coming off an injury. So I'm going to go with a team total for you, but it might surprise you. It's not the Colorado Avalanche over. I'm going to take the Devils under 2.5 goals plus 105. If the Avalanche want to show us what they have, they got to show us that they can pucker up defensively and play a good game of defensive hockey. That's what I have in this one here, Carm. And I've got no other thoughts regarding this one. Do you want to get to your bankroll play? Do you want to get to your bankroll play?
No same game parlay for you today? We're skipping it for you today?
I did have one, but I'm just going to tweet it out. We got to get going. We have your bankroll play, though, so we'll get to your bankroll play.
All right. Yeah, we got to get back in the win column on the bankroll play, and this is one based on numbers. So I'm looking at this Bruins team that got absolutely blown out yesterday against the Ottawa Senators, and I had the over in that game, so I was happy about it. But Bruins and Isles over 1.5 in the first period is minus 136. The Bruins 11 games this season. The first period over has hit in 8 of those 11 games, 8-3. The New York Islanders, normally a low-scoring team last season, 8 games this year, 6 times the first period over has gone over. So 8-3 for Boston, 6-2 for the New York Islanders. We are going to take that one as your bankroll play for today.
Let's go.
And come on, hopefully we can cash one. So for myself, guys, one play up, 4% play, best bet winner yesterday for clients has been a very good run in the NHL. We're having a positive October, which I absolutely love. And then I'll have an NFL play loaded as well, too, as part of $5 Tuesdays over at WagerTalk. So you'll be able to get both plays for $5. Head over, find them on my page. And there's some great coupons in there for a 30-day NHL and a full season of NHL. Andrew, what do you got up? And close it up for us.
Carm, we cashed our 5% NFL play yesterday. Patrick Mahomes over on passing yards. I got a bit worried when he had 2 interceptions on his first 2 drives. That was a bit tough for me. 19-6 NFL prop run, guys. 19-6. Really, really good with the NFL. Shout out to all of you guys that joined me on that one. We're going to have a big bet up for the weekend. As far as the props are concerned, I want to see this number come out on this player, but I really do like the spot. So watch out for that. CFL playoffs start this weekend. I have a $5 play up this afternoon on the CFL playoffs. Haven't really been in action much in the CFL lately, but I did find one spot for the CFL playoffs I like. And of course, guys, we got NHL action all day. It's the Frozen Frenzy. All kinds of games. Make sure you're following Carm at Carmine Bianco WT, myself at McGinnis Picks for all kinds of free plays, content, and of course, us giving you our hot takes and bitching about our favorite teams as always. Thank you guys so much for watching. And as somebody in the comments just said, hit the like button. It helps us out. It really, really does do wonders for us and helps the WagerTalk team know that we were doing our job and you guys are enjoying the show. Let's run those likes up, guys. It's all we ask, and we really do appreciate it. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time right here on Puck Time.
What's up, everybody? It's Hakeem Prophet or Ski Prophet, whichever you prefer to call me. And yes, that is my real name. I am with WagerTalk. I've been betting for almost 10 years now. And I guess we're going to talk about behind the bettor today. So you guys can learn a little bit about myself. I'll go through these cards. I didn't cheat, just so you guys know. I'm seeing everyone for the first time.
That was really interesting.
College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Absolutely NFL Sundays. I'm starting to get more into college, but NFL 1000%. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? That's a really good question right there. Best sporting event I've ever attended. I'll say I really enjoyed a trip with my friends. We went to Florida. I went to Hollandale Beach, Florida. We went to a Marlins game. There was a preseason football game for the Dolphins. And then we also went to Gulfstream Park and bet horses, and we almost won the pick six. So a lot of friends that I started with in the industry were there at that event or events. And it was one of my favorite times.
There's a reason why this guy's turned into.
What's the most memorable sports bet? It's a lot of those, 1,000 of those. Russell Wilson, he threw the end zone pick. So I had Seattle against the Patriots. It was my first time betting $1,000. I thought they were going to win. I thought Marshawn was just going to run it in. And man, that's when you learn you have money and you think you already have it. It's already cashed. Not so fast. So that's one of my most memorable sports bets. What's the best gambling movie ever? I don't know that I've seen too many. I'm not a movie person. I spend most of my time playing sports, watching sports. So gambling movie, I don't even know if I can name one, honestly. I get shamed for my movies or my taste or lack of knowledge in movies. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? Horse racing, 1,000%. If I could do something one day, every single day, that's very high up there on the list. Horse racing is something that I really enjoy doing. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Mount Rushmore? I just have people that I really respect in the industry, a lot of friends I respect. This is a tough question. Questions are getting tougher. Maybe I should have cheated. Mount Rushmore people in sports betting.
Also, take a look at the theme.
If I tried to answer this, all you guys would do is laugh at me.
Out in Philly, all that and more coming up on Giants postgame live.
All right, these are my personal Mount Rushmore. So I guess it's just people that played a part in what I'm doing today. Peter Loshak, he showed me a lot about everything in sports betting, bankroll management, especially Gianni The Greek. He gave me my first, between him and Loshak, gave me my first chance to speak on a show talking about sports betting. So absolutely Gianni The Greek, 1,000%. Kelly in Vegas, I was just putting my stuff out for everybody, and she's another person who, has a lot to do with where I am today. So I love Kelly in Vegas. I don't know how many people is even on Mount Rushmore, but we got 3 right there. I feel like that's enough. Actually, no, one more. Natalie Rydstrom. She also was a part of me having my first show. So have to thank her 1,000% for giving me that opportunity. Best advice for sports bettors: you won't succeed unless you bankroll manage. You just absolutely won't. So it doesn't matter if you can pick a game correctly. If you can't manage a bankroll, you're going to be a loser. So learn to bankroll manage. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? We'll go with the Westgate. We're here at the Westgate. I spend a lot of time here. People come in town and usually can find me here to watch the games. We'll go with Westgate. If there's a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best, if so, when was it? Yeah, I'm not the big NFL lover like everybody else. I
think they get this one as well.
I could honestly almost care less. I'll say what comes to mind is the best for me I was a big LT fan, so we had really good seasons between him and Antonio Gates. We also had Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers. I'll say there was a season we made it really far, almost made it, and I think we lost to the Patriots. So LT being my favorite football player, that's one of my favorite seasons. I don't know what year it is. Football nerds, you guys know. Do you remember a day that was most profitable for you in sports betting? If so, what was it? Yeah, there was a day, I don't know if it was last season or the season before, I went 10-0 on the day. Absolutely killed it. So that was a really profitable day. I obviously had bigger scores as far as pick fives and horse racing or things of that nature, but to go 10-0 in one day.
On the corner, call the ball. Hicks is ticked.
Do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? I'll roll with this because it's the first one I remember. It was a Super Bowl. The ones you remember are either really big wins or really big losses, but this one was a loss. And I was, we won't say how old I was, but Cardinals versus Steelers. I believe I had the Cardinals, and they pretty much had won it. Like I just remember, I can't tell you the exact play, but Larry Fitzgerald has some miraculous play. He's like looking up at the scoreboard, running, he scores, and then somehow they lost. And that was the first time I had to really pay up. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? They just don't care or don't take it seriously. It's okay. Some people want to do it, how do you call it, recreationally. Some people want to do it to actually like investing. And so just determine what you're doing. Like I said, bankroll manage, be smart with it. But that's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today.
Talk today, the gold standard of sports, where we talk the talk and walk the walk. It is Tuesday, diving deep. Got to get you some NFL. Got to go deep into NBA. We will talk college football. And Brian Power is going to attempt to break down the World Series game tonight after 18 innings. Have fun with that one. We got a lot to get to. We're going to start with Jesse. But first off, thank you guys for joining us. Hit that like button. Really, really appreciate it. Algorithm booster time. Jesse, we always give you a couple teams to fade or support. And I really want to start with this because these two teams to fade, one of them in particular is just, I don't get it. You talk about them damn near every week, and I wanted to try and make things interesting and bet against you on it, and I just can't. I just can't. So let's talk about these teams you're going to fade this week. And first off, happy Tuesday. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you, Andy. And I suppose the team that you want me to talk about first is the Florida State Seminoles. I've been printing money betting against them, not just this season, but last season as well. And Seminoles fans don't like me very much, but we've seen this before. We saw this play out last year. Now they're playing Wake Forest. They're laying 8 points. They're coming off that disturbing loss to Cal. They've had a week, you'd think that giving them a bye and getting right for this game, they'll be okay. But if you go based off what we saw last year, they lost 7 straight at the end of the year. I mean, they were just 2-10 overall. One of those was against an FCS team. So their last 7 games against FBS opponents were all losses. The team quit on Mike Norvell, or maybe Mike Norvell quit on the team, or maybe a combination of both. Clearly, Mike Norvell's job isn't going to last very long here. But what's the motivation for Florida State right now? They're going to they're not going to turn anything around this season. There's going to be a lot of doubts and quit and players wanting to transfer to different teams and this and that. And they're playing a Wake Forest team that's they've won 3 straight games. They're 5-2. One of their 2 losses was a 1-point loss to Georgia Tech, an undefeated team. Their coach, Jake Dickert, is in for ACC Coach of the Year. A lot of people talking about him for Coach of the Year. Florida State now 4 straight losses. I don't know how you bet on them as more than a touchdown favorite. I don't care if it's at home. I don't care if the game's on the moon. You ask me to lay 8 points with Florida State, I'm taking the points and I'm taking the money line. We're sprinkling on Wake Forest. I will say that Wake Forest has the number 1 pass defense in the ACC. They're only giving up 180 yards per game in the air. They also have the number 2 ranked scoring defense in the ACC, only giving up 19 points per game. again, they're getting 8 points against a team that's lost 4 in a row. I mean, you got to keep fading until they do something about it.
Yeah, this line, when I started researching it, I was like, there's no way I can go head to head against it. It doesn't make any sense. Literally, the only reasoning would be because it just doesn't make any sense. And is there something we're missing about it? But I'm with you 100%. And this is a Florida State team I've liked. But yikes, not this week. Very, very strange one. All right, we got another team to fade. What's the other one you're looking at?
Well, since you mentioned because it doesn't make any sense, that was kind of the theme with Virginia Tech last week on a Friday night. And I had Virginia Tech in that game. I think I got them at 3.5 or 4.5. They were bet up to 6 by game time. And all these people were telling me it doesn't make any sense. Virginia Tech's horrible. Virginia Tech started the season 0-3. They fired their coach. Then they won 2 of 3 after they fired their coach. The 3 games they lost, I mean, they lost to Vanderbilt, South Carolina. Look at how strong the SEC is this year. Nobody's beaten SEC teams. No ACC teams are beating SEC teams. Not even Vanderbilt. Certainly not Vanderbilt. Not even South Carolina. Now they play a Louisville team that's coming off that. They're coming off a win over Boston College, and I guess that was their letdown. They beat Miami 24-21. By the way, I gave out Louisville on this channel on the money line, and then they go and they beat Boston College 38-24, fail to cover. I think they're still due for some regression. The letdown from that big Miami win. Now they're 6-1. They're really feeling themselves, but they're playing a Virginia Tech team that is very good at home. I watched that game on Friday night. There was a lot of cameras in the stadium going, my God, this is a 2-5 team. And look at the crowd. I mean, the place was just rocking. Now, this isn't going to be a Friday night game, but Louisville, since they made the coaching change, they're 3-2. Virginia Tech is 3-2 since the coaching change. A couple of those losses were a product of a lot of injuries. They had more injured starters than healthy starters in the game against the game prior to the Cal game. I guess that was the Georgia Tech game. And now they've had the bye week to get healthy. They were more healthy last week. We saw Kyron Drones throw for 3 touchdowns. He ran for 137 yards and 2 touchdowns on 27 carries. The Hokies ran for 357 yards on 58 carries, 6.2 yards per carry. So the Hokies can get theirs. They can score. Their defense still isn't much to write home about, but they're getting 11 points at home against Louisville, and I think Louisville is, like I say, due for some regression. So we'll take the points, and we'll sprinkle on the money line here as well.
All right, we're fading Florida State. We're fading Louisville this week. Jesse, it's $5 Tuesday. You have a fantastic NBA game to break down, but tell everyone what you have up for $5 Tuesday.
I've got to play on the World Series. I cashed in a 5% winner in the World Series Game 3 last night. Feeling myself right now. Got a haircut this morning. Went to the gym. I'm feeling like I'm 30 again, Andy.
I actually went to the gym and sat in the sauna way too long. Like I just forgot. I was like, it's really hot in here. I should probably get out, drink a lot of water. So was your 5% play over, 16 and a half innings?
It was over 1.5 earned runs for Glasnow.
Beautiful play. Beautiful play. Congratulations on that one. Brian's going to break down the World Series game for tonight, but we got the Knicks. We got the Bucks. This is an awesome game. The line is telling us it's going to be close. It looks like we should have pretty good lineups. The only question is Karl Anthony Towns. I think both of these teams are big-time contenders here in the East. I loved it for Milwaukee when they got Miles Turner. Kind of hated it for my Pacers, but two really good teams. Knicks are a slight favorite here. Over-under sits at 229. What's your take on Knicks and the Bucks?
Well, Andy, I can tell that you're a little bit more excited about the start of the NBA season than me. I'm a little bit apprehensive of jumping right in and making a ton of bets this early in the season, so I'm going to focus on the prop market. I do lean Knicks if Karl Anthony Towns is healthy. He's considered questionable right now. And the Knicks are banged up at center. Robinson's out. Their backup center is questionable. Their big men have been banged up all last season, and now that problem is carried over. I still can't believe this Knicks team fired Thibodeau to hire Mike Brown. That seems a little counterintuitive to me. I still think it was a little premature to fire Thibodeau, or if you were going to fire Thibodeau, to come back with Mike Brown seems, I don't agree with that. But if you look at the history between these teams, the Knicks won all 3 meetings last year. They've won 5 straight against the Bucks since 2023. They've covered in all 5 of those games, and 4 of those 5 games were overs. Both teams 2-1 to start the season. Both teams coming off their first loss. When I look at the fact that Cat is banged up and that Robinson is out, some banged up big men for the Knicks, I think to myself, well, who could benefit from that in the player prop market? And that's got me looking at Josh Hart and his rebounds. His rebound total is set at 7.5. This guy's averaging 9.5 this year. Now, this year's only 3 games, so we could almost disregard that. But the reason I mention it is because he averaged 9.6 last year. So we're not going to disregard that. And he averaged 8.3 the year before. The Milwaukee Bucks ranked 26 in opponent rebounding this year, and they ranked 15th last year. New York ranks 11th in rebounding this year, 21st last year. I think Josh Hart will get his minutes tonight, and he will get his boards. So we're going to go over 7.5 rebounds for Josh Hart, which is my official play, and just a lean on the New York Knicks.
I'm kind of with you, Jesse. I had my very first NBA play last night. I have not been firing a lot. I wanted to watch a few games, and then we get over. We had Drew Holiday over his assists. He gets over by the hook, but yeah, I tend to start off a little bit cautious here to start the season, but I think I've seen enough to make my read on some of the games. So I'm with you 100% that props is where it's at in NBA. So anytime you want to talk NBA props, you just let me know, sir. So
I guess with 14 of the first 16 games going over the number, we'll have to write that down and make a note for next year.
I mean, it's like, okay, maybe the players are just super healthy, or I don't know what it is, but it's just. Yeah, it's overs galore. Points are going over. Assists are going over. So yeah, it's been points galore. So, all right, Jesse, great breakdowns. Once again, tell everyone what you have up for $5 Tuesday.
I've got to play on tonight's World Series Game 4. I'm not worried about that 18 innings. I think I got an angle that I am really comfortable with. So you can get that for $5.
All right, Jesse Schewel, everyone, thank you very much. Great breakdowns as always. There's your 2 teams to fade and sprinkle the money lines. Great work, Jesse. Great breakdown. Let's this is kind of funny. So yes, I did mention Miles Turner. Yes, so the Pacers held on to Miles Turner for a long time, a ton of trade rumors. Then he finally goes to the Bucks after the Halliburton injury, and now he's like acts like he's salty towards the Pacers, which I get it. I'm with you. Like, Miles is such a good guy that it's hard to not like him. But yeah, the attitude towards the Pacers, it's like, dude, we stuck by you for a long time. I don't know. I like Miles Turner. The fans absolutely loved him. So to see him kind of salty towards everybody is a little annoying. So, all right, bro, let's bring in Brian Power. We're gonna talk. You get a lot of fun to break down the World Series. Yes, Brian.
I was just sticking a thumbs up. I'm happy to be here, Andy, as always.
Oh, nice. Yeah, how do you break down a World Series game right after they just went 18 innings? This is your game to break down. This is an odd one. Have you ever had to do something like this?
Well, I've had to do many things in life. We'll see if we can make it through this one. Look, I mean, what do? You start by mentioning last night's game, Andy. Okay, it's an all-time classic. It goes 6 hours and 36 minutes. People were watching. I actually fell asleep, sadly. I just don't have it. I don't have that dog in me, Andy, anymore to stay up late, apparently. I passed out. I was trying. I woke up, ironically, in the middle of the night, and I was like, oh, I wonder who won. And I'm in many text threads, some with some other handicappers here on WagerTalk. One that involves the Prez. I see a text from him that says, Clayton Kershaw gives up a grand slam home run to end his Hall of Fame career. And I said, oh my God, what? I go to ESPN. I see the final score was Dodgers 6-5. I said, I guess Prez was only hoping at that point, and that text was not factual. So sorry, Prez. It didn't work out. We all know it goes 18 innings, tying the World Series record for longest game played in terms of an innings perspective. Freddie Freeman, now the first player in history with multiple career World Series walk-off home runs. If you bet the over last night, congrats. You simply just got to enjoy the game after the fifth inning. Worth noting, Andy, last night could have been even higher scoring, of course. There were 5 instances where guys were thrown out trying to get an extra base. They were aggressive on the base pass and paid for it, but it didn't come back to bite the over bettors. Of course, we also need to mention Ohtani, do we not? What he is doing is just otherworldly at this point. Gets on base all 9 of his plate appearances last night. That includes 5. We'll call it 5 intentional walks. The 5th, they weren't giving him anything to hit. It wasn't an official intentional walk, but for all intents and purposes, it was. Of course, they walked him all those times because he hit 2 home runs and 2 doubles in his first 4 plate appearances. And now, and this makes everything so much more fascinating, Andy. Not only are we coming off this insane game, okay, that goes 18 innings, but Ohtani is pitching after being involved in an 18-inning game. And on top of everything he's done at the plate this postseason, including 3 multi-homer games, Ohtani has a 2.25 ERA in his 2 starts with 19 strikeouts. The last time he pitched, guys, in case you forgot, it was 6 shutout innings with only 2 hits allowed. By the way, he homered 3 times in that game as well. I swear I'm not making any of this up. Even though Ohtani was involved in the 18-inning game last night, I still give the Dodgers a substantial edge in the starting pitching matchup tonight. Remember, Ohtani doesn't play in the field. He walked 5 times, so he wasn't exerting himself for most of Game 3. And where I get scared for Toronto, Andy, is Shane Bieber starting. And I just don't like that for the Blue Jays at all. Bieber's failed to make it through 4 innings in 2 of his 3 postseason starts so far. That's a problem when your bullpen is obviously coming off a game where it was used heavily. On top of that, let's not forget Bieber in the regular season posted a 4.57 expected ERA, a 270 expected batting average. He's allowed 10 home runs and 10 starts overall. So the Dodgers are going to have the edge early, I believe. I expect them to get out to a lead against Bieber. And more bad news for Toronto as George Springer leaves with an injury last night. The guy who replaced him in the lineup, Miles Straw, is a clear downgrade. Now, after a game where the teams combined to use 19 relief pitchers, a lot of people are probably saying, hey, late innings, there's going to be some question marks, maybe a high variance situation. But again, I think the Dodgers are in better shape when it comes to the bullpen as well. Not only are they carrying 1 more reliever than Toronto on their postseason roster, but remember, guys, the Dodgers' pen was not used in Game 2 because Yamamoto. And in general, the Dodgers' pen hasn't worked that much this entire postseason because the starters have been so good. In terms of the game, guys, I know it's chalky, very uncharacteristic of me. I can only call for a Dodgers win here. If you want to play it small, I'd say go ahead. This is probably the more intriguing bet to make. I don't think this series is going back to Toronto, Andy. Dodgers to win the series 4-1 exact, currently plus 135 at DraftKings. I would add that to your portfolio because I think the Dodgers repeat.
Run line tonight possibly get better.
I don't look, everyone who knows me knows I'm kind of famous for saying I don't like laying the 1.5 with the home team. It's just one of those things I just don't like doing. It kind of helps formulate bets. So I actually consider Dodgers first 5 -0.5, but that is juiced pretty heavily. It was, last I looked, it was -140. I don't like to lay -140, laying a half a run in the first 5. And plus we're leaving what's been a kind of a suspect Blue Jays bullpen out of it if we bet that way. I just think it's pretty simple. The Dodgers are winning this game, and I think they're winning tomorrow night as well.
This is I got to give you credit. It's a bold take. Ohtani is due for a bad game. It's kind of hard to bet against Ohtani at this point.
I'm due to eat healthy this weekend too, Andy.
I feel like we're talking about Ohtani, and yet we're not talking about him enough. We're not talking about him enough. This is next level. This has never been done. This isn't going to be done again.
They intentionally walked him at the top of the 9th, even though he was the game-winning run. That's Barry Bonds stuff.
And Barry Bonds did not have to pitch the next day. That's
the thing. And he's pitching. And he's pitching very well. He has 19 strikeouts. He didn't give up a run. Yes.
It was what really cemented it for me was last night they had a graphic and it was like Ohtani, like, first player with multiple home run, all the hitting things. And then just at the bottom, it was an asterisk says pitches tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Like, what are we doing?
What planet are we living in? He is an alien. If you believe that aliens walk amongst us, he is one that they just sent out. It's like, let's just wreck Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
So.
What's crazy is I mentioned Freddie Freeman at the top of that analysis a few minutes ago. Now the first player in Major League Baseball history with multiple career walk-off home runs in a World Series. He has no chance of winning MVP if the Dodgers win this series. None. None.
He might win MVP if the Blue Jays come back and win it. He still might win MVP.
Yeah, I mean, Ohtani, yes. It's been ridiculous, man. I just don't know what to say. Yeah, now we're jinxing him. I know the chat is like, oh, watch. Yeah, I don't know.
It could happen, but this is just that sometimes there's just a guy that Block says, yep, Ohtani gets ripped tonight. It's a bold take. Blocked. I like it. I love the bold takes because if he does, you got bragging rights. If he doesn't, then nobody remembers.
I did see in the chat, by the way, as I'm always keeping one eye on that somebody mentioned that the Dodgers bullpen is not exactly great. I agree with that, but it's better than the Blue Jays, and I think the Blue Jays have the starting pitching edge as well. I mean, I guess another alternate you can maybe consider Dodgers team total over, throughout the baseball season, Andy. I feel like we've mentioned this, Bet, you and I, on this program multiple times. When the Dodgers were at home, obviously this was the highest scoring home team in all of baseball during the regular season.
All right. We're going to break down the NBA game. Just like you sent me a message here on Slack, said, it's just not been a good couple days.
No, it has not.
Talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, it's been really rough, and it happens. I guess that doesn't make me happy that it happens, and it makes me obviously feel for anyone who tailed. It's been one of those days where, or I should say, stretches where not a lot's going right. Obviously, when you have an NFL week, anyone who follows me knows if you have an NFL week, the likes of which we just had, where favorites covered at a record-setting pace. Usually that means I didn't do very well. I tend to gravitate. I did have the Jets. That was a nice win on Sunday. But obviously the Jets were one of two underdogs that have covered. One of only 5 underdogs that have covered the last 2 weeks. 5 underdogs have covered the spread the last 2 weeks in the NFL. Andy, that's pretty crazy. Still on a decent. College was the real problem though on Saturday. Just some bad calls. There's no. I just look at you guys in the camera and say it was a bad call. And my track record's going to say that we're going to bounce back. Already posted. I'm playing both games tonight, both college football games tonight, and the Thursday game. I'm on that as well. That's just $5. That's my part of the $5 Tuesday promotion at WagerTalk.com. If you want to hop on the Thursday play, you can do so for $5. You can also get both of tonight's games for $29. So that's what's going on in my world.
Listen, appreciate you sharing that with us. We all go through rough stretches. The last 6 months for myself and my team has been the worst 6-month stretch. Like, we always can fall back on. I always got golf. I always got Formula One. Like, we always got PFL. And those sports, just none of them came to fruition this year. And what's funny is, like, we had a bad NFL season last year, and it's like our best NFL season. We're just, like, crushing it. So it's like the sports we struggled with last year, it's the sports that we're not struggling with this year. So, but, go ahead.
My take is you just have to be confident in your approach, right, Andy? You and I, we've been both doing this for a long enough time. We develop an approach, and the way a lot of the things I look for, there just hasn't worked the last few days. It didn't work over the weekend necessarily. NFL wasn't terrible, but college was. But still, you got to be confident that hey, it's going to turn around, and I think it will, starting tonight.
Well, I will have you know, Dan and I got eliminated from Survivor because of those damn Jets. Yeah,
right.
That was one of the most infuriating NFL games I've watched. I can't believe it. All the things that had to go wrong to lose that game outright were just.
Yeah, I wonder what the first thing was said at that players-only defensive meeting for the Bengals. Was it like, how the hell did we give up 39 points to that offense? I'm sure that's what somebody let off with.
Or it's like, what are you going to do on the practice squad?
Yeah.
Where do you think we're going to play next? Do you think the CFL is hiring? All right, let's move to NBA here. Clippers and the Warriors. There's a really funny thing about this game. Bradley Beal gets ruled out and the line moves towards the Clippers. Yeah. The Warriors are.
Imagine how that's got to make him feel.
Key free agent pickup, Bradley Beal for the Clippers. What a world we live in. It's just some guys, man. It's just like, really, Bradley Beal keeps getting picked up. All right, we got the Clippers -2. Over under is 225.5. How do you break down this game?
Going back to December of 2023, Andy, Clippers and Warriors have played a total of 6 times. Clippers are 6-0 straight up and against the spread in those 6 games. So they have had Golden State's number. You look at the odds screen. I'll just rehash what you just said. Clippers have taken money for tonight. They're currently out to a 2.5 point road favorite. Golden State's playing the second night of back-to-back. Warriors won last night here at home, 131-118 over Memphis, covered as 8-point favorites. A little sloppy with the basketball in the first half, I would say, even by head coach Steve Kerr's admission. But Warriors took charge of the game in the third quarter. That was basically the difference. They outscored the Grizzlies by 12 in the third quarter. The final margin was 13. Every starter for Golden State, besides Draymond Green, scored at least 16 points. Moses Moody, the bench, was sort of an all-around, they got contributions from everybody. Golden State. Al Horford did not contribute because he sat out last night. Steve Kerr saving him for tonight, which is a different approach from the last time we saw the Warriors play back-to-back, Andy, because Horford sat out the second game that time, and the Warriors lost 139-119 at Portland. So they've got Horford in the lineup this time for the second game of the back-to-back. They're at home this time for the second game of the back-to-back. But the Clippers, interesting team. They've had a different leading scorer in all 3 games. They're 2-1 straight up, 1-2 against the number. Lost the opener at Utah, which was a surprise, but they bounced back with home wins over Phoenix and Portland. Did not cover in the win over Portland. Bradley Beal, as you mentioned, is sitting out tonight because of a back injury. Mark doesn't seem to care. Tyronn Lue, he's going to hope that James Harden is as good as he was last year for the Warriors. Averaged 23 points in the 4 games. Earlier, I mentioned the Clippers' perfect record straight up and against the number against Golden State going back to December 2023. Another perfect trend to consider, guys. If you're a totals player, all 4 Golden State games have gone over the total this season. Trend I'm going to back is, and this is not a client play, but just to give you guys something to bet on, this is a late night game. If you're sitting around for the degenerate special, I would take Clippers money line, still around -125 at DraftKings and FanDuel. Under Lue, the Clippers are 80-35 straight up as a road favorite. So, obviously there's been some bigger spreads in there. But I just think in this instance, the Warriors, even with Horford playing, are going to struggle in the second night of a back-to-back against a rested foe. Kerr played most of the starters 30-plus minutes. I just don't like the situation for Golden State.
You got agreement in the chat here. Third game of the season. Bradley Beal's back already hurts. It's unbelievable, that guy.
Yeah, I know it is. I know. I love their who had the load management designation on opening night. That was incredible.
There's injuries, and then there's Bradley Beal. This is wild times. All right, Brian. Incredible day of sports. It's $5 Tuesday. Once again, tell everyone what you have up.
Yes. If you want to hop on board, look, we've got our weekday college football card already up. You can get the Thursday play for $5 today only. That price will go up after midnight Pacific time. And also, if you want both games tonight, I've got them in a 2-for-1 deal for just $29. You can get both of Tuesday's college football games, WT.buzz/BP. Guys, let's turn things around starting tonight.
I know you're going to turn it around, Brian. You always do. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great Tuesday. Brian Power, everyone. Let's do some free plays here. Let's do a quick all around the world. Had a great day of all around the world yesterday. So let's talk some props as well. And guys, you're going to hear me talk a lot about props moving forward. Props are a massive, massive part of building a bankroll. You heard Bill Krackomberger talk about it. He bets 2.5 times on props what he does on other things. So I'm just going to be talking a lot about props. Just know that moving forward, and we got a couple really good ones here. I agree with Jesse that the Knicks and Bucks have a lot of good props. I'm actually going to Mikal Bridges over 3.5 rebounds. This is probably the last night you're going to get 3.5 rebounds if he goes over again. He's had 5+ in all 3 games. He's getting 8.7 rebound chances, and the Bucks allow 16 rebounds to small forwards and shooting guards. This one comes from the WagerTalk free picks page. The Hornets, the Heat, Davion Mitchell over 7.5 assists. Both teams are top 3 in pace. He's averaging 8.3 assists so far, and the Hornets are allowing 12.3 assists to point guards. And then we got a free play on Jacksonville State, Middle Tennessee State. Drew likes Jacksonville State -6. Jacksonville State 3-0 in conference play. Middle Tennessee State winless in conference games. The quarterback for Jacksonville State, Creel, got hurt last game. Coach has come out and said it was a non-throwing arm. He fully expects him to play. Jacksonville State pulls away late and covers this -6. All right, guys, I have a $5 play that is up. It is in the NBA. It is an NBA prop. Every Tuesday, I'm going to have a prop. It's either going to be an NHL and NBA. And guess what? I got one of each. So you want an NHL prop? We got it. You want an NBA prop? We got it. We're coming off a really nice win in our very first NBA play. And listen, you can't go the whole season undefeated if you don't win the first one. So our quest to go the entire season undefeated continues tonight. Let's go 2-0 to start the season. In all seriousness, guys, this has just been a huge part over the last couple years, building bankroll. I was up 30 units in NBA last year. We were number 1 in props. So it's prop season now that NBA and NHL is in full swing. All right, let's bring in the Prez. What's that?
Mr. Prop?
You could call me Mr. Prop. You and I both have both have multiple names on the show. We'll get to your other name a little bit later here.
What was it? Johnny Y. Johnny Y, baby. How are you, Andy? And guys, just to reiterate, I can't find prop bets on a regular basis. I always look to Andy for prop bets. Between Andy and Jesse, I think we probably have the 2 best prop guys on the planet. It's unbelievable. You and Jesse need to do a double prop combo. Yeah,
we should.
So
I
am asking on behalf of all clients for you and the Jesse Meister. We need a name for that.
The Jesse Meister.
The proposal. The property.
We'll figure it out.
I was up late last night, Andy.
I was going to ask you.
3 a.m., bro. I'm tired, man.
All right, so do you look at it like, what a bummer, I can't believe we did that, or do you look at it like, that was a pretty cool game to be a part of?
Listen, it was an exciting game. It was exceptional. Propapalooza, I like that. Propologist, there you go.
Well, Kelly called me the proptologist when I was doing bet on it. I wore a doctor's coat and a stethoscope.
You know what Andy and Jesse are? They are property of WagerTalk. Anyway, exclusive handicappers. We love them.
Property of WagerTalk?
Property. It's 2 words.
I got you.
Property. Anyway, Andy, hated the loss last night. Really felt like John Schneider outmanaged himself. We got into a situation where our hitters were so bad, we were just trying to avoid double plays. Horrible start to the game. An absolute umpire mistake that was, I cannot believe what went down in the first inning with an umpire calling a strike after Dalton Varsho started walking just out of principle and cost us a run. John Schneider pitching to Ohtani in the 7th. Huge mistake. Taking out Addison Barger for a guy who can't hit. Huge mistake. Not leaving Bassett in an extra inning. Huge mistake. Yeah. The Steel Curtain signed that helmet. All 4 of them. Thank you for asking.
Nice.
Yeah. Huge mistakes made by the Toronto Blue Jays last night. And honestly, you cannot afford mistakes against Team Japan and 4 starting number 1s.
Yeah, you guys made it to the World Series, then you happen to be going up against the single best baseball performance I've ever seen. I mean, nobody's seen anything remotely like what Ohtani's doing. It's pretty wild. Do you hate him, or do you like have admiration for what you're watching from the opposing side?
Why would I hate Ohtani? I'm
sports
lucky
hate.
to be.
I mean sports hate, not the guy,
No,
but just
no. I'll give you perspective about me and players. My favorite NHL player of all time is Brian Marchmont, and he is the Leaf killer. So what you do to my team has no relevance to whether I like or hate you. Ohtani's incredible, awesome, spectacular. I just wish that he would learn English, but that's just me being selfish.
They said that about a golfer, Hideki Matsuyama, and then all of a sudden it turned out he knows English. I bet Ohtani knows English.
Totally.
He's like,
well, you know, Vlad
does.
Vladdy does post-game interviews with a translator and speaks English. So
well, let's talk Thursday night football. You got the Ravens, you got the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Harbaugh's come out and said looks like Lamar is going to play. Lamar was from. I've heard this narrative before about Lamar being from Miami area, so he wants to put on a show. And last time they played, I believe he kind of laid an egg in the props market and it cost everyone a lot of money. Yeah. What's your breakdown here on the Ravens and Dolphins? My take was when they got back from the bye, the Ravens were going to go on a hell of a run and end up making the playoffs. Step one was last week, but we got both.
And now they're favored. And now they're favored to win the division. But Andy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to break this bet down to 3.5 unit bet. So let's assume you're betting $350 on this game. I have got a bet for you for $150, and I got a bet for you for $200. My $150 bet is the Baltimore Ravens team total over 30.5. Now, this is predicated on Lamar playing, so no rush to make this bet. But to give you perspective, the Miami Dolphins defense allowed Atlanta 10. With Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix behind center and Bijan having a rough one, Atlanta's 10 is more like Detroit's 31. So take that with a grain of salt. Cleveland put up 31 on this Miami defense. The LA Chargers 29, Carolina 27. The Jets 21, Buffalo 31, New England 33, Indianapolis 33. So four times out of 8 games, a team has gone over 30. And I think Baltimore has a better offense with Lamar behind center than any of those teams. So I like the Baltimore Ravens over 30.5. But that's not my favorite bet. Andy, my favorite bet is on the Miami Dolphins team total over 20.5. And I absolutely love this bet. Let me break this down for you. Miami just put up 34 on Atlanta. They had a horrible game against Cleveland and got up 6. Before the Cleveland game, 27 on the Chargers, 24 on Carolina, 27 on the Jets, 21 on Buffalo, 27 on New England. So 6 of their last 7 games, they have mustered 21 or more points. 6 of their last 7. Now, I think that a lot of those defenses, the Chargers, the Jets, maybe even Buffalo, the New England Patriots defense, by the way, look at those stats, sneaky good. All of those defensive units are better than Baltimore's. Now, I understand Baltimore held Chicago to 16. Chicago had a first and goal from the 3 to end the game. They score there. It's over 21. They held the Chargers to 17. The Rams, best effort so far this season. Before that, Houston put up 44. That's right, Houston. KC put up 37. Detroit put up 38. Cleveland put up 17. That's worth 30 of a regular team. Buffalo put up 41. 20.5 with Miami. This Miami team has gone over 20.5 in 6 of the 7 games. Baltimore's defense has allowed more than that in 6 of their 7 games, 5 of their 7 games. I love 20.5 over Miami Dolphins. That might be a quiet play. That I am extremely high on that play. Make that your $200 bet. Make the Baltimore one your $150 bet. let's have a winning Thursday night, Andy.
All right, I like it. Team totals. I love some good teim totals. You like?
Well, I've been looking at team totals a lot more this year, Andy, and a lot of this stuff is inspired by you. I've never released parlays in my life. I've released 10 money line parlays in NFL this season. I'm 8-2.
Nice.
These are me learning from the young guys that learning from Andrew and Andy and these guys who are looking for these interesting bets. How do you bet this Baltimore Ravens? I don't want to take the over on the game. I understand 52 for both my bets to win. I get it. It's got to go over 52. But I like the Miami team total better than the over on the game. And I like the Baltimore team total better than I like the over on the game. I'd rather go and split my units up, take a shot at 2-0, and have that Miami team total in my back pocket. So, yeah, these are all Andy Lang inspired.
They better win now.
Yeah.
I hope they
Dude,
win.
I got a crazy story to tell you. But before I get into that, I got to promote because I got a very rare play up tonight.
All right. Tell us
Andy,
about it.
In 4.5 NFL regular seasons, I am 60-35 in ATS bets. ATS bets, not some cockamamie first quarter bet, not a double result bet, not some prop bet. In against the spread betting, I am 60-35 in 4.5 regular seasons. This season, I have 8 ATS bets. I struggle to find these bets, Andy. Like, it's not like I have a lot of them, bro. I've had 8. I'm 7-1. I have my first 4% NFL ATS bet of the season this Sunday, and it's only $5 freaking dollars. 7-1 record, 63% in 4.5 years. This is probably a top 3 strongest winning streak over a long period of time at WagerTalk in any sport, in any bet. That's how big this play is. It's $5. And I also am on a 13-3 run in baseball. I got me a $5 play there as well. Sorry to over promote, but I'm bloody excited about this play.
I love it. You got me pumped for it. I can't wait. I can't wait to throw my $5 hat in the ring and get your play.
So my crazy story.
Do crazy story. Then we'll talk Johnny Y and we'll talk your shows.
Okay. So I auditioned for The Price is Right, Canada.
Awesome.
I got through to the final round, dude. I got one last round to get through to get on that show, bro. I got to do a video today. And in that video, I got to announce my name, my age, the city I'm from, and what I would do with the money if I won. And it needs to be fun. So I have an idea. I'm going to dress up in full hockey gear, skates, helmet, everything. And I'm going to stand on my driveway with my hockey stick. My wife's going to pull up and go, she'll give my full name. Lawrence Presman, you're 56 years old. Why are you playing ice hockey on our driveway? Do you have dementia? And I'll be like, no, I'm practicing for The Price is Right. And she'd be like, what does this have to do with The Price is Right? And I'm like, well, if I win The Price is Right, I'm going to buy my hometown hockey team, the Toronto Maple Leafs.
That's really good.
That's good.
Yes, it's really good. Absolutely 100. Yes, that is, yes. Full send. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I wanted you to tell me what you thought of my idea because I had to come up with something, bro. Thanks, Justin.
It's really good. That is, I was like, where are you going with it? And then I'm gonna buy my hometown team, the Toronto.
Well, that way I get my age, my name, what I would do with the money, and the city I come from.
Checks
in a
all the boxes. Checks
Right.
all the boxes. I think it's absolutely fantastic. That is very, very well done. Yeah, it's a great one. Yeah, you got to send the video. You got to show us the video when it's done, because that's a really good one. All right, tell us about your shows, and then I've got then I want to talk to Johnny Y.
Oh, Johnny Y again, yes. So today's show was incredible, the best betting show ever. It works so well with your show, Andy. You know, we got Art DeCesar on every day. The show is so heavy on bookmaker information. You know, Art literally got up and told us where all the money is coming on, you know, most of the NFL games this week, some of the big college football games. We went through where the money is coming. We got the Frozen Frenzy tonight, so there's like 600 NHL games. It's just incredible amount of bookmaker information. And it's a laugh. And your show is entertaining as hell. And your show is, you know, heavy on guests and big game breakdowns. The two shows work so well together. But guys, please check it out. The best betting show ever. Every single day it's up on WagerTalk TV around 12:30 Eastern time. We do not do this show live. There's too many moving parts and too much editing required. But it's really, really good. I'm also taping the NFL presidential address today, and that'll be up at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. That show is done really, really well. That show is 20 years in, Andy. That show predates WagerTalk and is the first show we ever launched on WagerTalk.tv. So 20 years in, and that show will be up at 8 p.m. Eastern time. But yeah, really, really loving doing the best betting show ever. It's so much freaking fun.
All right, Dan, let's see the graphic.
Wait.
Do you remember this one, Lawrence? Do you remember this commercial? I learned it from watching you.
No, but I am Canadian, so it might not have made it here.
All right.
What is that?
It's this old PSA commercial. It's an absolute legend here in the States. It's this dad walks in the room and his kid's sitting on the bed and he's holding marijuana. The dad is like, "Where did you get this? Where did you learn how to smoke it?" And the kid says, "I learned it from you. I learned it from watching you." And it was supposed to be this amazing PSA that shocks the world. And instead, it's been a laughing stock for like 40 years.
Dude, that is my relationship with my own daughter. My daughter showed up last night before the Blue Jay game and asked if I could roll her one.
It went from a PSA to try and prevent it to now it's like it's actually like smiled upon. Show them how to do it properly.
But
I
have not enjoyed or partook in a joint in 14 years, but I am a rolling god.
Nice.
Next week,
nice.
Can we next week? Let's do a live on-air rolling competition. I challenge anyone. Anyone.
Oh, I'm sure we're gonna have some people in the chat. Challenge accepted.
Yeah, anyone. I will challenge. I will do it faster with less air bubbles, and there will be no canoe. Am I using the right words? Roll off.
Roll off
on WagerTalk today.
Oh, I knew we were gonna. This is great.
Damn, what's happened to the show?
Oh, you touched a nerve with this one, Lawrence.
Come on, Cody, bring it.
This is great.
Bring it.
This is great.
Well,
all right.
9 paper one if you want.
All right, so next week, Tuesday, we'll see how we can figure this one out. Leave a comment after the show's over. Just leave a comment in the chat saying you're interested. We'll figure out how to make this happen. All right, we're gonna introduce Johnny Y, and I'm gonna do my Y question for Mr. Y.
Oh,
and then I'm gonna break down the Thunder and the Kings. So Johnny Y, welcome to the show.
Yes, brother, good to be here. What can I do for you?
Okay, so Johnny Y is Prez's alter ego. He's starting a YouTube channel where he answers sports questions where you go, why something. So I'm going to pitch him real life why question. He tells me if it's worthy about doing a show. All right, are you ready?
Go.
Okay. Why do they call them apartments? They're not apart. They're right on top of each other. They are the farthest thing away from actually being apart. They should probably be called like Togetherments. Why are they called apartments?
Together. So
is that worthy exploring?
No, because it hasn't. It could be. It's not sports related, but it comes from the Italian appartamento and the French appartamante, meaning a separate place. So there is actually an answer. But Andy, the biggest question is, how much drugs are you and Dan smoking to come up with these questions?
I just come up with them. I've heard that one before. The one last week I came up with on my own. So
why does a man have a hernia and a woman a hysterectomy? Why do you drive on a parkway and park on a driveway? Why does your foot smell and your nose run? Why can't men have babies so we could get rid of the other sex? Oh, wait, that one is just me. Sorry.
That's just you. All right, Lawrence Presman, everyone. All right, Lawrence has got a big $5 play up. That is at WagerTalk.com. Thank you, Lawrence. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. All right. So why is Andy's camera trash? So there is something in StreamYard. It is not my camera. We've tried multiple cameras. There's something that has to do with when there's switching going on with my position. So we do not know why it happens to mine, but we've tried multiple cameras, Mike. I don't know. We've tried a lot of things. There's something in there, and it doesn't even happen on other StreamYard like studios. So who knows? Something in this studio. We'll figure it out. All right, let's break down an NBA game. Hit a nice free play winner on the Thunder last night on their first half. So let's do another one today. See if we make it 2 in a row. All right, the Thunder take on the Kings. Thunder minus 10.5 with an over-under of 227.5. Thunder are now 4-0 after their win last night. However, they are on a back-to-back. Their starters all played 30-plus minutes. This is going to be their 5th game of the season. 2 of their games went to double overtime, and this is a back-to-back situation. I know they're young. I know they're the defending champs. I know it's just the beginning of the season, but this has got to be a lot of minutes and a lot of basketball logged for these guys in a short period of time. And meanwhile, we've got Sacramento, who is just not very good this year. They're only 1-2. In pace, though, Sacramento is 5th, and the Thunder is 24th. So we have contrasting styles here as to who runs. And it makes sense. Thunder are a defensive team, and Thunder like to get into their sets and shake and run the clock down. Sacramento's 13th in defensive efficiency, but that's a little bit of fool's gold. They've played the Suns and the Jazz in 2 of their games, 2 pretty bad teams. That is going to make your defensive efficiency a little bit overflated. Meanwhile, the Thunder, we know they're going to be great in defense. They are 4th in defensive efficiency. Thunder, they were 10th in offensive efficiency going into last night's game. They've dropped to 18th. Dallas put on a pretty good defensive performance in the second half. Meanwhile, Sacramento 24th, even with playing the Suns and the Jazz, their offense has not been very good. I want to look at the first half again. We had a good read on the Thunder in the first half of last night's game when we took them on the spread. But tonight I'm going to look at the total. All 4 first halves have gone under for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, the Kings went over in their first half against the Lakers in their last game, but the Lakers are not very good on defense. They're one of the bottom defensive efficient teams. I'll go back to that Kings and Jazz game. The Jazz have played 2 good defenses out of 3 games, and that first half landed on 95. The first half total tonight is 117.5. I really like the under in the first half. You have Oklahoma City that might be a touch fatigued, and they might struggle late in the game, but in the first half, I expect their defense to be solid. The Kings are not very good on offense. They're a little bit better on defense than they are on offense. I think this is going to lead to a lower scoring first half. I think this number is wildly inflated. So the play is going to be the under 117.5 on the first half. And once again, guys, we do have our $5 NBA best bet that is up. We are coming off a nice winner last night. It was our first NBA play of the season. Our second one goes off tonight. We were number 1 in NBA props. Very proud of that. We also have a $5 NHL play that is up. We hit 60% of our plays since the start of last season, so we're looking for 2 nice winners last night off of a 2-0 winner last night in Monday Night Football and the NBA. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us. Another great show. Thank you to Jesse. Thank you to Brian. Thank you to Lawrence for making this a great show. And also, thank you very much to you guys in the chat. You guys have crushed it. Leave a comment below if you're interested in taking Prez on in his impromptu challenge. So, what are these? What are the houses behind? Oh, so these are, they're like Christmas houses, except they are all Indianapolis sports venues. So you have like the old Colts stadium, You've got the Victory Field. That's our minor league baseball team. You've got Market Square Arena. You got the field house. My mom gave these to me, and then for whatever reason, she gave me one of an Irish bar. I don't know if I think that says a lot about me. But yeah, these are Indianapolis landmarks. So pretty cool. So yeah, they're dope. I love them. And anytime mom gives something to you, it goes in the background, like she did all those posters that I have behind me. So, all right, that's going to do it for us. Hit the like button on our way out. Let's have a big night. It's $5 Tuesday. Get as many $5 plays as you feel comfortable with. Bet responsibly. Try out a new handicapper. Try out your favorite handicapper. Let's have a big night. We'll see you again tomorrow. Take care.
What's up, everybody?
Tuesday night college football. I've given you every weeknight game the past couple of weeks. I'm going to keep doing it here for you on Tuesday nights because these are standalone national TV games. I've got free plays analysis in both games this Tuesday night. UTEP, Kennesaw State, and James Madison against Texas State. Free plays in both games coming up with analysis right here, right now. Hi, this is Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, right back here on WagerTalk TV. And both these games, I believe, go at 8 o'clock Eastern on this Tuesday night, so you'll have to flip back and forth between the ESPNU, ESPN2 networks. And we'll start with the UTEP-Kennesaw State game at 8 o'clock Eastern. This one is on ESPNU, the U. And Kennesaw looked good last week. We gave you a free play winner last week on Kennesaw in their high-scoring win against Florida International. And they do look like they figured something out offensively. Dual-threat quarterback Odom has kind of sparked this offense in recent weeks after an 0-2 start. Of course, they lost to Wake Forest and Indiana. Nothing wrong with that. They were a 54-point combined underdog in those two games. They have gone 4-0 straight up and against the spread ever since that slow start. So 4 straight wins and covers. And this line opened about 8.5, and it quickly got bet up to -10. So there's not a lot of value probably left now at that key number of 10. Total's been bet up a bit as well, from 50.5 up to 51. Do see even a 51.5, maybe starting to show 50.5 in other spots. 51 is a very key total. So both the side and total are on key numbers here. So I'm going to break it down a little further and look at a team total. And while the sharp money has come in against UTEP, I actually like their team total over for that reason. And let me explain why. When the line opened 8.5 and 50.5, that would have priced a UTEP team total around 21, 21.5. But now that it's 10, 50.5, 51, the UTEP team total looks like it's going to be around 20.5. 21 is a very key number. So at 21 or less, or especially at 20.5, I do like UTEP up and over their their team total. Even though Kennesaw is on a 4-game win streak and cover streak, they've been an explosive offense as well. Last week against Florida International, Kennesaw ran and threw for over 200 yards each, almost 500 yards of total offense. But let's just take that out of the equation because I think UTEP can move the ball in this game. And there's a few reasons I say that. First of all, they're coming off a bye week. I use this a lot in the NFL. Teams off a bye, especially if they've been inconsistent offensively, usually focus a little bit more on offense. And I think that'll definitely be the case for the Miners here. They played well defensively in their prior 2 games, giving up just 19 and 17 points against Liberty and Sam Houston State. But they struggled offensively. They had 11 against La Tech, 8 against Liberty. But then they had a breakout game 2 weeks ago against Sam Houston State in which they scored 35, had over 400 yards of total offense. And now they have a bye week to improve on that. I like this offense to continue to make some strides here. And while Kennesaw's looked really good, winning 4 in a row, including that free play we had on them last week against Florida International, yes, they scored 45. Yes, they had almost 500 yards of offense, but they gave up 26 points and over 222 yards rushing and 296 yards passing to what I would rate as a very mediocre Florida International offense. They gave up over 500 yards in that game. So I do think UTEP can move the ball in this game. And now that the line's gone up a bit, we're getting the team total at a very reasonable price. Take a look at the UTEP Miners team total over 20.5 on Tuesday night, 8 o'clock Eastern on ESPNU. All right, the other game also at 8 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2, the Deuce. And this is probably considered the better game just because James Madison is looking like one of the best mid-major teams in the country. I guess we can call them mid-major. I use that term for college basketball, and they're obviously one of the group of 5. What's the term? Power 4, Power 5. I can't keep up. All I know is not my James Madison Jukes left the CAA and moved up from 1AA to 1A a few years ago. They, of course, were a powerhouse team at the FCS level for decades. Signetti was their coach recently a couple years ago. He's now turned Indiana around. the last 2 years, playoff team last year, ranked third this year, just a couple of weeks ago. So JMU is a program that just continues to win and rebuild even when the coaches move on, and they've really been stacked on both sides of the ball this year. James Madison's last game was impressive, to say the least. Old Dominion, who's been one of the better teams in the Sun Belt, not my Old Dominion Monarchs, two teams that used to play William and Mary in the CAA, have moved on. But James Madison manhandled them, 63 points, over 600 yards of offense in that game 10 days ago, or 9 days earlier on the 18th. A little bit of a mini bye. Both these teams, by the way, played the previous Saturdays on October 18th, so they both have been off for 9 days, a little bit of extra time for this Tuesday game. So, yes, the JMU offense is smoking, and they're a run-based offense, by the way, that runs the ball a significant amount of times. In fact, they run the ball about 45 times a game for almost 250 yards. They only throw about 27 times, and they have been a below-average passing offense. Don't let the over 300 yards against Old Dominion fool you. They averaged just 6.8 yards per pass this year against teams that allow 7.2, and overall they average 6 yards per play against teams that give up 5.8. The reason Madison is crushing some teams is because their defense is vastly underrated. They're giving up just 15.5 points a game, just 4.4 yards per play. Now, Texas Tech is also an explosive offense, 36 points a game, 5 yards a rush, over 9.5 yards per pass. But this will be by far the best defensive opponent they face this year. And I still rate the JMU defense as better head-to-head than the Texas State offense. Texas State's defense has been mediocre. They've been very average against the run, 4.3 against teams that average 4.3. Their weakness has been against the pass, giving up almost 7.5 yards per pass. But once again, James Madison is a run-based offense, so they might be able to limit them as well. The sharp money is coming on the under in this game, and I wanted to point that out to you. It opened 58, and by Monday afternoon, this total was already 56, even 55.5 at some of the sharper leading indicator books. We'll follow the sharp money here, under the 56. I know it seems a little contrarian as I talked about how the offensive numbers for both teams have been good at times, but the matchup actually favors both defense. When Texas State's defensive strength is their run D against a good run-based offense in James Madison that doesn't throw the ball as well. And the JMU Duke's defense, giving up just 15.5 points a game, has been good against everyone this year. Sharp money came in on the under in this one from 58 down to 56, 55.5 now at some of the sharper books, whereas some of the square books like South Point in Vegas is still 56.5 as of Monday afternoon. I agree with the sharp money on the under. Take a look at JMU Texas State under 56, 8 o'clock Eastern, Tuesday night on ESPN2. There you go. Your first 2 weeknight games for this week in college football. What are we, week 10 now? Halloween is this week on Friday. You know we're getting around the corner here, about a month to go in the regular season. Hope you've been enjoying the college football videos. If you have, thumbs up, like, comment below, and I will keep them coming. I gave you all 18 weeknight college football games the last 2 weeks, and I'm giving you now the two Tuesday games here. I'm going to give you both Wednesday games as well. So make sure you click subscribe and you click that bell for an instant alert so you'll know when these videos are posted nice and early each and every week, including my Thursday night NFL free play between the Ravens and the Dolphins on NFL Prime on Amazon. 8-1 this year on the free Thursday night NFL plays, and I put that on the line with the Ravens-Dolphins game. Also, full dive into the quarterback situation for Baltimore. Will it be Lamar Jackson or Tyler Huntley? We talk about that as well in the video for Thursday Night Prime Football here on WagerTalk TV. Also, when you click subscribe and you click that bell, you'll know when this Saturday's college football top 25 video is posted. My NFL Fade the Public video for Sunday. 5-1 last Sunday, fading the public. You know, the week before, the public had a good week. And I said, it'll be very interesting to see how they do this week. Well, they took it on the chin. 5-1, fading them. Over 60% for free in that video this season. All you got to do is click subscribe and click the bell. You'll have an instant alert when that's loaded this weekend as well. And once again, if you're liking these free play videos, all I ask is a quick thumbs up like. If you have a couple more seconds, maybe a positive comment below, because I do truly read the comments and I reply back here on WagerTalk TV. Now, I do all the weeknight games for you. A lot of these are light TV leans only. They're ugly games, but hey, ugly teams need love too. Ugly games need love too. And I know many of you are doing your own handicapping. You want to play these national TV spotlight games. So I try to give you as much analysis, free opinions when I see them. But if you're playing these, you know, maybe a 1% TV lean. My best bets for my clients are rated as 4% plays. Those are really strong. And we are smoking it right now. Over 65% all sports over the past month. And don't forget about the free plays as well. I post a bonus free play every day on my page. And those have hit over 80% over the past 2 weeks. So those are the last cut from the best bets. Best bets hitting over 65% over the past month. And it could be even better because the last cuts, free plays, are over 80%. So if you're building your bankroll, if you're new to sports betting, if you're doing your own handicapping, check out the daily free play on my page. But more importantly, get the best bets, because that's how you build your bankroll with my strongest plays. It is quite simple. If I have a game that I'm using, every client gets it, whether it's a 1 day, a 1 week, a 1 month, or a 1 year subscription. It's been that way since I started back in August of 1996, over 29 years ago, as a full-time professional sports bettor and handicapper. And right now I have some very special offers, because I want you on board an all sports subscription, because this is the only time of the year over the next week in which you can get every sport I release at one time. College and pro football on a daily basis, no brainer. NBA started last week, pro basketball. College basketball starts next Monday. Major League Baseball is still going. The World Series is on this week as we speak. So right now, an all sports, all access gets you every sport I release all at one time. It's a rare occurrence, so take advantage. 7 days for just $99. No promo code needed. That's on the page every day. It's on the right-hand side. You'll see I have 7-day all access for $99. That's a good offer. It's a good starting point. Nice 7-day sampler. A little bit of a longer-term package, though, with a better value. How about 30 days for just $199? That's right, just $100 more gets you 30 days, but you got to use the promo code you see on your screen, SM199, because that gets you an instant $100 discount on my 30-day all access. Now, you see on the right-hand side of my page at WagerTalk.com that it's normally $299, but at checkout, use promo code SM199 for an instant $100 discount and get 30 days and nights of all sports, all access for just $199. Or if you've been on board the last few weeks, I know you've built your bankroll, 65% run over the past month in all sports. We've been crushing it here in October. How about a full year? That is the true investment approach, and that's what I preach you do on a daily basis, and that's play consistently every day. Take the guesswork out. Don't let the ebb and flows get you. Play consistently and get it down to about $1 a play with an instant $500 discount on the 1 year, 365-day all-access pass, which gets every college and pro football, basketball, and baseball best bet I release for 365 days. And it is a true 365, because if I ever pass on a small card, I never force anything. This is an investment for me. It's not action. Then you get an extra day added to your subscription. For example, last Thursday, it was a very small card. I didn't want to force anything, so we passed. Every client gets an extra day added to this subscription. So it is a true 365 days of best bets, all sports, all access for just over $1 a play, because you get an instant $500 discount. And there is no promo code needed for that. It's on my main page right now, right above the daily free play. You will see the instant $500 all sports discount for a 1 year pass, and you get a bonus 25% coupon included with it as well. Steve Merrill, WagerTalk.com, and hey, get to my page quicker with shortcut WT.buzz/SM. On the way out, don't forget to follow me on social media at Steve Merrill, 2 R's, 1 L, MERRIL. You see in the bottom corner of your screen there, at Steve Merrill on X and Instagram. And stay tuned here to Wager Talk TV, because you know there's more free play videos, including the Thursday night NFL Prime game, coming up next.
Welcome into KIV and Crack, another Monday morning edition here on the West Coast. Crack, we've got questions from the audience. We've got a NBA scandal. You mentioned that you wanted to talk about that as well, because it's been talked about ad nauseum, but you kind of have some other opinions here on it. And then I want to talk about a couple of handicapping strategies as well, with questions that I've been sent. So we're going to just get right into it. First question is, you and I both had Ravens -6.5, right? John Murray texts me, hey, I think Lamar's going to be a go. Crack bet Ravens -6.5. I'm on X prior to filming bet on it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to give out Ravens -6.5. I love them in this spot. We both have Bears under 8.5 wins. This is just kind of one of those things. A lot of things are going to be correlated towards betting the Ravens.
Yeah, something I didn't give it to the public, because it was really, that the reason why I bet it there, because they have -08 juice. Doesn't sound like a lot. I know people don't. It's amazing, Kel. People really don't care sometimes about juice. Like, I talk about my Thursday night show. I talk about BetMGM's 102 juice, 80% discount on Thursday nights, an hour before the game. No one cares. They lay 110 with their guy. They don't care. They just don't care about juice. But anyway, over there at Westgate, which we love, Monday night, Thursday night, and all the primetime games, Monday, Thursday, Sunday, primetime games, 108 juice. And I'm sorry, that's 105 juice.
Yes, 105.
108 every day. But situation when my guy read that about Baltimore, of course, I hit them first, -6.5. the -08. It was already leaking some other places, but and then of course when it came out the wrong information, I had to terrorize Murray and tell him, "Wow, you guys got me again. -6.5, -0. Real genius I am. It's down to 1." And of course it had a win. And of course he sent me a text back. "Oh, how'd you do on the Baltimore play?"
Yeah, he's gonna do that. You have to know that John Murray's gonna rouse you. So I also laid 6.5 early in the week. As I mentioned, I was on X while we were filming Bet on It, and I saw this video of Lamar Jackson. Everybody was saying he was stoned allegedly at this food truck in Florida. And I was like, that's not good. I cannot, with good conscience, give this play out now, even though I had already bet it, to our audience as a best bet. So I elected to give Panthers. So anyway, I digress. We'll get away from my gross week where all the favorites and overs hit. But that was like the most negative CLV play that we've had all season long. And it was virtually no sweat.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. You get the wrong information. This was very controversial, though. ESPN wrote articles about it. The Ravens are talking about, I don't know if they did yet, but they're talking about fining them for the way they handled the situation. This was my life is about getting information from beat reporters and sources that the public, let's just be blunt, they can't even get it from reading ESPN or watching ESPN. They have to get it from socials or reading beat reporters, but you have to know which ones are the right ones too. Most teams have more than one, so you have to make sure. So that's where I got that from. And sometimes we're wrong on things. We're wrong with information, but we get lucky on the outcome. I also had the over there, terrible beat.
Wow.
On the over. I didn't think I had any shot. Again, it moved the other way against me. I only put it out there when the situation warranted it, that I knew it was going to be an advantage when I thought Lamar was playing. Sure enough, Chicago has 1st and goal on the 1, and they can't get in. So just embarrassing. They actually made it on 3rd down by a hair. I seen a replay, but they were rushing so much to get back up, they never looked at it. And 4th down, the guy misses a wide open guy. Chicago's a mess. I can't wait till I cash my under tickets on them.
Same. That is the gift that keeps on giving. Let's hope it keeps on giving, because we do need a couple more losses before we're going to cash that. But let's get into some of these other questions that I got right now. Everybody, you see the guys on VSiN, you see everybody on ESPN, probably even some guys over here at WagerTalk that are saying, all right, time to bet the Chiefs. Chiefs are our highest rated NFL team. And I'm going, are we sure? Are the Chiefs back? How do you rate these NFL teams in terms of power ratings wise? And then who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl?
Well, it's funny. I was scanning over the records today. When I see the Patriots on top of those, 62 Patriots, even the Colts.
The Colts. You know why the Colts, Crack, I'm going to tell you why the Colts are doing so well. It's because I bet them last year. Because I love Shane Steichen. I thought, hey, this is the team. And here we go. Danny Dimes just proving all the Giants fans wrong.
And then I got to hear from John Orlando, I'm sure I'll hear it on Wednesday, that his Broncos are in 1st place.
They're also my Broncos, and also the Patriots. Mad Rush and Jeff Petch and I just was so nicely reminded in the back of my brain. I had the Patriots over 5.5 wins versus him last year. Friend bet, couple dimes. Yeah, now, of course, the Patriots have already won 6 games.
So it's funny. We look at the Chiefs, and you look at them, they're 4-3. You look at them, and you look at their opening game when they lost. It was overseas, though. But
they were in Brazil versus the Chargers.
I don't care about that. It was even overseas. So, but it was, they lose to the Chargers, then they lose to the Eagles at home the next game, and you just don't know where they're going there. Okay, they beat the Giants, big deal, and now they beat the Ravens, but how does the Jaguars beat? Like, you just, any given week, any team can be the next best thing. So they win a couple games in a row, and now you think the Chiefs are the best team in football. I'm not saying I don't buy it. They are. They have the history. They have, which means more than anything too. Situational. You don't know how are these teams going to do. The Colts, the Broncos, down the line when they need games to win and playoff games and stuff. But I still look at some of these teams, and even Buffalo. They showed us that in New England. There's no standout team, and I want to say maybe the Eagles, But it's so easy to say that. They were the Super Bowl champs. I mean, it's so easy to say the Eagles. I seen the Eagles play terrible a few weeks ago versus the Giants in prime time. Granted, they had they got back yesterday with beating them, but it's really hard to beat a team twice throughout the year, by the way, especially like collegiate sports. And when you have tape and so much tape on that game, because teams kind of play the same way they played. So it's hard to not go in there with all your best strategy that day in that game. It's hard not to do that again. So it's hard to beat a team twice throughout the year. But yeah, maybe I say the Eagles are still the number one team. But as far as me saying I'm going to bet something now, that's one thing good about sites like MGM, Caesars, the DraftKings, and the FanDuels. They have adjusted regular season wins on the teams every week. I really like that. I like betting that. But I don't like betting into the markets of who's going to win the Super Bowl. Now, why? Because it's not a yes-no market where like the over-under season wins, it's a yes-no market. I know what the hold is, 5 to 7%, depending on the juice, compared to something like team to win the Super Bowl, team to win the NFC. It's a one-way market. You're betting into a 25% hold or more. There's sports books in this town. I'm not going to throw them under the bus that hold 40% in those markets. So I'm not looking to bet those type of things right now. Who do I think? Yeah, maybe, but I'm not betting anything with the Eagles or Kansas City. But I'm definitely not looking at these other teams too. Let's look at the teams. You got the Packers 5-1-1.
Packers looked good in the fourth quarter last night.
They tied the Cowboys a few weeks ago. I can look at every team. The Buccaneers. He looked terrible 2 weeks ago. I mean, the quarterback. So I can just go on. There's no standout team like there has been. The Steelers are in first place in the AFC North, 4-3.
But yet the Ravens, are now favored to win the AFC North yet again. It's in there at 2-5.
That's unbelievable. 2-5. I didn't even see that. Is that a fact?
Yes, that is a fact. At FanDuel, they are now the favorite to win the AFC North.
Unbelievable. By the way, just to let people know, out of those sports books I mentioned, those four, I'll just tell you, the FanDuel line's a very sharp line compared to the other sports books out there. Some European influence in the risk room there. Guys that have been around a long time. I'll last more in a FanDuel account than I will a DraftKings account. I walk in. I'm going to make a video. DraftKings is over here, over by the Durango, a couple miles away there. By the Durango Casino is the DraftKings home office. That's where they have their home offices. And I was going to make a video outside of the building, throwing things at the window, rocks, to say, can I get someone's attention, please? Can I bet more than $250, please? But no, I'm really joking around. I mean, I know some of the guys over there.
I was going to say, you can't call Avello and just say, hey man, help me out.
Avello has no say. Avello has no say in limits or anything like that. He gets hit upon by everybody.
Oh, I'm sure.
I know John. And
when he was at the Win, I was bothering him constantly, kind of like we bother John Murray now over at the Westgate Superbook.
The Win's very good to me. The Win.
Listen, the Win is very good to sports bettors. I would agree with that.
Good guy. But my home sports book, though, in this town, without a doubt, it's where I film Wednesdays. I go in to watch some games. Westgate. I'm not just saying it. They have the greatest screens. They have the greatest deals. They have someone told me, I don't drink. Someone told me they have hot dogs and beers. And
dollar hot dogs and beers.
I'm going to start drinking at some point this season. So it's such a good deal. It's such closing line value that I have to have a couple of the beers. But,
you're hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, Crack. Kind of to piggyback off of that, we have a question from our audience from Deuce. He said, I often listen to respected podcasts, including your friends in Boston, my friends, where they will say, for example, I made this number closer to 7.5 or 8. What tools do professionals use to establish estimated lines? So, for example, I use a couple different guys at WagerTalk who have been doing power ratings for a very, very long time. Power ratings is tough. It is tough to keep up with. You're constantly having to evolve. And I realized long ago, whether it was Dave Koken, whether it was Teddy Covers, whether it was Ralph Michaels, those guys put in an immense amount of effort. So I start off with theirs to start the season, whether it's college football or NFL, and then I make my own adjustments, right? I think last week I mentioned on Bet On It that the over adjustment on K-State not being the favorite at KU was absolutely absurd. K-State runs away with it as a 2.5, 3.5 point underdog. I made that game 5. So I think when people say I made the game, it means from their power ratings metrics where they've now adjusted to the line. And books also will adjust certain sides that they need. Last week, John Murray told me that they had actually adjusted to need Bama in that South Carolina game. And guess what? It didn't work out well for them.
Yeah, back in the 90s when I started this, I did all my own power ratings, my own power rankings, me and my partner at the time for almost a decade, 9 years. And then to be real blunt, I just found the sharpest guys in the world that I worked with and deal with. But here's how they do it. Here's how one of my kids does it. He doesn't look at any lines first. Literally, his line is up before the Sunday night. And I say Sunday night. Some people at home might not realize that. So Sunday, the line comes up for the next week. So 7 days ahead. I will use NFL. 7 days ahead. So we'll have the lines up what we think the line should be 7 days ahead of time before the majors put them up, the originating sports books. And, one of the originators that are offshore, I know he puts up the line to one customer. I know the guy too, by the way. And the customer gives him a 3-dime bet either way on the ones that he feels are off. So that's how they put up their line.
And then they move off of his numbers.
Off of his, and most of the world, believe it or not, copies off that line.
That doesn't shock me.
$3,000 bet, the entire world copy. People think there's a bookmaker in each office. No,
there's definitely not.
Bookmaker, and to be real blunt, the Westgate is one of the sports books that have guys that actually work in the back there that put up the lines and do know lines, and they could even bet themselves. That's how sharp they are. But so they think like there's one here at Caesars and one there at William Hill and then another one down at South Point, another one here there. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works. They'll be willing to not take that originating bet and only trust that sharp already. And it's not like it's an efficient line because the limits are much lower when that line comes out, even when the other sports books do copy that. So we will go off that, but I'll tell you what, it's really tough to go off because that line, that guy that gives them that 3-dime bet, I know who he is, believe it or not, just doing them a favor. He just does the guy that's there a favor. He has so much money, he'll never have to bet a game again in his life. So, and it is a pretty efficient line, but there are indicators and there are things, moving parts throughout the week that other games become bettable. Hence, the information we had last week on the Ravens. Usually, that information's spot on, and that's the reason why John Murray knows I'm going to bet something. And it's likely going to win long term. 55, 56, 58%. So that's the way our team does it. We have a lineup before the lines come up, and based on power, you're exactly right. Based on power ratings, power rankings, that's how the line comes up. That's how we come up with our line. And the books depend on us, the sharp guys, the sharps. Not saying I'm the only one. The books depend on us and the sharp, wise syndicate groups. And when I say syndicate, it's not sports major. It's not a mafia syndicate. It's a sports betting syndicate. They depend on the syndicate groups that are widely respected to formulate and sharpen up their line at a reduced exposure to the sports book. Perfect example. Yesterday, I bet a couple games with Superbook. They gave me $3,000 on 2 games yesterday on Sunday night. Towards the game, that same game, they'll give me $50,000. I don't bet that much, but I'm just saying when it becomes a more efficient market, Westgate opens up their limits for a lot more money. And now that I open my mouth, just to hopefully prove that I'm right, let's see what Westgate.
I think that's really what it is. You're talking about the sharp guy who provides.
No, I wanted to see if,
I think that guy doesn't care about the money. I think he cares about being right. I think it's an ego
Westgate
thing.
takes tonight. 30,000. Okay, so yeah,
on the app.
30,000 on the app tonight. Yeah, so they take a lot more day of the game than they do. Like I said, they took 10% of that on a couple games from me yesterday that they only had. So I can't even give them to the public because it's only that sports book that has.
Yeah, and when they're not national anymore, it makes it a little more difficult.
Well, it's not. Well, here's what I'm saying, Kel. It's not fair what a lot of these fugazi snake oil charlatans do with their customers. They say you can bet this prop over 41.5 at Hard Rock, Florida, or you could bet this at DraftKings, or you could bet this with Bet365. That's BS. That's BS. I could have padded my record multiple times and had a much better record than I do. I have a winning record this football season if I did that. I give out an obtainable line. I check multiple lines before I give out. But I tell you.
The ladies in customer service definitely love you then, because when that does happen, there are complaints. People do complain. Of course they would. You know, if I can't log into Hard Rock, Florida, or one of my local accounts, and I can't bet something I'm paying for, it's
I'm
BS.
not referring. I wasn't even referring to WagerTalk. I don't know.
No, I know, but I just mean that there's a precedent set.
You know, I don't even know the girls in customer service, but it's got to be hard being one of them. You want to know why? So I'll give out a prop. Let's say I give out a prop, over 9.5 on something. I give that out. Now, what happens? The people that subscribe, they go and play it in volume. Player A, B, C, D, E, F. What's the sportsbook supposed to do? They're going to move it. So you have to have notifications on your email. You have to know when that line comes out. I'm one of the rare guys in the space that are going to move the line. So you better get on top of that. And yes, and you better have multiple sources of lines and have multiple places to play. Because even though I give out something, I see it better line it somewhere else sometimes. I'm not going to say it though. I'm going to give you usually the DraftKings, FanDuel line, or MGM, Caesars, because I know that's the biggest sports books that have volume in the country. That's what I want to give you out. I don't want to give you out Bet365, who supposedly they're taking over the world now, but they give you a peanut on something. If you win consistently, a lot of the books do. ESPN bet, we can go after them.
Sure, we can go after them, Crack.
You could just go to the counter, and if you have a pulse, $15, $20 max. Yeah. So
they're gonna $15 and $20 people to death. All right, Crack. Monday Night Football. What do you got going on over at WagerTalk.com before we get into this NBA scandal?
WagerTalk tonight. I put out a prop there. You know what? If people see it here, they see it here. I don't care. Let them see it here. It's fine. I don't even know if I'm supposed to. This is how prepared I am.
Yes. Listen, I'm telling you, you can give it out. We've got like 7 hours until kick. This show won't be out until like 4 or 5 o'clock. That if they watch it within the first couple hours and they get a free NFL prop, kudos to them.
This is one that you may even want to wait on because the public loves betting over on Kelsey. I went under Kelsey on his yards. They have some other wideouts that are healthy and massive, more favorites to take an easier workload on this week. So I think Kelsey is a good one. I also have a baseball prop up, I believe, but the packages over at WagerTalk is what you want to get on, though. And one day anything can happen. I mean, long term, though, like I just said, I'm having a good football season, 17-12 last week, but it's even better than that because you're betting bigger percentage of bankroll on the props. So you're actually even more successful than that betting through my package. But I always tell people, listen, they should lock me up till Super Bowl because Super Bowl, you can get the NFL props for the Super Bowl, which, basically it's the nuts there. And you can have the props throughout the NBA season, which already I started out good. Big deal. I know, I'm not one to say, hey, I'm 6-1 in my last 7. No, but I have started out with that number. I believe 7-2 is the number on NBA props. But NBA props just started. I'm firing on them. NFL props again. I want you to bet 2.5 times what you're going to bet on a side. We know, I just told you how the market on the sides is so efficient. You can bet 30,000 at one place tonight, where that same place gives me $1,000. It's very nice of them to do that on a prop tonight than they would on the side. So obviously you want to bet more on the props than you do on sides and totals.
Absolutely, Kraken. That was something I talked with John Murray about on Kelly and Murray this last week, is this NBA stuff. Like, how much money can these guys even possibly be getting down? Like, I'm trying to think if I had the best of the information. So let me give you an example. I got a text on Saturday morning. I had a buddy that was like, hey, listen, I got the game plan for this team. I'm going to tell you right now, go over this quarterback's passing yards. Quarterback's passing yards moved 9 yards after me and a few others bet it. I got down $2,500. Of course, he was just a few yards short. Those things are going to happen, but it doesn't matter. I got great information. I got great information about the game plan. But I will say this, 2,500, 3 dimes. Like these NFL players cannot possibly be getting down not only that much for themselves, but also the mafias that's tied to them. I mean, maybe I'm wrong here.
The mafia was the poker part of the indictment.
It was more the poker side.
Yeah, that wasn't the side of this part. I mean, granted, if they can make money, I'm sure they would. But for the numbers we're talking about, Kel, you know, I have a pretty good network. I can get down some good money on props. You know what I can get down? 4,000, maybe.
That's what I mean.
You know, so to hear you can get down even 3,000 is shocking over there. So, but I can get a Westgate, a Circa, BetMGM, South Point. I don't even think the Wynn's not even offering NBA. Like, you really can't. Even if you go to a kiosk and try to stuff kiosk, they call it. You know, you're putting kiosk, trying to go under radar. Maybe $5,000, and this is me. So, and I got a good network out there of places I can go play. You know, I think a lot more is to come out here. I think the Donahue scandal, Donahue, what he did, I think is 100 times worse than what's going on here. Only because if you really knew the numbers of that scandal from the ref fixing games years ago, that would have been a lot more, unless there's more to these cases that may come out in the future here.
Oh, I think this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, unless they are betting sides and totals. You can get down a lot of money on sides. Trust me, a ton. Big money. Talking 7 figures, maybe $1 million down. Then I'll understand a little bit more here if there's some more moving parts there. But props, I don't. Come on, they're telling me this, and granted, these guys are pretty stupid that are in the NBA making millions. You're talking about this guy.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're worth $100 million contract, let's just say you're a D League guy and you're making $650,000.
Yeah.
Why are you putting that at risk for 10 or 15,000?
Yeah, it's crazy. They're talking about some giant money, and you know, maybe it's the entourage of Rozier that was just always bothering him for stuff, and the guys he hangs around with. You know, the guy's making $25 million a year. He's got to pay the entourage just to hang around with him. And I kind of know what that is on a smaller scale, by the way. I have an island of misfit toys around me, too. Yeah, so I kind of understand it. But, however, so maybe instead of giving them cash, you say, listen, guys, just bet my under for, and I'm not saying he's okay to do that. He's absolutely wrong to do that. Because what about all the Joe Blows at home that are betting the over and thinking you're going to play your heart out like you always do? It's a terrible thing. It's terrible black eye on sports betting and the industry, which I already fought against people saying games are fixed, things are fixed.
I know. It does. It definitely doesn't help that argument.
It doesn't help that argument. And I understand their side of it a little bit more and more when these things come out, whether it's the baseball pitcher throwing the first ball in the dirt or it's these NBA guys.
Well, we've even seen a couple of mentionings of it in college football, whether it's actually happened or not. It hasn't
100%.
Came out yet. And sometimes I think these leagues want to keep it under the radar.
Yeah,
Adam Silver has to testify in front of Congress next week.
It talks about this in college basketball with certain teams back east too. I mean, it's a black eye, and for them to say though, oh, you got to stop prop betting. All these people on TV saying they're going to stop.
Of course, that's what those guys think. It's just going to make it all go away, right?
What's the reason why they're not going to stop prop betting? The sports books make a fortune off of it. Do you think everyone wins betting props? The public is suckers. They love betting over. They love betting these same game parlays that are built with props in them. Of course, they're not going to get rid of. They're not getting rid of this, you know. But you have a guy that used to play in the NFL. That's what he has nothing to talk about on air. He has to make up stuff. NBA, they have to. That's what they have to talk about. I love Charles though. He shut them all down.
Oh, because Charles knows. You think Charles isn't a gambler? Let's be real. I met Charles in Vegas in a sports book. And then he was like, I don't even know who you are. And he's picking up the newspaper and there's my face. And he's looking at me like, wait a minute. And I will never forget, best Charles story ever, I'll keep it short, Crack, was the Oklahoma State, West Virginia game. And it was flying over the total. And at halftime, it was like at 70 at half. This is, a couple decades ago, it feels like now, but at least 10 years ago now. And He goes, I'm going to go up and bet the second half under. So the second he goes up, puts 50,000 on the second half under, I walked right up behind him, put my whole nickel, my $550 on the second half over.
Wow. Oh my God. But I met Charles, really nice guy. Going back to what I'm saying though, I seen a podcast the other day. Someone sent me that was fantastic. There's no better breakdown of these indictments, including the ones with Billups, including that one. Both indictments break down word for word, mention the real names, talk about the rats, talk about Jeff Nadeau on his. It's called this.
Oh, the sit down.
The sit down. Well, with Jeff Nadeau, he did an unbelievable breakdown. Anyone want to see something really good? Watch that hour he did Saturday. I was left with my mouth open after, but I know better. The guy that sent me it, he's a mob historian. He knows so many things, has books, and he just, for him to send me something and to tell me to watch it, I should have known. I knew right away what I was looking at had to be good. It was so good. I actually rewound it and watched parts. I even tweeted it out for him. Like I said, that's how good it was.
Well, I'll have to listen. I'm a Jeff Nadeau fan. We work together at Barstool. I like Jeff a lot, and I think he does a lot of really good stuff, and he gets a lot of really good information.
The information he had was unbelievable on this. Let me tell you. I don't care what people say, and everyone has haters. I have tons of haters. You have haters. Jeff has haters. I don't care. Block and move. Block and move. Someone said something to me about, you're putting this out. Yeah, I am. The information was great. His information is great on this. So that's a real good breakdown on it. Me, from being a sports bettor, I kind of told you what I feel. Some of these knuckleheads. How about the side of it with the poker player thing? I've seen those. It's called dab, and you have put a contact lens in your eye. You could dab the cards. This was even more sophisticated, though, than the dab. The dab's been going on for 40 years since, blackjack scams in the 80s and 90s. But now, more sophisticated, they have the card with the king, ace on the back of the card. I've seen that in some of the things. But I don't really know what actually happened. They're talking about having some sophisticated shufflers.
Well, from my understanding, the idea was invite a famous player, right?
Right.
And then he'll invite other people.
Yeah,
and then that way you're getting big money into the games that are fixed.
I'm not saying he doesn't, by the way.
No, allegedly. That's what.
He may not even know about it, but he's going to be penalized for playing in those games. But let me tell you something. I played in many games that were charity tournaments that turned into real ones with celebrities, with the Tobey Maguires, with who's the kid from, imagine I don't realize this, one of the biggest movie stars, Leo. I would say, who's the kid from Titanic? Leo DiCaprio. I played in these type of tournaments in LA recently where it turned out to be real money games way above my head. I couldn't even, but you want to know something? There's always that chance that these games might have some shadiness to them, but the celebrities or athletes don't even know. But there's so much money at hand. These guys are playing with, $200,000 on the table each that you just never know. I want to tell you something. I've been saying for years on VSiN, I can just tell you there's cheating going on in casinos under surveillance. If there's cheating going on there, what shot do you have at a home game? That's all I can tell you.
Oh, listen, I was playing online poker during COVID because there was nothing else to do. And the very first night, I'm like, no, this isn't right. And turns out people ended up getting caught. Buddies being on the phone with each other. Oh yeah, I got 9-9. All right, I got king 9. Here we go. Let's figure this out. And then you would you would have them fake raise. You would do all these things, and next thing you know, one guy folds.
In a chat room together with multiple people in the game. But I'm even taking it a step further. What about years ago when Russ Hamilton got caught knowing what all the cards were on these big games, these giant websites that everyone trusted, some of the biggest names in poker? That's what I'm talking about cheating. That's really cheating, when you're seeing everyone's whole cards and you're in the game or advising someone in the game. That online poker world, oh my God, good luck to you. That's all I can tell you.
All right. Well, good luck to you this week, Crack. I'm going to need it after all the faves and overs went last week. All right. What do you got on docket for this week? You got the show with John Orlando Wednesday, WiseKracks.
Yeah.
Okay. WiseKracks going to be out Wednesday night. Anything else you want to let our audience know about before we get out of here?
I mean, you could find my show on WiseKracks. It's over on WagerTalk. Listen, I got to be blunt. I don't mean to embarrass him, but he's really easy to embarrass. John is a degenerate gambler. He admits it. He talks about it. He talks about poker. I've given him thousands. He shook me down for $1,000, 600 last week and 400, and 2 different things. He shakes me down all the time for things. You know, I love his dad. I really should text Tony and say, Tony, I'm only giving him this money because of you. Yeah, he just admits that he's just looking to make one score. Why do I fall for this? I'm sharper than that, but he is my co-host, and I do. I love John though, because you want to know why? He admits to everything that I know that goes on out there, the human condition, the gambling condition. I just told my boss. Well, I said my boss because he is my boss over at Fox Sports Radio. So listen to me. John Orlando and I should be doing something together because he's the representation of what the listening audience is. There's gamblers listening. Nobody. Everyone has egos. They all say they win. They all say, John says I lose. And this is the things I go through. And just give me 100. And he's constantly quoting the one winner he had. I told you Toronto and the Dodgers. What about the losers you had, John? You've killed, all your stuff could have killed small islands of the nations of people. And you want to talk about the one winner yet. But that makes it work. We're a Ralph Cramden, Ed Norton type of thing. Where, go back and forth, Abbott and Costello, but I'm not fooling around. He may be. I'm not fooling around. I go after him. I'm literally like a pork, like literally. I'm like, what do you call that? I am a pit bull on a pork chop. Definitely. Ooh. I go after him because, I don't want him giving out this information all the time and only remembering his and plus a lot of the other things he does. He's a knucklehead.
Well, it's always have good friends who kind of keep you in line. I try to be that friend too. Tell people not to be complete and utter degenerates. Sometimes it's better to take your own advice and not bet teams like the Browns and the Panthers yesterday. This has been KIV and Crack. Guys, if you have a question for us, drop it in the chat here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. You can tweet it to us next Monday, and we'll try to get it answered here on the show. Good luck this week.
Thanks, everyone.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into another episode of. If you are new, we always start this show by being transparent. Yesterday ended up being a good day for myself. The one game I said I didn't want to talk about, didn't want to think about, I ended up thinking about it later, making a play, and that was the one loser. I should have just stayed away. Pistons plus 2.5, never had a chance. Other than that, the Rockets was a good one. The Blazers, I faded my Lakers. That was a good one. And I'm blanking out on the last one, but it was a 3-1. 3-1. Oh, Trey Jones over 5.5 assists. That was easy as well. So 3-1 day overall. Try to keep that going in the NBA. And we got Ravino joining us back. So great to have you back, Ravino. How's everything been for you?
Things are good. Ski had a weekend in Connecticut with families where I was missing in action. But back today, last night was good for me. 2-1. Had one in every single sport. Had the Dodger team total over 4.5. That worked. Had the Celtics in the NBA team total over 116.5. That worked. But in the NFL, it didn't work. I had the Commanders team total over 17.5 and only got 7. So we had a 2-1 day. But again, I'll just say this, 7-1 in the NFL again last weekend. We're up over 50 units on the season. It's like 62 units the last 6 weeks. So NFL continues to be great.
Yeah, good work on that. I forgot to mention, I got involved yesterday and did a little bit too much. Went 1-2 in NFL yesterday. So overall week 8 was good, 5-3, but disappointed with how I handled yesterday. Looking at a couple more comments. Appreciate everybody tapping in. Look at my rookie of the year from the trenches. Yeah, VJ's been balling, man. He definitely looks damn good. I was a fan when he was on Baylor, and he's looking even better here in the NBA. There goes you, Capper. You see that one there, Vino?
Peaches.
Just team totals. All right, let's get to some actionable info. You know what? Before we actually do that, you guys probably know. You guys are probably there too. But Vino and myself, we are tired today. Staying up all night watching the Dodgers finally get that W. I mean, you guys know I'm a LA guy. You can see all the stuff in the back. I love the Dodgers. So I'm not going to sleep until that game is over. And I'm paying for it today. So I'm happy, but I'm tired. Just FYI. Anything you want to mention before we get started, Vino?
It's same thing. I've been a Dodger fan my whole life. My dad was a Brooklyn Dodger fan, so raised me a Dodger fan. And, on the East Coast here, Ski, it was 10-3 in the morning when that game ended. And it's just, but you can't leave the game. You got to stay with it. And thank goodness it turned out the right way as a Dodger fan. So we are operating on a little less sleep today. That's for sure.
All right, absolutely. All right, let's get to it. Rotation order like we always do. 5 games in the association. That means number 1 is 541, 542. Philly and Washington opened up Philly -5. Still C5. Total open 237.5. Seen it as high as 239.5. Have to look at the injury report. Looks like Embiid will play this time around. Paul George, McCain, and Barlow remain out. For Washington, you have Trey Johnson and Bilal. I'm sorry, Trey Johnson questionable. Bilal is out. Vino, these 76ers did play last night. They got another W. 76ers looking pretty feisty, looking pretty good. Now, could that all be messed up with the return of Joel Embiid back into the lineup? We shall see. I really like those guards. They like to play fast. They're good, athletic. I don't want Joel Embiid slowing them down if I'm a Sixers backer. So I don't like that. I would try to make a case for the Wizards with a slight rest advantage here at home. What say you, Ravino?
But it's hard to make a case for a lot of these teams with the defense that we see going on in the NBA, Ski, or the lack of defense. And I don't know that I'm with you. Edgecombe and Maxey certainly won't be tired. It's a 3rd and 4 nights for Philadelphia. Those guys are still going to run. I don't know that Embiid, although he'll take more shots, I don't know that he slows it down any more than Adam Bona and Andre Drummond. That's a slow pair of centers there. So, I think they'll still go with pace. They do limit Embiid here in back-to-backs. That's why he didn't go last night, ready to go here. But I don't know that I could play against that backcourt right now. And we see movement in the line up to 5.5. I don't know that I want to lay 5.5 in what should be a high-scoring game. I think total has been bumped up as well to 239.5. By the way, I'll just give our first of many shout-outs this year to our good buddy who we've already seen in the comments section, Ronald Kabang, the Money Baller. Now his website, moneyballer.com, extremely useful now that we have 5 games in the books here, where we have a little bit of data for the rest of the season. Now, guys, if you don't have a subscription, go ahead and subscribe to Ronald's website. Absolutely helpful each and every day. I would say, Ski, that I don't know. Again, we're getting into these 240s almost routinely on a nightly basis. I started the first couple of nights tracking these totals, 12-2 to the over. It's continued to be an over world. I don't know that I could get there tonight. Like I say, I think the Sixers will be okay. I just don't want to lay the 5.5. Didn't play it. But I'm not going to argue anybody off of Philly right now. I just from being in the area and being on the listening to the media and the fan base here and some of the team post game, they're on a confidence high right now. Philly didn't play well last year, and I don't want to, stand in front of that train at this point in time.
I get it. The one game they played as a favorite, they didn't cover. I'll point that out. And I'll also point out that the Sixers team, do we really trust them defensively? I don't. I know Embiid will help with some rim protection, but I just don't trust this team to get stops. And if I can't trust you to get stops, I'm not trusting you to win by a few possessions. That's just my thought process, especially on a back-to-back, where I think, the first thing to go when it's tired legs is defense. So I would lean towards Washington in this one. And as far as the total, 2 of the 3 Washington games so far already cleared 250. We've had, 2 really high scoring games for Philly outside of that first one too. I can understand why this total is high. Both teams, actually, no, the Sixers pace numbers wise so far is 21st. And it could, look like 21st again with Joel out there. But I know the Wizards like to run. Maxey and Edgecombe like to get out. It's either over or Wizards for me. But what I will get to the window with, and somebody mentioned, who was it here? It was Cody. He mentioned, he spelled his name wrong, but Keyshawn George, no E in the beginning there, Cody. He's going with just his points. I like his PRA. And somebody else's, I just saw, there we go. Damon likes his PRA as well. This guy's, he's looking like he can potentially be an all-star in the near future. He's doing everything for this team, scoring on tough matches. Like that Dallas Mavericks team, as much as they struggle on offense, right? We think they have some defenders. They got a lot of length. He was scoring on them easily. He's rebounding, because he's so good at scoring. It gets other people open. He's had 4 assists, I think, in every game. I think his PRA is worth a look. His assist prop was 3.5. I thought about that, but I don't want to, not include the points. In his last game, I think he maybe didn't shoot so well and also was in foul trouble, fouled out actually. But I think it's a nice bounce back spot today for Keyshawn George. So, yeah, that's what I'm rocking with in that one. A couple more comments before let's see what this one says. Are you guys not worried about back-to-backs this early in the season? Is it still handicapped the same way, say later in the year for back-to-back? I'll say, obviously, I got asked kind of the same thing on Twitter. Obviously, the rest advantage will matter the more the season goes on. These games, everything will accumulate. It does matter slightly less in the beginning of the season. But an advantage is still an advantage. Like I told the guy on Twitter, just for an example, if you have, and this is the Rockets yesterday, right? You have the Nets on a back-to-back. Yeah, they're young. Yeah, it's early in the season. back to back, had to travel. You have a Rockets team 2 days off, didn't have to travel. Seems advantageous to me, no matter what part of the season it is. What do you think, Ravino?
I'm going to agree with both you guys. I think I take it a little less into account back to back beginning of the season. Legs are still fresh. But I will say, and we'll get to this with the Golden State game, the difference where I separate it is if it's back to back with travel or if it's back to back and you're staying at home. Back to back with travel is much different than getting to stay home. So, I mean, we will get to the game, but just for the example, Golden State in back to backs had to go to Portland last Friday night. I think it was lost by 20. Here they're going to play the Clippers back to backs, but they are at home. So I think it makes a difference, Ski, if it's with travel early in the year. And as you mentioned, once we get, I don't know how to quantify it with a number, 25 games into the season, 25 games into the season. Once it gets to that point, and then you get some injuries on a team in a back-to-back too, it's going to make a bigger difference as we go on for sure.
100%. UCapper says we also have to think about how the books are adjusting as well. And Josh reminds everybody to hit the like button and says, thanks for the content and insight, Ski and Rob. Appreciate you, Josh. And it definitely helps out the show. If you guys could hit that button. All right, let's keep going. Next is 543, 544. Charlotte and Miami. Opened up Miami -4.5. We will call it 5.5. Total open 234. Skyrocket. All the way as high as, I mean, I'm seeing a 241.5. I mean, make sure you line shop. I see a 239.5 out there. I see everything in between, and I see a 241.5. So always important to get the best number you can get. As far as an injury report is concerned, Trey Mann is questionable. You have Josh Green, Brandon Miller, Grant Williams all out. For the Heat, Fontecchio is probable. Norman Powell's been downgraded to questionable. Terry Rozier, we all know where that guy is. Tyler Hero, he's out. And I can't never say his name. Yakachonis. I think that's how you say his name. He's out as well. I'm just gonna pass it straight to you and say, I'm almost certain that you have a bet on this game. Yeah, let us know, Rob.
Well, it's to use one of your phrases, Ski, with Charlotte, it's a one-way ticket at this point in time. You're either gonna play Charlotte games over, or you're just going to think that the price is too high, that the odds maker has adjusted too much, and you lay off. The part about Miami maybe missing key starter here is a little bit problematic. But when you look at them, and again, I don't know what to make of Orlando right now, Ski. Orlando has not played any defense whatsoever to start the season. 4 games in, no defense shown whatsoever out of Orlando. They're supposed to be a very good defensive team. You had Desmond Bain. Miami scored a huge number on Orlando. Memphis doesn't play any defense, just play with pace. They scored a huge number on them. Miami has made a concerted effort this season, as they've told us, to play quicker. Gets to be a tempo game, back and forth. I mean, these teams are starting to show us that 240 is like the new 260. It's pretty easy barrier to get over at 240 right now. So for me, it would probably be total over or nothing. However, we'll just backtrack here for a second and use another one of the phrases on this show, ass end of the line. We don't want to get there's the peaches for you, Ronald. The ass end of the line. We don't want that side of it. 234 got in early. Very good number to play over. 241, maybe a bit too late. 240.5, I think, is what I see the majority of as I look here, Ski, right now. But I wouldn't talk anybody into under for sure. You can probably still have a little wiggle room at 240.5. We'll see. I didn't play it. I don't have a ticket on that game. So, again, with Charlotte, it's got to be over or nothing. Fast with no defense is how they play.
And Miami has changed their style too. I mean, they're running. I think they're playing at the fastest pace in the league so far this season. Whoever grabs a rebound, let's go. That's what I see from when I'm watching. So I can understand why this total has skyrocketed up. Can't talk anybody off of looking that way. I know you get the ass end of the line now, but it's just hard for me when I know these teams want to run. And I know Charlotte's not the best defensive team. Hard for me to tell somebody to look the other way besides over. As far as the side is concerned, the Heat have looked good, but I don't know about laying points with them. I just don't view them as that team. You downgraded Norman Powell. He could miss this game. I mean, you miss Norman Powell. That's a hell of a lot of offense you're missing there for Miami too. That would affect the total too, right? So I think that's one I would wait from. He's very important to whatever you're betting. If it's Miami or over. For myself, I'm going to take advantage of Brandon Miller being out in this one. I think that it's a lot of minutes to go around. And Knipple, is it Knipple, however you say his name, the guy from Duke. He's looked good to start this year. The coaches are impressed with what they've seen from him. They're talking about him. LaMelo is impressed. He's saying, he looks good. They like when he's out there on the court, is what I'm saying. That's what they've said. So Brandon Miller, that's a lot of minutes missing in this game. I think a good amount of them go to Knipple. And he's going against a Heat team who, I mean, we already talked about should be a lot of possessions in this game, right? You Capper.
Actually, it's the right way to say it, though, honestly. Shame on his parents.
Both teams, it's going to be a lot of possessions, right? And Miami is, again, I might have watched a little bit through some tequila pineapple lenses. Shout out to Chad. Had Chad come and hook me up with some tequila pineapples. Shout out Rico too, man. Rico too. But the Heat, they'll pack the paint. They'll force you to shoot threes. They'll force you as far away from the basket as they can. And they're just allowing the second most corner threes, allowing, I think the eighth most above the break threes so far. He's shooting 57.9% from three. I mean, I know it probably won't stay like that, but he's a sharp shooter. He got a flamethrower. So if they're giving him any kind of space, I can see him taking advantage. That combined with the minutes uptick, I like Knipple, whatever you want to call him, man. I like him tonight. The guy from Duke. Over 13.5 points is what I'm looking at in that one. All right. Next game up. Kings and OKC opened up 10.5 point favorites for the Thunder. Looks like 10. Total open 227.5. Not a whole lot of movement there. As far as the injuries are concerned, for Sacramento, Clifford and Keegan Murray out. For OKC, Caruso and Joe and Jalen Williams, all doubtful. Topic, Kenrick Williams, both listed as out here. This is a back-to-back for this Thunder team. I feel like they've been playing like every day, damn near almost. Every other day for sure, but yeah, I think it's third and four, fourth and six, something like that. It also is the first game home after a 3-game road trip. For Sacramento, little bit of a rest advantage and a chance for them to bounce back after losing to the Lakers. Do we trust them though? I mean, this Kings team, I've said how disgusting how disgusting the collective group has been put together in my eyes. You got some guys who can score. You don't really have anybody who can get a stop. I mean, Schroeder's a solid defender, but I don't trust him to get stops. Now in this game, it's interesting because you know how I say, in order to win by big margins, you got to shoot the three well, defend the three well, right? OKC usually does, but I still see them missing a couple guys. Isaiah Joe, probably the big sharpshooter for them. JW missed a lot of points. He could shoot too. I'm not sure Caruso's percentage, but Caruso does bring a lot to the table as far as, covering these big games as well. And you've been missing these guys the whole time to start the season. Yeah, OKC is 4-0 so far, but they've only covered one game, I believe. So I just think until this team gets healthy, until you get all that offense and shooting back, it's hard for me to trust them to win by these big margins. So on a back-to-back here, as much as I dislike the Kings, I would prefer to look towards them plus the 10. What do you think about that, Ravino?
I think I would play that way on side, just because OKC was actually in a struggle last night with the Mavericks. And so, not that this is a long distance to travel from Dallas to Oklahoma City, but it's still back-to-back with travel back home. It wasn't, we talk about first game back at home, right? Ski sometimes not good for the home favorite. I think 10's an awful lot here. I like the fact that Sabonis came back into the lineup last game, had a double-double, small scoring, but like 10 and 14 boards. Helps against the bigs of OKC. I think this game is more of an over, to tell you the truth. Last night, the Thunder and Mavericks played a 195 game total. Oklahoma City did not shoot well whatsoever. 6 of 30 from 3. That probably changes against the Kings, who don't play a lot of defense. But as you mentioned, the Kings have a lot of scores. And Dennis Schroeder, for what it's worth, does bring pace to the game. OKC generally won't back down from pace. I think 227 is kind of a small number here to get up and over. I would trust that more than I would trust Sacramento taking points. But I still would be on that side if I had to play it. I don't think I would want to lay 10 with OKC. You mentioned the guys out for the Thunder, led by Caruso. And it's just, we talk about the way they play harassing style defense, and Caruso's always the head of that monster, the harassment style. So without him, don't think they're as good as defensively. I think I like 227.5 as a total up and over.
I could see that. Man, I'm just looking a little bit more on this one. I like this comment. Dante says Kings first quarter rated inside the 10 and net. Just was embarrassed to come out and keep it close early. I can understand that. Josh says like the beam. I'm trying to get there, man. This could be one of those dirty dogs. I mean, Kings is filthy, man. Disgusting. But trying to find ways they can have some success. Looking at, again, the money baller, shout out to our guy RC. The Thunder do allow the most mid-range attempts. Going up against DeMar DeRozan, no surprise that the Kings are number one in mid-range attempts. Maybe he has some success in that mid-range. The Thunder also allow the most corner threes. Kings shooting a corner three, fourth best this season, top 10 in attempts from that corner three. Maybe it's just middies, and if they help, kick it to that corner. And Kings have guys who can knock it down. So, yeah, it's just OKC is not doing enough. They don't have the guys that I like for them to create the separation that we're used to. So I do see a road to success for Sacramento. I very well could be on Sacramento plus 10. Anything else before we move on, Ravino?
Yeah, I just put the show on pause, Ski, because I talked myself into it, and then just hearing the mid-range numbers. I'm going to play right now. In fact, I'm playing right now the Sacramento team total up and over 108.5, win, lose, or draw. I think they get to 109 here. You talked earlier about, and I'm in agreement with this, that I'm back-to-backs with travel. Defensive legs go first. I don't know that Oklahoma City is going to show a lot of defensive effort here for some portions of this game. So I'm locking in right now for those who are interested at 108.5 team total over for the Kings. So I'm now good. Well, wait a minute. Let's make sure it spins and goes through. Sometimes it doesn't go through. Okay, and we can move on now. Yeah, over 108.5 Sacramento Kings team total.
I like it. I think that I think that's a good way to approach this one. All right, and I'm looking at the Kings game log. Yeah, they haven't covered a game, haven't won a game, or they've won one game, haven't covered a game, but haven't lost by double digits. No, they haven't
It's
played
kind
the
of
Thunder, but we'll see.
kind of a way to trust them, but not trust them, Ski.
Hey, I feel you on that. I feel you on that because it's tough to trust these Kings. So that could definitely be a good one. UCapper says back with the team totals, and Cody wants to lock it
Out
in
with the
you.
peaches.
Star Child, he likes the first half over in this one. What would be the reason not to like the second half here? I mean, I can't talk you off of first half, but I don't know what the reason would be to stay off the second half. So let me see anything else we have here. Matt says -10 OKC. They beat the Hawks to the spread, a better team. The Hawks, I believe, were on a back-to-back in that game, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but I think they were on a back-to-back. Mark likes the Kings early. Says OKC gets out late. So a lot of guys with different opinions here. And Josh says Kings have 4 guards starting last game. Probably will be the same again today. That would make me think that we can get some, faster paced game and more points. All right. 2 more games left here, Ravino. 547, 548. New York Knicks, Milwaukee Bucks. Opened up Knicks -1. Looks like, well, it's as high as -3. Total open 230.5. We'll call 229.5 a consensus. You have, let me refresh here. Cole Anthony is questionable. Trent, he's probable. I'm sorry. Cole Anthony's probable. Trent also probable. KPJ is out. For the Knicks, Cat is probable. McBride is questionable. So is Yabusele. And then Mitchell Robinson is out. I feel like the Knicks haven't looked as good as I thought that they should. And I feel like the Bucks have shown a little bit of something. I mean, I know they're missing KPJ. They could look better, but I think the Bucks have looked better than people expected. Here they are at the house. They'll have the best player on the court. Will that be enough? I mean, you really got to win this game at the short number. Will that be enough to win this game, or how are you looking at it, Ravino?
Well, a couple of ways. The first thing, fundamentally, I don't like the fact that it's very possible you're missing both point guards. Kevin Porter Jr. out, Cole Anthony questionable, right? Is that the latest update you just had? Questionable?
Probable.
Probable. Okay, so then they're not missing 2 point guards. Anthony probably plays. That makes a little bit of a difference. The main handicap here, Ski, is whether or not you think the Knicks are just that much better than Milwaukee. They beat them 3 times last year, or whether or not you think triple revenge comes into account here. Giannis certainly remembers a lot of things, remembers that the Knicks beat them solidly 3 times last year. Do they get up for this one? Is this one that's circled by the Bucks? I would tend to lean that way. My line of thinking would be that Milwaukee, as they try to make their way back up the East ladder, knows that New York is one of those teams, so you probably get a max effort. I also played them this season win total, just because I liked what they had for a lineup, a deep rotation, and I liked the fact that they were able to win 48 last year with a lot of things going against them as far as injury and suspension were concerned. So I think I would lean Milwaukee. Have not played this game yet, but I kind of like the revenge angle a little bit more than the Knicks are just that much better than the Bucks, and that's why they beat them badly 3 times last year. So for me, especially if Cole Anthony plays, I would lean that way. The thing that held me off to begin with was I thought maybe both point guards wouldn't be playing here.
I agree with this statement from Cody. It says 8.5 for AJ Green is insane for a dude getting multiple threes a game and 30 minutes of playing time. Yeah, he is going to be spacing the floor. I think he's shot at least 5 attempts, 3-point attempts each game, and he's a good shooter. So I think there could be some value on that 8.5 for AJ Green. All right, let's keep going down the list. Last game on the slate here, Ravino. Clippers and Warriors opened up -1.5 for the Warriors. We have seen a flip of favorites. Now -2 for the Clippers. Total open 228. It has come down. I've seen it as low as 224.5. And if we look at the injury report, Bill is out, Miller and Sanders out for the Clippers. Horford is probable. Hayes doubtful. Melton is out for the Warriors. Warriors on a back-to-back here. I think it's also their 4th game in 6 nights. Clippers, slight rest advantage here. Clippers, they haven't been really impressive to me. I know you had that win versus Phoenix, but I don't think Phoenix is good. Golden State, I do like what I've seen. But the last time they were in a similar situation, the last time was, back-to-back with travel, they lost by 20 points. So we'll see if the back-to-backs are a little bit too much for the old guys here. But this is a game with, it is both teams are the old guys, but one set of old guys has a little bit more rest than the other. So, Vino, do you think that'll be the deciding factor tonight? Or how are you looking at Clippers and Warriors?
I did make a small play on Clippers here, Ski. Would have been a little bit bigger if, in fact, this game was played in LA and Golden State had to travel. A couple of things here. I just never trust Steve Kerr and his lineup or rotational or minute distribution antics in back-to-backs. The guy just, I don't know, something about him the last 2-3 years. When he's in a back-to-back situation, just, I don't know. The injury report could show up with something 10 minutes before we start here. I don't trust him in these types of situations to give me the full complement of Warriors for the full complement of minutes in a back-to-back. I think the Clippers will obviously take this one extremely seriously. You are right. They're both sides are kind of like the old dudes. Golden State loves to play with more pace than the Clippers do. But I think the price is right here to play Los Angeles in this instance. Like you say, 20-point loss to Portland by Golden State in back-to-back did come with travel. This is back in reference to the person in the chat who asked us the question about back-to-backs earlier. The reason why my play is smaller here again is because Golden State's home and not, taken to the road to LA. But I do think LA is the right side. Yeah, that third quarter. Wow.
Yeah, that third quarter, we shall see if they keep that going. But they are in a back-to-back. They may fade in that third quarter this time around. We shall see. I wanna. This game is probably the hardest one. So I think this is when I stay on the sideline. I'm trying to give you guys a little something. Maybe bet on Kuminga some way, shape, or form. Like, he is the young guy over there for Golden State. I would expect him to be the freshest. Even if they're losing or whatever, he probably still will be playing more than some of these other older guys. So something for Kuminga. I'm just not sure what would probably be what I try to get to. DJ May says, hey, I found the show live. Just want to say how much I appreciate your guys' work. Thank you again. Appreciate you. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for watching. All right. That is the NBA slate, so I think we did a pretty good job. Did take us 33.5 minutes, but we did a little in-depth on all 5 NBA games for tonight, and we'll leave it at that. So I'm going to ask your help here, Vino. Isn't this available again now? Well, first off, actually, $5 Tuesday. Let's not forget that, right? That's always going. So you can go to Rob's page, my page. You can find a play that we really like. You can get it for just $5. See, if you want to rock with us for a longer term or however that may go. Outside of that, I did go 4-1 Sunday, 1-2 yesterday. So 5-3 week in football. Vino's been killing it more than me. And I'll let him say his numbers in a second. But with the Weekend Warrior promo, it'll get you every football play from Saturday, Sunday, and Monday Night Football for only $49. So, Vino, with that said, I'm going to pass it back to you. Let the people know how much you've been killing it in football. If there's anything else you would like to promote, feel free. And if you have a best bet for the show, we would love to hear it.
The last thing I'll say, Ski, is this is I think it expires tonight. the WagerTalk NBA opening week offer. I think they're offering the opening week for $69. I think if you get in, you can still get a week, but I think that offer goes away at midnight tonight. So if you like what we're giving you here on the NBA, I know Ski's been running pretty good. I'm 5-2 to start this season, so we're both on a decent pace here.
That one, right?
Yeah, that one right there, I think goes away after tonight, I'm pretty sure. So if you want to get in on that, go right ahead. As far as football goes, the NFL has been kind. I mentioned the numbers earlier, full season up over 50 units. Last 6 weeks have been even better, up over, it's like 62 point something units, up back-to-back 7-1 weekends, 14-2 the last 2 weeks in NFL.
Nice
action.
work.
So, again, Weekend Warrior package up and available for all 3 days this weekend. And I don't know how they treat that, Ski. Like, can you get Thursday night included? I'm not sure. I think it's
I
just
don't think
Saturday,
Thursday's
Sunday,
included.
Monday.
Yeah, it's just Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah. Otherwise, you got to do a little something different with them. But we'll go back to best bets here real quick here. And listen, you guys saw me pause the show. I talked myself into one. Ski shoved me over the edge, so I had to open an app and put in the action. But the Sacramento Kings team total over 108.5 to me just seems like the right way to play that game. I think OKC may be a little lax on defense. They are missing a couple of key defenders here, including Alex Caruso. Even if you're just missing him, it's a key defender. Back home off a tough game last night. I don't know that I trust Sacramento enough to cover a game, but I certainly trust those guys to shoot the ball and score. Sabonis came back last game, Ski, and I think Sacramento had 104 field goal attempts their last game. They get that many shots up, we're going to get 109 points. So once again, best bet for today, Sacramento Kings team total up and over 108.5.
Good stuff from Ravino. For myself, I'm going to go with one that I'm unsure if I mentioned it during the game breakdown, but I'll go with Cole Anthony over 3.5 assists. And he didn't play the last game because of an illness, but the first game, he only got 11 minutes. He had 5 assists. That was the game KPJ started. He went down. They're trying to figure stuff out. Rollins is playing. Cole Anthony's playing. 11 minutes. He still got 5 assists. The next game, big uptick, right? You don't have KPJ still. I forget, he plays 20-something minutes, scores 23 points, has like 7 assists, right? So, and I think that game was also minus Kuzma, so he probably had a little bit more boost in points. But my thing is, they need somebody who's going to be a playmaker when Giannis is not on the floor or doesn't have the ball. And I trust him more than I trust Rollins. Cole Anthony, really good pick and roll player. He can deal with multiple players on this roster. And when I look at the Knicks, that's poor pick and roll defense. Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, we just saw Indiana doing it to him over and over and over again in the playoffs. So I think Cole Anthony can get 4 assists tonight. I did glance at his points and assist prop, but once Kuzma was ruled in, I just stuck with the assist at 3.5. And that's what I'll use for the best bet for the show. So I think we did a pretty good job here, Vino. Appreciate you. Well, first of all, it's good to have you back. I appreciate you taking the time to come cap the card and the games with us. Helps out my process, and I'm sure it helps everybody else as well. Everybody in the comments, good stuff. Much appreciated. You guys help make the show what it is. Good cappers, good people, and we all just help each other cash. So let's try to keep it going one more day. We'll be back again tomorrow. We'll talk the big NBA slate, and yeah, best of luck on our action. We will catch you all then.